It is my duty to inform the House that a vacancy has occurred in the representation in the House of Commons for the electoral district of Whitby-Oshawa in the province of Ontario by reason of the passing of the Honourable Jim Flaherty. Conformément à l'alinéa 28.1 de la loi sur
Pursuant to subsection 28.1 of the Parliament of Canada Act, I have addressed my warrant to the Chief Electoral Officer for the issue of a writ for the election of a member to fill this vacancy.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is rising on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm rising today to respond to the point of order raised on April 10th by the Honourable Member for Edmonton St. Albert respecting the amendments to Bill C-30, the Fair Rail for Grain Farmers Act, contained in the second report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food presented on Tuesday, April 8th. The Government disagrees with the assessment offered by the Honourable Member. The amendment in question, Mr. Speaker, which adds Clause 5.1 to the bill, is relevant to the subject matter of Bill C-30, respects the rules and usual practices of the House. It amends a part of the Canada Transportation Act, a law which is already under consideration in Bill C-30. The summary of Bill C-30 clearly states that a goal of the legislation, and that in particular the part which amends the Canada Transportation Act, is, quote, to facilitate the movement of grain by rail, end of quote. This amendment provides the tools required in the supply chain to make sure all parties are committed to making this happen. The sponsor of the bill clearly believes that this clause is relevant and consistent with his policy intentions, or he would not have asked his parliamentary secretary to propose that amendment. Clause-by-clause consideration of the bill followed an ambitious and full series of meetings by the Agriculture Committee. Many witnesses with interests in this bill appeared to give evidence. The Government heard what witnesses asked for. In response, it drafted an amendment to fulfill the desire of witnesses. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, I understand that this amendment was considered at the committee without objection. But, Mr. Speaker, not only was it considered without procedural objection, it was adopted by a recorded vote of 9-0. Every member of the committee voted for and supported this amendment. A competent and informed decision was made when each member reviewed, considered, and voted for this amendment. A unanimously adopted amendment which, of course, aids and advances the bill's purposes of facilitating the movement of grain by rail. As the Speaker knows, House of Commons Procedure and Practices, second edition at page 766 states, and again I quote, an amendment to a bill that was referred to a committee after second reading is out of order if it is beyond the scope and principle of the bill. Similarly, an amendment which is the equivalent to a simple negation of a bill or which reverses the principle of the bill as agreed to at second reading is out of order. An amendment to a bill must be relevant in that it must always relate to the subject matter of the bill, end quote. Erskine-May's Parliamentary Procedure, 24th edition, helpfully defines the scope of a bill at page 564. And again I quote, Mr. Speaker, any amendment or a new clause or new schedule proposed to a bill must be within its scope. The scope of a bill represents the reasonable limits of its collective purposes as defined by its existing clauses and schedules. In particular, cases difficult questions of judgment may arise. The scope of a bill, particularly of a bill with several purposes, may be wider than its long title, although the long title may help to determine the scope, end quote. Bill C-30's long title, as we know, an act to amend the Canada Grain Act and Canada Transportation Act and to provide for other measures. Clearly, Clause 5.1, which amends the Canada Transportation Act, meets this threshold. Let me add from page 565 of Erskine May, and again I quote, "An amendment which is outside the scope of a clause may be admissible if presented as a new clause, provided that is within the scope of the bill." End quote. As I have previously mentioned, Mr. Speaker, Clause 5.1 joins other amendments to the Canada Transportation Act to facilitate the movement of grain by rail. Beauchesne's Parliamentary Rules and Forms, 6th edition, addresses the admissibility of amendments to legislation at citation 698. Let me quote from some of the paragraphs of this citation. Paragraph 1 says, quote, "An amendment is out of order if it is irrelevant to the bill, beyond its scope, or governed by or dependent upon amendments already negatived." End quote. That's not the case here. Paragraph 2 reads, and again I quote, "An amendment must not be inconsistent with or contradictory to the bill as so far agreed to by the committee, nor must it be inconsistent with the decision which the committee has given upon a former amendment." End quote. As I just said, Mr. Speaker, this amendment complements and enhances the purpose of the bill. It absolutely is not inconsistent with the bill. Paragraph 5 informs us that, quote, "An amendment which is equivalent to a negative of the bill or which would reverse the principle of the bill as agreed to at second reading stage is not admissible." End quote. But again, Mr. Speaker, this is not applicable because the amendment does not overturn the principle of the bill. I could offer even more quotations from citation 698 to make my case, Mr. Speaker, but in the interest of time, I will not. But, Mr. Speaker, let me take a brief moment, especially as a member of Parliament from Saskatchewan, to acknowledge and thank the opposition for the work they did, in fact, the nonpartisan work they all did, and the cordial approach taken during the committee's work to see this important bill considered promptly, expeditiously, and thoroughly. Mr. Speaker, members of this House understand extremely well that this amendment is important because it gives tools to the shippers who enter service-level agreements. In fact, the proposed amendment further facilitates the movement of grain by rail through the creation of a better balance and accountability between shippers and railways and the strengthening of the strong foundation provided for effective and reliable service. This amendment is something that many witnesses from all commodities have asked for at the committee. The Alberta Wheat Commission said this recently, and once more I quote, "AWC would like to recognize the members of the House of Commons and the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food for the amendments made to strengthen the legislation and the potential for effective service-level agreements between railways and shippers. The need for financial penalties was identified by AWC as a necessary component for service-level agreements." End quote. Mr. Speaker, it is for these reasons that you should find it easy to reject the point of order raised by the honourable member for Edmonton St. Albert and find in order the second report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food on Bill C-30, the Fair Rail for Grain Farmers Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his contribution to this question, and of course we'll come back to the House in due course. The House will now proceed to private members' business, as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-565 in the name of Ms. Turmel, an act to amend the National Capital Act, Gatineau Park, and to make a related amendment to the Department of Canadian Heritage Act.
Debate, lay please au débat. L'honorable député de Saint-Laurent-Cartierville.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at this point in our debate over Gatineau Park, let's begin with what we agree on. Everyone here in the House recognizes that Gatineau Park is a gem of natural beauty and we need to protect it better. But unfortunately, that's where our agreement ends for now. We don't agree on the type of legal protection Parliament should give this park, which we all love so dearly. The member for Hull-Aylmer considers that her bill is adequate, and then we're talking about Bill C-565, an act to amend the National Capital Act, Gatineau Park, and to make a related amendment to the Department of Canadian Heritage Act. The Conservative government prefers to go with its own bill, and it promises to table that soon. But the Conservative government says that that bill will be similar to ones it has tabled in the past. The Liberal caucus is of the view that both approaches are inadequate and will not enable us to adequately protect Gatineau Park, while at the same time respecting the rights of property owners. However, we are willing to support C-565 at second reading so that it can be studied at committee and so that serious amendments can be made. Let's begin by measuring the scope of the problem. Gatineau Park is the only federal park that doesn't have Parliament's protection. Unlike national parks, its borders can be changed, land can be sold, roads can be built through the park without Parliament having any say. Gatineau Park is administered by the National Capital Commission, the NCC, and the NCC does not prohibit commercial activities or industrial activities or development in the park. Without adequate legal protection, the Gatineau Park has lost a lot of land. The borders were changed in the 90s, and the NCC sold off 48 lots for a total of 1,500 acres. Given the 334 acres used to build roads in the same period, and this was in violation of the commitments made under the park's plan, the total number of acres that have been removed from the park is 1,842, which is almost 5 square kilometers. All of these dispositions would not have occurred without Parliament's, rather they did occur, all these land sales and activities occurred without Parliament's approval or even knowledge. This wouldn't have been the case if Gatineau Park had been protected by the National Parks Act, which provides that no parkland can be sold except if there's a federal act to that effect. In the absence of an adequate land management mechanism, the NCC has allowed for considerable urbanization inside the park as well. Since 1992, 125 residences have been built.
2,112 acres remain within Gatineau Park. Moreover, several large private properties remain inside the park, which risks to be turned into major subdivisions, impeding the park's evolution as a conservation site intended for public enjoyment. Il faudra accorder au parc de la Gatineau.
Gatineau Park needs the same type of legal protection and parliamentary oversight as national parks elsewhere in Canada. By amending the National Capital Act, the park should be given legal status and a management mechanism that would provide for transparent administration and long-term protection. This park needs the same kind of protection that various citizens' advocacy groups have been calling for decades, and we need to help the NCC fulfill its commitment by gradually buying off private property within the park, while at the same time respecting property owners' rights, those who continue to live in the park. Today, the Conservatives say they want to come back to the charge with something equivalent to their bills C-37 and C-20, which died on the order paper in 2009 and 2011. That's hardly reassuring.
Framework failed to meet basic park protection criteria, perpetuated development and road building, and would have impaired the park's ecological integrity. Ces projets
Under these bills, the borders of the park could also be changed by administrative order without any parliamentary oversight or debate.
Now we have the NDP Bill C-565. This bill establishes but a moral obligation to ecological integrity. Measures to ensure the protection, preservation, and management of Gatineau Park for the benefit of current and future generations are put forth with little framework and no real legislative backbone. En fait,
as a matter of fact, in at least 3 ways, C-565 could be a step backward as compared to the status quo. First of all, although C565 gives the NCC as an objective acquiring the real property situated within the Gatineau Park, it says also that the Commission may not, in pursuing its objectives, infringe upon the property rights attached to any real property located within the park. So this bill would weaken the NCC because the current legislation allows the NCC to expropriate where necessary. Ruling out expropriation in a public park, as this bill would do, would set a dangerous precedent. It would entitle large landowners to subdivide their lots and to build new homes right in the heart of the park, which would be completely contrary to the public vocation and the ecological vocation of the park. The problem with this bill is that it provides no mechanism for buying private property.
Refusal. Clear regulations would give the NCC the first chance to purchase private property should the private landowner decide to sell, subsequent to which parkland may be bought and sold on the open market. Les propriétaires
Owners of property located in the park could continue to live there and to leave their property to their children through their wills or through trusts. Note that the NCC has supported the use of this type of right of first refusal when it appeared before a Senate committee in 2007. Second, the last park plan clearly established that ecological integrity was the priority. This bill simply provides that the NCC will protect the natural biodiversity of the park as well as its ecology. That's in Section 2. To say that it's necessary to protect natural biodiversity is not strong enough to protect the ecological integrity. It's not as strong as saying that that should be the top priority. Under the National Parks Act, protecting ecological integrity is a management priority. Third, this bill opens the door to hunting being allowed in the park, whereas currently fishing is allowed, but hunting is not.
To better back NCC objectives of long-term ecological integrity while respecting the rights of landowners. Many amendments will be required. Indeed, the bill provides no mechanism for public consultation, completely ignores the issue of Quebec's territorial integrity, and fails to make conservation the first priority of park management, which, as I said, is a cornerstone of the National Parks Act. Above all, the bill should provide, subsequent to consultations with the Quebec provincial government, a real protection legislation for Gatineau Park via an amendment to the National Capital Act. Such a legislative framework by Parliament would support the NCC's role as park manager and would give the park the same kind of statutory protection and adequate parliamentary oversight given to national parks throughout Canada. Nous avons donc
So we have our work cut out for us. It's high time a committee got down to brass tacks and came up with appropriate legal protection for the gem that is the Gatineau Park. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to debate Bill C-565, which has to do with Gatineau Park. I think this is a real gem in the Outaouais region. And let me remind everyone that we're just 15 minutes away from the park. It's incredible the number of activities you can do there: hiking, swimming, cycling, skiing, just to name a few. There's something for everyone. You know, as do I, that residents of Ottawa and the Gatineau love planning activities with such a wide range of choices. The Senate committee in June 2007 proposed specific changes. First, that Gatineau Park was created for Canadians, for their enjoyment and education. It should be managed in keeping with those goals so that it can be preserved for future generations. Secondly, protecting or restoring the ecological integrity of the park and the natural resources and ecological processes are the top priority of the Commission in all aspects of their management of Gatineau Park.
These are two very important points, and they are also two of the main objectives of the bill. That is, to prevent developers from dividing up private lands and ensuring that future generations can enjoy the park as it is today, to preserve the biodiversity of the park, and more specifically of the animal and plant species which are under threat, and many of them are indeed under threat. Gatineau Park has the greatest concentration of threatened species, and every year the park has been increasingly visited, and it is one of Canada's most visited parks. Over 2.7 people visited the park in 2011, and economic benefits are in the order of over $25 million. Yet, even though this is good news for the region, there are valid concerns about this treasure, which is vulnerable. Let me explain, Mr. Speaker, and I'll draw a parallel with another park which is in my area, not directly in the riding of Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles, which is my riding, but just a couple of kilometers away from there. I would like to talk about the history of the Jacques-Cartier National Park, which is just a few minutes from my riding. So the Jacques-Cartier National Park is 670 square kilometers in size. It's about 30 minutes away from Quebec City in the valley of the Jacques-Cartier River. It has over 100 kilometers of hiking trails, and many people visit this park. So this park was established by the province of Quebec in 1895, and it is a protected territory, and it is a fishing and hunting preserve. In 1972, over 20,000 citizens of Quebec City signed a petition because they were opposed to the creation of a hydroelectric dam. However, the park received legal protection only in 1981. And if citizens hadn't protested, the entire valley would have been inundated. There would have been urban development, and the hydro dam would have been built. So today, as you can see, Mr. Speaker, everyone who benefited from the citizen uprising are the citizens who live in this region, because they are so pleased to be able to go to this historical site, which is an exceptional park. So let's come back to the history of the NDP and the history of the NDP's fight for Gatineau Park. And we're not going to give up on our fight. I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Hull Aylmer, for the excellent work she did on her bill, C-565. But I would also like to thank her for taking up the torch where the members from Ottawa centres in the past tried in 2005, 2006, and 2009. They tried to get a bill passed to convey legal protection to Gatineau Park. When you have a precious thing, you have to protect it, and this is our main duty. And I believe this applies to Gatineau Park, which is a treasure not only for visitors, but is a treasure of nature, and we want to preserve it as a treasure for future generations. So we within the NDP, we want to enshrine the Gatineau Park borders into law and to give it parliamentary protection. And the reason the NDP is persisting is because today the park does not have legal protection, and that small parcels of land could be sold to private interests and developed without members of Parliament even being made aware of this. Since the park was created, even its borders have remained vague, and that's why we at the NDP want this park to have the same protection as all of our other national parks. So we within the NDP are asking that this park receive the same legal protection as other national parks. However, we are not asking that this park become a national park, and we want to state that clearly. Let's come back to the context of the park and the challenges which are associated with it. This park has been managed for 75 years by the NCC, but it doesn't have a specific status, so it does not have an official status or legal protection. Today, 2% of the lands within the park belong to private interests. So what might happen is that with increasing demand for housing, this might happen within Gatineau Park. All statistics point to the fact that many people will move to this area, and of course real estate developers will look towards Gatineau Park to build more housing, and we don't want this to happen by acting proactively to provide it with parliamentary protection. So the benefits contained in Bill C-565 are many, and these benefits would be for the public, for the environment, for biodiversity, future generations, and First Nations. If we pass this bill, we will prevent public lands, which are now in the park, from being developed. By adopting this bill, we will also make sure that the biodiversity of plant and animal species which are now under threat will be saved. As I said before, this park has the greatest percentage of species at risk. By passing this bill, future generations will have will receive this important legacy, and by adopting this bill, we will maintain the historic links between the Algonquin Aboriginals and Gatineau Park, and they had this special connection before Europeans arrived. We're not the only ones who want to protect the park. Many other groups also want to protect it, including Nature Québec, the Conseil régional de l'environnement et du développement durable de l'Outaouais, and others. As well, there is a petition which has been signed by over 5,000 people, and which had been put out by the member for Hull Aylmer. And this shows that people are massively in support of our initiative. Over 86% of people who responded to a poll conducted by Le Droit in 2009 said that they wanted the federal government to legislate to protect Gatineau Park. The government has already shown signs of openness, and today we want the government to take concrete action. The government has recognized that Gatineau Park is a precious and unique natural resource in the National Capital Region. So all we need to do now is to vote in support of Bill C-565, which is well designed, because we've been working on it for over 8 years. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As always, it's an honour to speak here in the House of Commons, representing my constituents from Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale, and today, more specifically, all Canadians as we debate this Bill C-565. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to use this time to address an integral issue at the heart of this debate on Gatineau Park protection. Effective and realistic protection of Gatineau Park, its beauty, biodiversity and ecosystems, as well as its integrity, status and significance as an integral part of Canada's capital region, a larger region which also requires protection for generations to come. The government has a record of trying to move forward with proposals to amend the National Capital Act, which offers strong and effective protection to not only the park, but the entire National Capital Region. This record includes Bill C-37 in 2009 and Bill C-20 in 2010, both of which unfortunately died in the order paper, as well as the signalled intention to introduce a similar government bill in the near future. On the other hand, the latest attempt by the opposition to preempt our efforts as embodied in Bill C-565 comes up short by being too narrowly focused and too short-sighted. I think we can all agree, Mr. Speaker, that the key to ensuring the beauty and vitality of not only Gatineau Park, but the entire capital region for generations to come, is by taking concrete legislative and administrative steps to protect the natural gifts that we have. Recognizing this fact, over the past several years, the government has introduced Bills C-37 and C-20, both of which sought to strengthen and update environmental protections for the entire National Capital Region, including the Green Belt and Gatineau Park. These bills sought to legislate the national interest land mass concept, a designation applied to both Gatineau Park and the Green Belt, which offers strong protections and oversight, including requiring project proposals to be reviewed by the National Capital Commission and prohibiting the disposition of or transfer of property within these green spaces without Governor and Council approval. Under these previous bills, the Governor and Council would also have enjoyed the authority to oversee the criteria and process for designating property in the National Capital Regions as NILM land. Additionally, these bills required the NCC to manage its properties in accordance with the principles of responsible environmental stewardship, which would have obligated the NCC to always consider possible environmental impacts when managing its properties in the entire National Capital Region. By contrast, Bill C-565 is unnecessarily restrictive as it only applies to protections to Gatineau Park. As my fellow colleagues have pointed out previously, there's a lot more to the National Capital Region than Gatineau Park alone. We're also surrounded by the Green Belt and multiple urban green spaces which fall under federal authority and the NCC's stewardship. Bill C-565, curiously, unfortunately, and needlessly, only introduces measures to protect one of these parks, Gatineau Park. This approach in Bill C-565 is overly narrow, and we must ensure that any reopening of the National Capital Act enhances the protection of all green spaces in the Capital Region, including both Gatineau Park and the Green Belt. With regard to protecting the integrity of Gatineau Park and its boundaries specifically, Mr. Speaker, and in addition to their designation of the entire park as national interest landmass, the previously mentioned government bills sought to legislate defined boundaries for Gatineau Park and the Green Belt. By explicitly defining the boundaries in the National Capital Act, these bills would have ensured that the park was protected and that its boundaries could only be altered by the Governor and Council when absolutely necessary, such as when required for the public benefit, for example. This would combine active protection for the park with a necessary degree of flexibility in recognition of the unique characteristics and locations of this natural asset. Let's talk about the environmental protection of Gatineau Park specifically, Mr. Speaker. Protection of the natural systems and internal integrity of the park figured prominently in the previous government bills in this area, and I can assure you these imperatives remain a priority for this government. As already emphasized during our previous debates on this issue, the government remains fully committed to the protection and maintenance of the park as a destination of natural beauty and recreation for all Canadians, as well as international visitors to our capital. This commitment to environmental protection was evidenced in the previous government bills through their application of the concept of ecological integrity. Ecological integrity is a concept used in the Parks Canada Act and is applicable to all of Canada's federal parks with a view to ensuring their protection and preservation. C-37 and C-20 both sought to apply this concept to Gatineau Park, including to all of its ecosystems and biodiversity, in order to provide the park with this high degree of environmental protection. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, one of the key proposals to protect Gatineau Park in the Members' Bill is the imposition of an obligation on the NCC to purchase all privately owned properties in the park. We are talking about 377 properties approximately in the park with a roughly estimated current market value of $100 million. Furthermore, this $100 million doesn't take into account the inflation in property prices, which would almost certainly materialize as a result of this legislative obligation. This proposal is also unnecessary. The NCC already has the authority, pursuant to a 2008 order in Council, to purchase private properties in the park without seeking Governor and Council approval for each specific purchase. This has permitted the NCC to increase its ownership of properties in the park, while also taking into account the availability and prices of the properties, the resources it has available, and the strategic importance of the sites for significant ecosystems and prioritizing its property purchases in the park. This, in our view, is the most fiscally and environmentally responsible course of action for Gatineau Park and for Canadian taxpayers. Speaking of protecting Gatineau Park for all visitors, Mr. Speaker, I want to address a problematic component of C-565, which seeks to provide hunting rights in the park. Let me say that it's an absolute imperative of this government to protect and ensure the safety of all Canadians as well as international visitors to the park. We're talking about an area visited by over 2.7 million people per year, many of them young children. In light of these facts, it seems rather irresponsible to be proposing such hunting rights in a shared space, which could seriously jeopardize the safety of visitors to the park. Mr. Speaker, I would suggest that there is little debate that the National Capital Act, enacted 55 years ago in 1959, could use significant update. Although the Act still effectively governs the National Capital Commission and its activities in the National Capital Region, it is clear that the NCC could benefit from updated enabling legislation in order to even more effectively administer its mandate in the National Capital Region, including the continued protection of Gatineau Park. That being said, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-565 does not enhance those protections in an effective or appropriate way and is at the same time unnecessarily narrow in its application solely to Gatineau Park. In our view, the bill would have negative consequences for the park, the region, and Canadian taxpayers, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this government has repeatedly introduced legislation in recent years to amend the National Capital Act in order to improve the NCC's transparency and governance structure, strengthen environmental protections, and to provide the Commission with effective and modernized tools to manage and protect its properties in the National Capital Region. These legislative proposals are evidence that we are working toward implementing a clear and comprehensive vision for the continued protection and improvement of the entire National Capital Region and are seeking to provide the NCC with updated legislation to accomplish this goal. I anticipate the next government bill in this area will provide another embodiment of this commitment and our continued perseverance in this endeavour, and I look forward to its introduction. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I speak to the bill in front of us, if I may take the opportunity just to provide condolences to the family of Mark Robert Nelson, who people in this House will know was the gentleman who, the worker who just died recently in the Bank of Canada. And this day of mourning for injured workers and those who have been killed on the job, I just wanted to provide condolences on behalf of our party in Parliament to Robert Nelson and his family. A tragic loss and something that reminds us of the need to look out for job safety everywhere. Mr. Speaker, the bill that we have in front of us has a fairly long history and has been noted by my colleague from across the way. There have been different iterations of the bill from myself, from the government a couple of times, and now from my colleague. One of the things that I think we should understand is the reason for having this bill in front of us, as has been noted by all members who have spoken to the bill, is the need to protect a park that many people thought was a park that already had protections. In fact, if you, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you've gone there with your family and others have. When people come to Ottawa, they don't just come to the House of Commons. They usually take opportunities to visit the region. And of course, Gatineau Park is fundamental to the identity of the National Capital Region. So it was with great surprise for many when you talk to people about Gatineau Park, and they soon find out when you discuss the issue with them that it's not a park in essence with protections. It's a park by name. And when you think about all of the other parks, and frankly the government's done some good work here in protecting parks, creating new parks, the fact that we haven't protected the Gatineau Park and given it the fundamental protections it needs is something that most people find very surprising. The good news, I think, for people who want to see Gatineau Park protected is that I don't see any contention at all with anyone that it should be a park, it should be protected, and we should have some legislation to protect Gatineau Park. And you know, when people look at Parliament, they often see that there's sometimes derision and that people can't agree on the day of the week. When it comes to Gatineau Park, people agree that, and we've heard from the government side, that they agree that there should be protections. In fact, Bill C-20, Bill C-37 of previous parliaments did just that. I worked with the government on Bill C-20 and C-37 when it came before the House. Those were government bills, and as I mentioned, had a bill of my own. And we actually worked together to try and move things forward, to protect Gatineau Park. For reasons that have been mentioned and probably worthy of reiteration, it's a place of history. It's a place of biodiversity. It's a place for recreation. It's a place where people come to enjoy nature, to protect nature. It's a fundamental piece of history for our First Nations, who were the stewards of the land before there was European contact. So it actually embodies many of the values, symbols, and history of our country. And that's why, for me, I'm passionate about Gatineau Park. Yes, I'm the member for Ottawa Centre, but for people in Ottawa, and indeed those who have experienced the National Capital Region, Gatineau Park is a shared place. So it's not just, one entity for just those people who live in and around the park. And so that's why it's so important. And as I said, there is a consensus to protect the park. It was interesting back in 2008 when we were looking at bringing forward legislation to protect, and I had worked with the government at the time. I had my own bill, and the government then brought in its legislation. And I actually worked with the government. I had a campaign going to support, as my colleague from Hull Elmer has done, to get public support behind this. It was then a matter of consulting the community and to get the park going. The Bill C-37 was the bill that they brought forward. What wasn't mentioned by the government, I just for sake of facts, the reason Bill C-37 didn't go forward was because Parliament was prorogued. So let's put that on the record. So it could have actually been passed. We would be now talking about how great the Gatineau Park bill is and the fact that all of the things that we want to see done would have been done. But alas, as everyone knows, when you prorogue a parliament, government bills die, and you know that, Mr. Speaker, as well as anyone. So fine, that was okay. We came back and worked with the government on Bill C-20. And the government brought forward that bill again. We worked with the government to actually strengthen the bill, and it was a good experience. It wasn't a priority, frankly, of the government. It did finally bring it forward just before the 2011 election, and alas, it didn't have time to make its way through. I actually had pleaded with my friend, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, to get it going, fast-track it, and we could have had it done. So that's just by way of background. So here we are. The government's picked out a couple of things that they think is worthy of note to suggest that we should oppose the bill, and I appeal to those who look at the role of backbenchers and individual members of Parliament to actually take a look at this bill and what the government's saying and its critique of it, and particularly my friend from the Hamilton region. What he actually noted in his speech are things that could be changed at committee. And if the government wants to protect the Greenbelt here in Ottawa, there's nothing in the way of doing that. So I think with respect to my friend across the way and to the government who have been given their points as to why they should oppose the bill, actually reflect on the arguments. So their arguments are the following, Mr. Speaker, that the Gatineau Park bill is too restrictive. It doesn't include the Greenbelt here in Ottawa. Well, it's a simple thing. You can amend it at committee, and we could support that, and we have no problem with that. And in fact, that's what we did with Bill C-20 and Bill C-37. And you'll note that when private members' bills come forward, members want to make sure that there's a chance that a bill can be passed. So sometimes they bring forward bills, and the government will say, well, it's too big scope. So my friend from Hull Elmer actually, put it very specifically around Gatineau Park. If the government wants to, make it bigger, the scope bigger, fine, no problem. We'll support that. With regards to some of the other issues, they really aren't worthy of killing the bill. They should, I hope, in the spirit of supporting private members' initiatives, and I know that many across the way and on all sides of the House have worked. I know there's a Conservative member bringing forward an initiative to allow members to have more say in legislation. One of the things I think we should honour is that if a bill isn't too controversial, that we should allow it to at least get to second reading. After all, we only get one shot at this as members, whether we be on the government side or on this side. And respectfully, I say this, Mr. Speaker, if there is good intent, as there is with this bill, and I think the member from Hamilton suggested so and agrees with the intent, at least let's get it to committee. And I plead to government because, you know, there will be a change of government sometime, who knows, and people will be in a position where they'll want to get their private member's bill forward. And I think we should all remember that, because this is about how Parliament functions. And this bill could be amended by bringing in best ideas. I was just recently at a conference with legislators from other jurisdictions, and UK, the US. When they bring forward legislation and members get behind bills, there's an opportunity to have debate and have input. And, you know, we do it at second reading. It gives life to an issue. I would plead with the government to think about this. This is about protecting a park, but it's also about protecting the integrity of our Parliament. And if the bill isn't up to the standard the government wants, or backbenchers or frontbenchers, whomever want, then simply put, that can be dealt with that committee. So, Mr. Speaker, let me finish with the following. Everyone agrees that we should protect Gatineau Park. Let this bill get to committee. Let members of Parliament play their role as representatives of their constituents, and let good ideas to go forward. And let's not get in the way of a good idea and the participation of everyday members of Parliament on this bill. People want to protect the park. Members agree on that. Let's get this bill to committee so that Parliament can do its work, so that MPs can do its work, so that citizens see the value of the work we do here. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to share my thoughts with this House on Bill C-565. It is flawed, it's inefficient, and it's going to cost taxpayers an estimated up to $100 million, if not more, which is, quite frankly, unacceptable. It also creates administrative confusion between provincial and federal jurisdictions and, of course, the National Capital Commission. Mr. Speaker, the National Capital Act was passed over 50 years ago in 1959. It continues without major update to successfully govern one of the most important Crown corporations in the capital region, the National Capital Commission. The NCC is mandated by the government to prepare plans to assist in the development, conservation and improvement of the National Capital Region in order that the nature and the character of the seat of the Government of Canada reflects its national significance. The Commission is the steward for all federal lands in the National Capital Region, including Gatineau Park. In collaboration with the NCC, the Government of Canada is committed to ensuring that the NCC can continue to effectively fulfill all of its functions, including the protection of Gatineau Park. That being said, Bill C-565 does not offer any proposals to assist the NCC in accomplishing its mandate in the capital region as a whole. Now, in more specific terms, why Bill C-565 lacks any effective or appropriate mechanisms to protect Gatineau Park for future generations. So first, the bill would result in the misspending of millions of dollars of taxpayer money. The bill amends the mandate of the NCC to require it to purchase all available properties in the park. There are currently 377 privately owned properties in the park. In a normal market, and extrapolating from the prices of acquisitions in the past, the cost to purchase all of these 377 properties would be over $100 million. If that figure wasn't big enough, multiply that $100 million many times over based on the strong possibility that this legal obligation on the NCC to purchase properties would lead to exponential inflation of private property prices in the park. The result in this scenario is the NCC being legally obligated to buy hundreds of properties at prices far above the normal market value. Meanwhile, this money could be better spent on the park's protection and its maintenance while continuing to prioritize acquisitions based on how they contribute to the long-term sustainability and the well-being of the park. Second, the bill goes into great detail concerning the NCC's obligation to protect biodiversity and promote education and leisure activities in the park. These ideas are far from revolutionary, as the previous government bills introduced in 2009 and 2010 were proposing similar obligations. However, these previous government bills took a more appropriate approach by utilizing the concepts of ecological integrity and environmental stewardship, which are foundations of existing federal parks legislation, including the Canada Parks Act. The forthcoming government bill will continue to make use of these concepts. Now, third, although I appreciate that the bill sets out the same boundaries for the delineation of Gatineau Park as used in our previous bills, that is where the similarities end and the problems with the member's bill begin. So the bill absolutely prohibits a sale or transfer of any public lands within these boundaries. This inclusion shows a lack of understanding of how a park of the size and the unique character of Gatineau Park needs to be managed. Sometimes it's necessary in the public interest or in the interest of the park itself to perform minor alterations to the boundaries. The NCC requires a mechanism that allows, with government oversight, the transfer or disposition of a piece of property as long as the overall area of the park remains the same. Our government bill will ensure the integrity of the park is protected while providing the NCC with this very necessary flexibility. In the meantime, the NCC already has in place a designation called the National Interest Landmass, or NILM. A property which is designated as NILM cannot be sold or transferred without government oversight and approval. Gatineau Park is designed as an NILM. This designation has been successfully used for many years in the capital region to protect and manage properties that the government wishes to maintain for future generations, which includes, of course, Gatineau Park. Now, fourth, Mr. Speaker, the bill would create preferential treatment in Gatineau Park for Aboriginal peoples and local communities regarding rights of subsistence. It's my opinion, Mr. Speaker, that this refers to hunting and fishing rights in a park. At this time, no hunting is allowed in the park, while a few provincial lakes allow licensed fishing. Hunting is inappropriate and unsafe in a park which hosts more than 2.7 million visitors per year from around the world. Clearly, there's a safety hazard there. Furthermore, the bill would put the NCC in a precarious position of deciding who is allowed to do what in the park and who would require regulation and enforcement at a very high cost to taxpayers. This provision effectively pits the local community against visitors in a park which is meant to be enjoyed equally by everyone as part of a capital region shared by all Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Now, fifth, the bill could potentially infringe on provincial jurisdiction as well as federal relations. The bill states that the NCC may not, in pursuing its objectives, infringe on real property rights. Now, I'd like to remind the members, Mr. Speaker, that real property rights in Gatineau Park are already protected by the Code Civil du Québec. This inclusion in the bill is therefore redundant and unnecessary. So, I don't know why the Chief Government Opposition Whip thinks it's necessary for the federal government, through its legislation, to pronounce and interfere on issues of provincial jurisdiction. The final issue with the bill, Mr. Speaker, is its unnecessary amendment of the Department of Canadian Heritage Act. The rationale for this inclusion comes from the transfer of the activity and events mandate in the National Capital Region from the NCC to the Department of Canadian Heritage, pursuant to the Economic Action Plan 2013. However, the member should note that subsequent to this transfer, the NCC and the Department of Canadian Heritage entered into a memorandum of understanding under which the NCC would continue to handle these responsibilities for, among other places, Gatineau Park and the Mackenzie King Estate, while the Department of Canadian Heritage would be responsible for these activities in urban areas of the capital region. This is another example of the lack of understanding and nuance which permeates the opposition whip's bill. Now, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the bill is irreparably flawed and must be opposed, as it would be extremely costly to taxpayers. It's unnecessarily rigid, blunt, and at times quite redundant. It could potentially present issues relating to provincial jurisdiction and federal-provincial relations, and it creates favoritism and controversy regarding hunting and fishing rights in the park, and it is unnecessarily narrow in addressing only Gatineau Park within a much larger national capital region. The Government of Canada will be introducing shortly an act to amend the National Capital Act and other acts, which will be similar to the previous government bills. The intention of this forthcoming legislation is to provide the National Capital Commission with all of the tools that it needs to continue to successfully fulfill its mandate. Now, for these reasons, Mr. Speaker, I would like to inform the Chief Opposition Whip and members of this House that I oppose Bill C-565. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to have this opportunity to speak to Bill C-565, an important bill, in the name of the member for Hull Aylmer, who is also our Chief Opposition Whip. This is an important bill, as you know. It's important for all members of this House because what it does is protect one of the treasures of the National Capital Region that I learned to appreciate over the years because I have come here regularly as part of my duties over the past few years as member for Sherbrooke. I did know the region a little bit before becoming a member of Parliament, but I've gotten to know it more now. And the park is very well known by all visitors who come to this region because, as you've heard, Mr. Speaker, and as you heard in the number of speeches, more than 2.7 million people visit the park each year. So that's quite a significant number, Mr. Speaker, as you'll agree. So that's one of the reasons why I'm so happy to speak to this bill, because I like the National Capital Region, the Outaouais region. Of course, I prefer the Eastern Townships, but that's a debate for another day. As you know, in the Eastern Townships, we've had debates on several occasions with respect to protection for parks. The Mount Orford Park, as you may recall, was discussed a great deal in the news in the region, and I think that my colleague is very familiar. Our leader, in fact, is very familiar of the issue because he was the provincial minister of the environment at the time and looked after the matter. So that's why I think it's important for me to rise today to speak in favor and support of this bill, which is designed to protect Gatineau Park. I'm sure that in all of my colleagues' ridings, there are parks, protected areas. If I think again about Sherbrooke, we've got an important park there as well. It's a protected area through municipal regulations. But there are also provincial parks, Mount Orford, for example. And in each riding, I'm sure that there are many parks. I'm sure in Drummond as well. There are parks. I think if I remember correctly, there's the Voltigeur Park in Drummondville, which is an area with protected biodiversity. As I said, it's protected through municipal regulations, provincial or federal protection. There is another park, so the list could be very long, in fact, if we were to look at all of the areas that are protected in the various ridings. It's important to protect the biodiversity so that the animal species can take refuge, be protected from the building of houses and residences because these regions are becoming more densely populated. But by protecting the areas, the biodiversity can flourish. The Gatineau Park is another important area here in this region. It's a very large park. 7.8% of the Greater National Capital Region is represented by this park, so it's quite big. And it provides an important landmass for the animals that live there. And there are safe areas, therefore, for the plant and animal life. Protected areas, rather. So that's why I support this bill, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-565. And for people who are listening to the debate here today, there are some important facts to share with them with respect to the park. 75 years ago, the park was created. It's currently managed by the National Capital Commission. That's the agency that is responsible for managing the park in this area. And unfortunately, I have to tell you here today that the Gatineau Park currently benefits from no protection. And that's why this bill was introduced. Because at present, there isn't any protection for the park. Land could be sold. Buildings can be put up. There are currently no limits defined in legislation. So this bill would, in fact, establish a situation whereby if a promoter wanted to build something, they would need to receive approval from Parliament. And that's the situation for all national parks in Canada. It's the very least that we could give to Gatineau Park in this case. We need to have similar protection, not exactly the same level of protection as a national park, however, protection, because this bill won't be making it a national park like the other national parks, but this bill would provide protection for the park. And this takes me back to what I was saying initially. It's with a view to protecting diversity, to ensure that the 2.7 million visitors can benefit from the park, can use the park in the future so that our children and grandchildren can also visit this park. So this bill will ensure the sustainability of this very large green space. It's also important to point out that there are 2 official residencies located in the Gatineau Park. The Speaker's official residence. Unfortunately, it's not you. We don't have the Speaker in the chair today. But the Speaker has an official residency in the park. And as well, the summer residence that belongs to the Prime Minister. It's also located in Gatineau Park. Now, this bill does a number of things. I won't cover them all. But what it does is prevent the sale of land in the park. There are a number of other details included in this bill. It's also the result of consultations conducted by the member for Hull-Aylmer. She conducted consultations. She circulated petitions, etc. And if I remember correctly, she made this commitment during the election campaign. So this is the result of a great deal of work. I'll point out as well that other bills by other colleagues, even by the government, in fact, have been tabled on this issue with respect to Gatineau Park. But even though the park has existed for 75 years, nothing has been done to date. So this is an opportunity today or the next few days when we vote on it to take action. And I hope that people, colleagues, will vote in favor of it. We've heard Conservative colleagues say, in fact, that they wanted to vote against this bill. But I hope that between now and the vote, they'll change their mind and agree to sending it to committee. Because if this bill can't go to committee, isn't sent to committee, then there will be no opportunity to improve it. So I would urge them all to vote in favor of it at second reading. And if they have some ideas for improving it, then they could do so at committee. So I would encourage all colleagues to vote in favor of this bill, as I will do on Bill C-565. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. With her right of reply, the Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank colleagues on both sides of the House for their participation in this debate, which is particularly important to the people of Hull-Aylmer. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank the dozens of volunteers who got involved in the campaign to protect Gatineau Park. Their passion is a true source of inspiration. What I've heard throughout this debate is that we all recognize the exceptional value of Gatineau Park. We all want it to be protected, but you know, as I, that good intentions are not enough to protect a park. We now have a responsibility to put our money where our mouth is. Over the past 7 years, this House has studied a number of initiatives from the NDP to reach that goal, but all died on the order paper. We cannot settle for failure. We have to move forward if we want to leave a healthy park to future generations. Whether it's for the wealth of its biodiversity or its contribution to the economic development of our region, it's clear that Gatineau Park is a truly national treasure. It's unacceptable that it's the only federal park of any importance that has no legal identity and no legal protection. The measures proposed in my bill are straightforward. They will correct this situation by giving our park protections comparable to those that other national parks enjoy. In concrete terms, this means that Gatineau Park will have true legal status. Its borders will be enshrined in legislation, and it won't be possible to change them secretly. The National Capital Commission, or NCC's mission, will also be amended to include protecting the ecological wealth of Gatineau Park and to include purchasing private property located within the park. 76 years after its creation, this bill will finally make it possible to give Gatineau Park the protection it needs. When the campaign was launched in 2012 to protect Gatineau Park, I quickly realized how important protecting the park was to the people of my riding, and it goes beyond political allegiance. In signing my petition to protect Gatineau Park, thousands of residents of the Outaouais region and from all over Canada have already given me their support. NGOs with recognized expertise like Nature Canada and the local branch of the Société pour la Nature et les Parcs du Canada have given me their support. Mr. Speaker, today I'm calling on the support of elected officials from all political parties. I would encourage them to take me up on this invitation to protect Gatineau Park. Together, we can find a solution. So like our volunteers all across the country and residents of my riding and people who care about the Gatineau Park, let's not let this opportunity slip through our fingers once again. As I said, it's important. I know there's some reluctance. I know there are some questions, but those are not issues that we can solve here in the House. They need to be discussed openly at committee. We need to hear from people, from Canadians, from organizations who can make recommendations and suggestions and tell us exactly what they expect from us. But as I said at the beginning, everyone agrees that Gatineau Park should be protected. 20 years from now, we can't say we forgot about it or we messed up. We have to do this. We have to do it now. We have to think about this. We have to protect the park together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It being 12:09, the time for debate is up. Accordingly, the question is as follows. Ms. Turmel, seconded by Mr. Dewar, moves that Bill C-565, an act to amend the National Capital Act, Gatineau Park, and to make a related amendment to the Department of Canadian Heritage Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion?
favor of the motion will please say yea. Yay! All those opposed will please say nay. Nay! In my opinion, the nays have it. Conformément à l'article.
Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, April 30th, 2014, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. Government orders.
Of Bill C-13, Protecting Canadians from Online Crime Act.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Prince Albert.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak about Bill C-13 for the Protecting of Canadians from Online Crime Act, which would update the criminal code to respond to the pernicious issue of cyberbullying. Bill C-13 achieves this goal by proposing new criminal offences of distribution of intimate images without the consent of the persons depicted. Further, to ensure the police are properly equipped to investigate and enforce the proposed new offences and other criminal offences which involve the use of the Internet or which leave behind electronic evidence, the bill also proposes to modernize the criminal code's investigative tools. Similar modernization updates are being done to the Mutual Legal Assistance in the Criminal Matters Act and the Competition Act to ensure that they remain responsive and relevant to the requirements of modern technology. This bill has received considerable attention in the media, including for the proposed amendments to the investigative tools. I'd like to focus my remarks on these elements of Bill C-13 that deal with the investigative tools amendment. Mr. Speaker, it is not uncommon to hear people talking about how technology has changed our lives. The Internet allows us to book airline tickets from the comfort of our homes at any time of day or night. GPS systems allow us to get from Montreal to Saskatoon without a road map and without stopping to ask for directions. It has also changed the way we communicate with each other. Mobile phones keep us connected to each other no matter where we are. And text messaging has made communication so fast and cheap that it's easy to stay in touch with people halfway around the world. Canadians are world leaders when it comes to using the Internet in our daily lives. In 2012, 83% of Canadians over the age of 16 use the Internet in their personal lives, and that number continues to rise. The possibilities and opportunities that these technologies open up for us are nothing short of incredible. But just as these technologies can be used to bring people together, they can be used for nefarious ends. Technology can facilitate a wide range of criminal behavior, including the sexual exploitation of children, identity fraud, and as we've seen, and most recently, serious forms of cyberbullying. Technology has also introduced us to new crimes that simply didn't exist before there was computers. Crimes like computer hacking and denial of service attacks that have been added to the criminal justice lexicon. Technology has changed the type of evidence that are left behind after a crime has been committed. Previously, a telephone number may have been revealed the identity of a suspect. This information may now be found in the transmission data of an email. Conspiracies can be created in online chat rooms, and people even speak of electronic fingerprints. It is time to update the offences of criminal code to reflect these new ways of committing old crimes, as is the case when we think about bullying versus cyberbullying. The amendments in Bill C-13 would update investigative powers in the Criminal Code and the Competition Act to ensure that investigators have the tools they need to deal with the evidence in this new technological environment. Some of the proposed Criminal Code modernization amendments found in Bill C-13 would update existing offences, while some of them would update existing investigative tools or create new ones. With regards to the existing Criminal Code offences, Bill C-13 proposes to update the crimes of conveying false information, indecent communications, and harassing telephone calls found in Section 372. Currently, these three offences contain language relating to outdated technologies such as the telephone and telegraph. Now, with the proposed amendments, these same acts would be punishable where committed using email, text messaging, or any means of telecommunications. As much of the prohibited conduct in Section 372 is currently relevant to traditional bullying, for example, repeated and harassing phone calls, the proposed amendments would ensure that these offences are also responsive to cyberbullying. Further, the bill proposes minor updates to other criminal code offences. The amendments are part of the government's efforts to modernize the criminal code as it relates to new technologies. For example, amendments to the offense of possession of a device to obtain telecommunication services are also being made to another possession offense in the criminal code in relation to the possession of a computer hacking tools. These amendments make the two similar provisions consistent with each other, and in the efforts to increase transparency, update them to reflect the current jurisprudence in the area that holds the device, including the computer program. On this particular issue, it has been very wrongly reported in the media that Bill C-13 proposes criminalization of the theft of cable signals. In fact, the theft of cable signals have been in the criminal code since 1960. As to Bill C-13's proposed modernization of investigative tools, these amendments are designed to target electronic devices and tailored to ensure minimal intrusion on the privacy and civil liberties. There has been some confusion about some of the investigative tools included in the bill. I hope to be able to dispel some of these myths today as I explain the rationale and the reasoning behind these necessary changes to the criminal law. First, the bill proposes two new tools aimed at preserving volatile electronic evidence called the preservation demand and preservation orders. I would like to emphasize that preservation should not be confused with data retention schemes. Nothing in this bill would require Internet service providers to collect everyone's information and keep it on hand indefinitely. What a preservation demand or order would do is require a person or business that is not the target of the investigation to preserve a prescribed set of computer data. For example, an intimate image found on a website. The data could be preserved only for a limited amount of time in association with a specific investigation. A good way to think of this particular tool as a do not delete order, because it's simply asking the person to preserve or save the information already in their possession for a limited period of time. This tool is essential to enable police to conduct effective investigations in the area where crucial evidence can be deleted with a simple keystroke. The preservation demand and preservation order would provide police with enough time to go to the judge and get the warrants, orders they need to obtain the highly volatile evidence. They can do this without fear that the data they need will not be lost or deleted, either intentionally or inadvertently as a matter of regular business practices, during the period that it takes to obtain a warrant or production order for that data. The duration of the preservation order would be limited to 21 days for domestic investigations and 90 days for international ones. This means that if a police officer does not get the court order or warrant obtained the preserved data before the demand expires, that data would not be retained in the ordinary course of business, will be destroyed. The data would not be provided to the police without a court order or warrant. Let me repeat that. The data would not be provided to the police without a court order or warrant. If the duration of the preservation needs to be extended, the police would have to return to the judge or just to obtain a preservation order. The order would then give them up to 90 days to get the production order or a warrant to obtain the data that has been preserved. And again, if they do not get the production order or the warrant by the time the preservation order expires, the person in possession of the preserved data is required to destroy it, unless their business practices otherwise require that it be retained. What this means is that only specific computer data would be preserved under this scheme for a limited period of time and only for the purpose of an investigation. An even more fundamental privacy safeguards of the scheme is that the computer data, which would not otherwise be kept by a business, would be destroyed as soon as it no longer needed for the investigation. These safeguards exemplify our efforts to respect privacy throughout the bill and respect privacy under Canadian law. In addition to the preservation scheme, the bill proposes to update the existing production order regime. A production order is the judicial order that requires third parties, such as a bank, to provide police with documents containing data in connection with an investigation. This is in contrast to a search warrant that would be also issued judicially, but would allow police to search for the material themselves. There are currently two types of production orders in the criminal code. These are production orders for a very particular type of basic financial information, such as the status and type of bank account, as well as the more general production order for any type of data that might be needed to conduct an investigation. Often, the requirements of an investigation are quite targeted, and general production orders could provide police with a lot more information than they require in certain circumstances. In those cases, it makes sense to have specific tools, such as financial data production order, that allow the police to obtain the specific data they are looking for, and which they are designed to reflect the expected privacy associated with that particular type of data. One way of thinking about this kind of tailoring is that to think of it as privacy with precision. Instead of using one big tool for every problem, we are providing several tools that are more precisely suited to specific types of problems. So, the bill proposes to retain two existing categories of the production orders already found in the existing criminal code. In addition, it is proposing three more deal with specific types of data associated with modern technology. In particular, Bill C-13 proposes to create production orders for historic tracking data, which would permit police to determine, for example, the pattern of the bank card usage for a period of time. Historic data related to the routing and telecommunications, such as the time of email, which was sent, and to which address, which will be known as transmission data. And historical data designed to trace specific communications. The last type of production order would be a very important tool to address the complexities of modern communication, as it would allow the police to trace the origin of communications that may have gone through several different service providers before it's reached its destination. Other changes that are being proposed in Bill C-13 would impact the existing tracking warrant provisions. This is different from the production order from tracking data, which provides information about past movements. Police have been able to get judicial authorization tracking warrants for over 20 years, which permits them to track the whereabouts of a person in real time. As you can imagine, technology has changed a lot in that time. Where police were once able to track people with a limited accuracy, there are now technologies that exist that can track objects as much more precisely and closely. Bill C-13 proposes to split the existing tracking warrant provisions into two types of warrants, one for tracking people and one for tracking the location of transactions or the movement of such things as a car. The warrant for tracking things would continue to be available on the standard of reasonable grounds to the suspect, like the existing tracking warrant provisions. However, this legislation proposes to increase the threshold necessary to get tracking warrant in situations where people would be tracked. This would mean that when police officers applies to the judge or justice for a warrant to do this in more continuous and accurate type of tracking, the officer would have to meet the higher test to convince the judge that the tracking warrant is indeed needed. This is a dual approach. It would allow police to retain the efficiency of the lower threshold warrant while increase the privacy protection in situations where the greater privacy interests are at play. Another warrant provision which the bill is proposing to update is currently known as the number recorder warrant, which permits the police to monitor the phone numbers dialed from a particular telephone and the numbers to which particular telephone, which call a particular telephone. Although it is true that some of this still use traditional telephones to communicate, few old-fashioned dialing mechanisms are still in use. An increasing number of Canadians are using smartphones, text messaging, emails, and other high-tech methods to communicate. Police need to be able to capture the routing information that these new technologies produce, the same way they can currently capture phone numbers under existing warrants. The proposed transmissions data recorder warrant and the new production orders for the transmission data would allow police to do just that. Where police could previously only get the phone number of someone who was dialing, they would now be able to get parallel updating data forms of communications of destination information, like email addresses as well. This would provide for much needed modernization in this area, since technology has moved well beyond the telephone dialing. I think it's important to emphasize, though, that this warrant retains the criminal code existence of privacy protection. Neither the warrant nor production order would allow police to obtain the content of people's emails, text messages, or phone calls. They couldn't even get the subject line of an email using this warrant. In the essence, this bill would permit police to get information about where their communication is coming from or where it's going to. That's the only kind of information they are going to get with this warrant and production order. Besides these new and improved investigative tools, Bill C-13 also proposes to clarify and safeguard the common law powers of police. Section 487.014 would be amended to remove the requirements for police to administer or enforcing an act of Parliament before they can ask for information. The current wording has been creating problems for the police in performing everyday duties such as getting information for the purpose of notifying next of kin. There has been some concerns about this amendment as removing the limits on what police can ask a person who voluntarily provide information. Let's be clear. The police common law powers are rooted in legitimate police business, which is one limit. And further, the existing restrictions of the provider of that information will remain. They can only provide information that they are not otherwise prohibited by law from disclosing. Indeed, providers of information will be governed by the federal or provincial privacy legislation that will restrict the disclosure of personal information. To be clear, the primary purpose of this provision is to ensure that police do not need a production order every time they want to ask a question. These amendments are a result of extensive consultations both on the elements related to the proposed new offense of non-consensual distribution of intimate images and on the modernization of investigative tools. The bill proposes in Bill C-13 were recommended in the recent federal and provincial territorial reports on the issue of cyberbullying and non-consensual distribution of intimate images, which was released in July of 2013 and supported by the federal, provincial, territories ministers in November of 2013. This report strongly recommends both the proposed new offenses and the reintroduction of the elements related to the modernization of investigative tools. The report also recommends that the enactment of new offenses be supported by updated investigative tools. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-13 will provide police with a set of tools which allow them to be effective and efficiently conduct a complex investigation in the modern world. This applies to serious forms of cyberbullying, including the proposed new offense of non-consensual distribution of intimate images, as well, or other offenses that occur in cases of cyberbullying, such as criminal harassment or extortion. Our government is committed to combating cybercrime in all forms. And this bill is a necessary addition to the legislative toolkit. Mr. Speaker, when you look at this legislation, I think it's important that we really highlight the fact of what's going on here. Reality's technology has changed. The environment in which our police services work in has changed. And they need modernization in the tools so they can go about doing the job that they have been asked to do for many years. We need to make sure that they have access to the tools, have access to the information, so that we can still protect our families and our loved ones when they are victims of cyberbullying or cybercrime. So when we see situations where somebody's trying to entice somebody to do something wrong, or we see situations where they're being bullied, harassed, that we have the tools to prevent that from leading to something more serious. It's important that we see proper legislation move forward, and it's very important that we balance the privacy rights of the individuals with the rights of the police and the rights of the victim. In the way that this legislation is drafted, I think we've done just that. I think we've actually come into the effect where we allowed the data to be retained, but at the same time, the police officer involved has to receive the warrant before he can actually use the data that's there. And I think that's relevant. I think that makes a lot of common sense, and I think a lot of Canadians would understand that. You know, I just hope that all members appreciate the importance of this bill, because it is a very important bill. It's very important that we modernize our laws and our abilities to take advantage of new technologies as they come available, and to take on new criminal activities that are using the new technologies, and make sure that we have the tools for our police to make sure that these new technologies are not abused, but are actually used for what they originally were intended, and that was to make the public or for public good. So again, I hope that all members of this House will support the need for modern tools for modern times, and Bill C-13 provides it with just that. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to the questions.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Lafiard. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My question for my Conservative colleague opposite is this. The NDP will support this bill because it resembles the bill which had been introduced by my colleague from Nova Scotia. This is my question. What I deplore in this bill is that there's a lack of focus on prevention. I understand that the government wants to focus on criminalization, but I would ask whether we could not improve the bill by adding something to do with prevention in addition to criminalization, because we want to protect as many young people as possible against cyberbullying. So where's the prevention in this bill?
I thank the member for his question, Mr. Speaker, and he actually brings up a good point. You know, the bill is one part of the equation. I think if you talk to the Justice Minister or anybody else, and of course I don't want to speak on their behalf, but if you look at this, this is just one piece of the puzzle when it comes to cyberbullying. Education, the exact things that he was looking for, I think, are very important things that we should be considering as we debate this bill through committees and that. But the reality is we need to make sure that we put the tools in place for the police and the police forces so that they have the ability to take on these criminals properly. Now, that doesn't mean this is the end-all and be-all. This doesn't solve what we're looking for. This is part of the puzzle to solve the equation. Reality is education and other factors need to be looked at, and we have to ensure that our kids are kept safe. Not only that, we have to ensure that our kids understand what the consequences of their actions are when they send that text message, when they send that image. They need to understand that there's consequences, that they can be hurting somebody. When they make that anonymous note on an email or on a text or a Twitter, it actually has consequences. It impacts somebody's lives. And just because you're not looking at them, you shouldn't think that that's not happening. So I think it's very important that this be part of many things to tackle cyberbullying.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for outlining some of the effects of Bill C-13 and how it will help to modernize the tools that are available to our police forces to investigate, to actually reflect the fact that we do have many, many changes in modern technology. A number of years ago, Mr. Speaker, I introduced a private member's motion in this House. It was motion M388, which sought to clarify in the criminal code that encouraging someone to die by suicide, while it currently is an offense in the criminal code, it was not clear in the criminal code as to whether or not that included telecommunications and internet technology. So motion M388, which passed unanimously in this House, calls on government to implement some of those changes. And I was pleased to note in the comments my colleague made, and also in some of the comments that I've been able to read, that this bill actually does give police better tools to track and trace telecommunications as to their origin and destination. So I'm wondering if my colleague could just highlight how this bill will actually make it impossible for those who would presume to hide behind the anonymity of the Internet to continue to do that kind of devious work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Well, I thank the member for his question, and you know, what a disgusting act is to try to go online and convince somebody to take their own lives. I think everybody in this House would agree with you, my colleague, that his motion was an honourable motion, a motion that definitely was one that needed to come forward, and I hope to see enacted as we move forward. You know, one of the things I think that's very important that we're seeing in this, and which he highlighted in his question, is the fact that we're giving police the tools to actually trace where this information is coming from, who's doing this type of stuff. Because they're not just doing it to one person, they're doing it to a multiple number of people. It is a sickness that they have that needs to be dealt with. I call it a sickness because I don't know what else to call it. It's so disgusting when somebody would actually take on the role of convincing somebody else to take their own life. It's just disgusting. You know, Mr. Speaker, having said that, we need to make sure that we have balance. We need to make sure that we preserve people's rights and their dignities and their privacy. We want to make sure that's there. We also have to make sure that when we come across a situation where this is happening, that the police can actually have that data retained or preserved so that he can go and get the court order and the warrant to do the proper investigation. There has to be a proper process put in place, which has been done in Bill C-13. So I look forward to seeing how this will impact, and I look forward to seeing that hopefully this bill will solve those issues of cyberbullying and people who are disgusting enough to try to convince somebody else to commit suicide.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député d'Argenteuil-Papineau.
The Honourable Member.
Certainly, for me, this issue is very important. As a young woman, I grew up with a lot of technology around, and you know, learned to be wary over the years. But certainly, young people need to be able to know, you know, how to protect themselves, etc. My colleague from Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord did raise the importance of preventative measures, and unfortunately, my colleague did present a motion about a national strategy to prevent and end bullying. And unfortunately, the Conservatives voted against that. So I'd like to know why my colleague who has done this speech voted against that and believes that that was not a good way forward to prevent bullying. Thank you. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Well, I thank the member for their question, and preventative measures I think is very important. I think we'd all agree on that. But I think you also have to make sure that you put in process here, which we've done, a process that actually allows privacy to be protected, individual privacy to be protected, yet the data to be retained and preserved, and then a court order to be garnered before you take and use that existing data. So the police officer just can't go out and say, okay, I'm going to start an investigation and grab all this information just for information's sake. he actually has to go through and ask it to be preserved. Then he has to go to the courts and seek the appropriate legal warrant to use that data, and then proceed with his actual criminal investigation. And I think that's where C-13 is so much better than what was proposed by the opposition.
Questions and comments? Resuming question and commentaire, l'honorable député de Chicoutimi-Lefleur.
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Lefleur. Yes, indeed, I have a question about that. The member opposite said that the government's approach is better than the approaches taken in the two previous bills by the NDP. This is my question. For instance, in my bill, there was a provision on prevention, and there were different types of cyberbullying which were addressed. But in this case here, we're only dealing with one type of bullying, the distribution of non-consensual images. But cyberbullying comes in many forms. Sometimes it comes in the form of hate speech. Sometimes there are threats. But unfortunately, the government's bill does not address other forms of cyberbullying. So not only is the government bill not meeting the expectations of Canadians, but it's also a small piece of the entire problem of cyberbullying. So I would ask my colleague, in light of what I've said, how can he say that the NDP approach, which was bigger, is not as good as this very specific type of bullying being addressed in the government's bill?
Well, thank you, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think it's very important that we actually look at what we're trying to achieve here. We're not trying to get into partisan politics. We're not trying to say mine's better than yours and yours is better than mine and this is better. What we're really trying to do is focus on the fact that there is people out there being cyberbullied. There is a process that needs to be put in place. There are tools available to the police services that is not being able to be employed. This bill allows those tools to be employed. This tool also takes on the fact that privacy has to be respected. This bill puts in place a process to not only protect the data, but then the RCMP or the police services involved actually have to get the legal warrant before they can continue on with their investigation. This bill provides some safeguards both for the privacy, but also puts in tools so the police can actually be effective in doing their job. Tools that they no longer, at this point in time, are not able to use. I'm not going to get into partisan politics on which bill is better and who should do this better. I look forward to the debate in committee, because committee is a great place for that to be discussed. There might be some better ideas that needed to be added. But reality is, this here is a really good step. This bill here will save lives. This bill here will address cyberbullying. This bill here will address intimate images being used in cyberbullying attacks. And I hope this bill here will also address the disgusting act of convincing somebody to convince or commit suicide over the internet. This bill here is a step in the right direction for sure, Mr. Speaker. Not only that, it's part of the bigger picture, the bigger puzzle. Education, other items of knowledge needs to be passed on to our kids so they understand exactly what they're doing when they send that text message or that email. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well stated. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Esquimalt-Waterfuga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I must start by thanking my NDP colleagues for allowing me to speak on Bill C-13 today, because as a result of the application of time allocation for what I think was the 58th time, many of my colleagues will not have an opportunity to speak on this bill. And despite all of my colleagues obviously being New Democrats, we are a very diverse caucus and bring different experiences and represent different kinds of ridings here in the House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, I've risen to speak in favour of Bill C-13, but I do so with some reservations. Unfortunately, this bill is, in effect, yet another omnibus bill, which mixes together many other issues which should have been central, and that is bullying and cyberbullying. Instead, in this bill, we have a rather mixed bag of provisions, instead of a focused response to the urgent challenges of bullying and cyberbullying. So rather than try to address all the issues in this bill, I want to focus my remarks today on two aspects. First, the need for effective action to combat bullying, and then I want to say a few words about the proposed amendment to the hate crimes section of the Criminal Code, which surprisingly also appears in this bill in Clause 12. Since 2011, we in this House have had several opportunities to act on the issues of bullying and cyberbullying, but unfortunately we have made little progress. Nearly 18 months ago, my colleague from Chicoutimi-Lefleur put forward a motion M385, which called on the federal government to develop a national strategy with concrete steps to combat bullying. Unfortunately, the Conservatives voted down this motion, dismissing it as a call for further study, when what it was, in fact, was a call for leadership from the federal government in the fight against bullying and cyberbullying. Last summer, on June 17th, the member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour introduced a private member's bill, Bill C-540, which would amend the criminal code to make the non-consensual making or distribution of intimate images a criminal offence. At that time, we asked the government to expedite passage of this bill in order to try to prevent further tragedies like the suicide of Rtea Parsons, which took place as a result of cyberbullying. Unfortunately, the government preferred to wait for its own bill, which has delayed action on this critical issue for nearly a year.
That's true.
What we do have before us now in Bill C-13 is something much narrower than a strategy to combat cyberbullying, though it does have some similar provisions to those the member from Dartmouth Cole Harbour proposed many, many months ago. So we are, of course, supporting this bill going to committee precisely because some legislative action against cyberbullying is necessary. But again, I want to emphasize that focusing on bullying after the fact can only be part of the solution. Today, I want to reiterate 2 points I made when speaking 18 months ago in support of our motion for a national anti-bullying strategy, and that is the pervasiveness of bullying in our society and its amplification by the existence of new technologies. The prevalence and pervasiveness of bullying in Canada is truly shocking. In fact, bullying is happening around us all the time. In one analysis of Toronto area schools, it was found that a student is bullied every 7 seconds. Egal Canada conducted a survey of homophobia and transphobia in schools across Canada, which found that 74% of trans-identified students, 55% of lesbian, gay, and bisexual students, and 26% of non-LGBTQ students reported being verbally harassed. More than half of those reported that this bullying occurred on a daily or a weekly basis. One UBC study of students in grades 8 to 10 found that 64% of students reported they had been bullied. But even more saddening for me is their acceptance of that inevitability. 64% of these same students said they found bullying to be a normal part of school life. People are bullied for an almost infinite number of reasons, but almost all of those reasons are connected to hostility toward deviation from the perceived norm. Being too short, too tall, too fat, too thin, for where they were born, the color of their skin, the language they speak at home, for having an accent, for the clothes they wear, for sexual orientation, for their gender presentation, for what they are able to afford. The list goes on and on. But the result is always the same, creating a sense of exclusion for the victims of bullying. As technology has advanced, so have the means of bullying, with social networking, smartphones, and the internet becoming second nature to people in Canada, and especially young people. So has utilizing these resources for bullying. As a result, bullying has become intensified, and its impacts more widely distributed. Bullying is no longer a problem that only happens at school, on the school bus, or on the playground. It is no longer just a workplace problem. It can now follow victims home and invade their lives 24 hours a day, each and every day of the year. The consequences of bullying and the effects of bullying need to be taken seriously. We all know that the impacts of bullying on youth can be drastic and long-lasting. Young people who are bullied are more likely to face depression. It is estimated that male victims of bullying are 5 times more likely, and female victims 3 times more likely to be depressed than their non-bullied classmates. People who are victims of bullying are more susceptible to low self-esteem and are more likely to suffer from anxiety and illnesses. Young people who are bullied are more likely to engage in substance abuse and to self-harm. And of course, in recent years, we've seen the tragic rise in the trend toward youth bullycide. The list of those young people who have taken their own lives as a result of bullying is already too long and unfortunately continues to grow. The costs of bullying are found not just in its impacts on individuals, but bullying has wider social costs. One study has found that of elementary school bullies, 1 in 4 will have a criminal record by the time they are 30 years old. We can and must move beyond our platitudes and expressions of concern about bullying and not limit our responses only to actions taken after the damage has already been done. We all know that these bullying behaviors are learned. People are not born with their hearts full of hate. At the root of our response to bullying must be efforts to build a more open and accepting society. If there was a real intolerance for discrimination and hate, then bullying clearly wouldn't be so pervasive. We could make a good start by calling bullying what it really is. We need to recognize that most bullying is rooted in sexism, racism, homophobia, transphobia, ableism, and classism. These are serious prejudices that most Canadians find unacceptable in theory, but for some reason, these are deemed acceptable when they are expressed in the form of bullying. The need for a broad strategy as well as anti-bullying legislation is so obvious. Unfortunately, what we find in the rest of this bill is a mixed bag of only tangentially related provisions and some with no clear connection to the problem at all. Some things in this bill have been brought forward from the previously failed Bill C-30, though fortunately in this version it looks as if the important principle of judicial oversight of police access to Internet communications may be preserved, and I look forward to hearing from Canadians about this again when the bill reaches committee. One surprise in Bill C-13 was the inclusion of Clause 12. This section proposes the addition of some important provisions to the hate crimes section of the Criminal Code. I'm at a loss to explain why this has suddenly appeared in this bill, but I think it's a positive thing. Bill C-13 suggests adding national origin, age, sex, and mental or physical disability to the existing provisions of the hate crimes section of the Criminal Code. And while the connection to the other aspects of this bill is not immediately obvious, as I said, I do believe this is a good thing. What's missing from this section is gender identity. This House has twice voted in favor of adding gender identity to the hate crimes section of the Criminal Code, yet it is not included in Clause 12 of this bill. My own private member's bill, C-279, is still stuck in the Senate, more than a year after being passed in this House. And while I remain hopeful it will be adopted soon, there's an obvious potential problem in the conflict between C-13 and my own private member's bill. Unfortunately, if the Senate does pass C-279, Clause 12 of Bill C-13 would inadvertently undo half that progress. Bill C-13 in its present form would actually remove gender identity from the hate crime section of the Criminal Code if my private member's bill has already passed. So when we get to committee, we will be having a serious discussion about an amendment to add gender identity to fix this omission. It was nearly 4 years ago, it was more than 3 years ago that this House in a minority parliament voted to add gender identity to the hate crime section of the Criminal Code. And as I said, more than a year ago, in my own private member's bill, we voted on that. So I'm hoping that this proposed amendment to the hate crime section was inadvertent in its omission of gender identity, and that this can, in fact, be fixed in committee. So let me return to what I believe is the important question that should be at the center of Bill C-13, and that is there's an urgent need for Parliament to provide national leadership in the fight against bullying. Despite our concerns about this bill as an omnibus bill, and despite many of the other things stuffed into Bill C-13, as I said, we are supporting sending this bill to committee so that we can continue the dialogue on the important issue of bullying and cyberbullying. What's of concern to me, as I mentioned at the outset, is the attitude which has become prevalent on the other side of the House that when 3 or 4 members have spoken, it's time to end debate. And in fact, of course, the very root of the word Parliament means a place that we can talk about the important national issues. And so, for me, I feel it's a great privilege to stand here and speak on C-13 as a man who comes from the LGBTQ community, which suffers inordinately from bullying. I think I do bring a somewhat different perspective than some other members of the House do. And as someone from Vancouver Island, where I guess I would say we have a lot of early adapters of new technology, we see huge problems in local schools in bullying and cyberbullying. And frankly, when I talk to teachers, they're at their wits' end in trying to find ways to deal effectively. And so one of the things that's been common in the responses that I've received is a warning that we not simply look to criminal sanctions for youth to combat cyberbullying. That in fact, criminalizing bullying for young people could be a serious problem. And so again, I come back to we can't just focus on what happens after the bullying. We have to provide national leadership in coming up with ways to attack this problem before the damage actually takes place. And so some may say, well, that's not a federal responsibility. But I think it is, in the sense that when bullying and cyberbullying reach their most vicious levels, they often result in criminal acts. And since the Criminal Code is a responsibility of the federal parliament, then I think we do have a responsibility for crime prevention. And I would argue very strongly that a national strategy to prevent bullying and cyberbullying is a matter of crime prevention. And on the other side of the House, we hear a lot of discussion about victims. And we share the concern for victims in Canadian society. But how can we do our best job in addressing the needs of victims? I think we can do that by preventing victimization. And so once again, I think there's a responsibility for this House to look at what we can do to make sure that victims are not created through bullying and cyberbullying. And so I would ask the members on the other side, when we get to committee, to keep an open mind about those other things that we can do, not just applying criminal sanctions, although there are some things here which I agree are necessary, and they will be useful in the most extreme cases. But there are many more things we can do to make this the Canada that we all love and that we all believe is a great place that includes a space for all Canadians. Unfortunately, the evidence, when you look at bullying and cyberbullying, shows that that's not always the case. And so whether we're talking about immigrant communities and their desire to contribute to Canada fully, or whether we're talking about the LGBTQ community and our desire to be accepted in Canadian society and play our role very fully, whether we're talking about those with disabilities who are often sidelined in our society, we have to take all the measures that we can to make our country more inclusive and one which we can all be even more proud of than we are now. How do we do that? I come back to this argument again and again. We put forward a motion calling for a national strategy to combat bullying and cyberbullying. And this is where Bill C-13 falls short. It has those measures looking at what we can do after the fact to investigate criminal cases of bullying. It has measures to help apprehend those people who ultimately have performed criminal acts when it comes to bullying. But it does not have those measures that would actually help reduce this problem in our society. So, Mr. Speaker, you're telling me that I've got a lot of time left here. So what I'm going to do then is to return to my concern over Bill C-279. And I think it's a difficult one for some people to understand. My bill should have already passed through the Senate and should already be law. And so we have now the situation where transgendered Canadians are subject to hate crimes and bullying and the most subject to violence of any group in our society. And if that private member's bill, which passed this House, as I've said several times today, a year ago, if that had already been passed, we would have some of the tools we need to combat the epidemic of violence against transgender people in Canada. Canada is not, of course, alone. Transgender people are the most subject to violence everywhere around the world. And so I remain very sad that the Senate has taken so long to get down to business on passing C-279. They held hearings a year ago in June in their Human Rights Committee. They heard witnesses. They essentially finished the process of examining the bill and found it acceptable. And then, because of prorogation, of course, it starts the process over. I'm at a loss to see why the bill has to go back to another committee, and this time to the Legislative and Constitutional Affairs Committee. And we have had the promise from senators that they will take up the bill in committee soon. However, that promise was made in February, and we are now in April. And so why am I emphasizing this in Bill C-13? Let me say this. This is where the two bills come together in Clause 12, and those amendments to the hate crime section of the Criminal Code that are in this bill but failed to include gender identity. And so we have this unfortunate grinding of gears between the two houses here. If in committee we're able to add gender identity to C-13, that will be a good thing, because as a government bill, it will make its way through the Senate expeditiously. Because I've now begun to fear that Bill C-279 will face the same fate as the previous bill on transgender rights, and that it will die in the Senate without action before the next election. And so if we can get half a loaf, I guess, here in C-13, I'm prepared to work for that, and I look for support from the other side in correcting what I hope was an inadvertent omission of gender identity from those amendments that are in Clause 12. So when we go back to our ridings, when this Bill C-13 is in committee, I know that all of us will hear from members of our community about the urgency of what we're doing. And I know we'll hear again from the Conservatives about the urgency. But I have to emphasize that we've had many opportunities since 2011 to actually take action on these, what I call remedial actions, those things that take place after the fact. And again, I remain disappointed that the government would not expedite the private member's bill from the member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour, and we could have already had the non-consensual distribution of sexual images in the criminal code by this time. We would not still be waiting for that to happen. And of course, we could have already had a committee which had prepared a national strategy with concrete actions to combat bullying and cyberbullying. And so, as we near the summer recess that's coming up, I'm hoping C-13 will actually get through, but then it also faces the hurdle of the Senate. And is the Senate going to deal expeditiously with this bill? Are they actually going to get these provisions passed in a timely manner? I can only hope that they will, but the irony is that Bill C-13, of course, would go to the Constitution and Legal Affairs Committee of the Senate, where my private member's bill is also supposed to be going. So the chances of both of these getting through before we get to summer seems kind of small. And we have both the broader group of all of those who face bullying and the narrower group of those trans Canadians who are depending on the Senate to take effective action soon. But that just doesn't seem to be the way the Senate proceeds. And so, again, it's a mystery to me, as one of my colleagues said. It is a mystery to me. We had Amnesty International provide leadership in creating a letter from 100 civil society organizations, which was sent to the Senate earlier this year, asking them to take urgent action on C-279. And within 2 days, there was a response saying, we will act immediately. And nothing has happened. So obviously the sense of what immediate means in the Senate and in this House is quite different. And so my plea with senators today both is to deal with Bill C-279 expeditiously, and also when this bill gets to them, as I'm sure it will, before we recess for the summer, to also deal with Bill C-13 expeditiously. But I have to say, I'm not optimistic that this will actually happen. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, let me say that I'm proud to stand in this House today and speak on Bill C-13 because it does contain things that we need to take action on. But, and there's always this unfortunate but when it comes to legislation from this government, too many things have been stuffed into the same bill. And so we're going to have some serious discussions in committee about some of the other things that have been tacked on to this bill. And one of those is, of course, something I'm very interested in. And that's the question of gender identity in the hate crime section of the criminal code. And so I'm hoping we'll have cooperation in committee, and they will be able to get that amendment made, and we'll be able to get C-13 through this House, and we'll be able to get at least some limited action against bullying and cyberbullying taken before we recess for the summer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Esquimalt, San Juan de Fuco, I think, the riding. Thank you for his remarks. And he's right. This bill is a bit of an omnibus bill. It covers everything from terrorism to telemarketing and cable stealing and hate speech. And I'm wondering if the member who is very rightly concerned about the overlap between this bill and his private member's bill, C-279, which is stuck in the Senate, whether he would think that splitting off all the provisions that relate to cyberbullying into a separate bill, which would allow the committee, for example, to leave aside examining the other parts of the bill, whether that would maybe be a better strategy to at least pass part of the bill and make sure it's coordinated with his own private member's bill and gets through the Senate before we rise for the summer.
The Honourable Member for Esquimalt Juan de Fuca.
Well, I thank the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands for his question. As usual, he always takes a very reasonable approach to these matters. And I would point out that when Bill C-13 was introduced, on this side we offered exactly what he suggested. We said to the government, we're prepared to take out those urgent matters dealing with cyberbullying, have them in a separate bill, and pass them expeditiously through the House. And the government rejected that approach to doing so. So while I'll take seriously that the government wants this action to happen, I remain concerned that at each turn there's more and more delay on things which could have been done much earlier in this House.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate my colleague on his hard work when it comes to the rights of transgendered people. I'd also like to point out that the NDP proposed measures to fight bullying. I would like to mention the initiative of my colleague from Dartmouth Cole Harbour and his bill, as well as the work of my colleague from Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord, who tabled a motion calling for a national anti-bullying strategy. So I think we've encouraged the Conservatives to work with us, but unfortunately they've played politics over this serious issue. The government often proposes bills that have, the title has nothing to do with the objectives, or they lump things together like in their omnibus bills. Can the member explain the idea of a 2-year sentence for stealing cable signals?
Well, I thank the honourable member for a question, I think. I didn't suggest that there be theft of cable signals in this bill, and frankly, I don't know what it's a very good example of this tendency to stuff a bunch of other things into a bill, which is called, I think, prevention of cybercrime as kind of catch-all title for the bill. And so it does make it very difficult for us as members of Parliament to actually debate and vote on bills when they have a bunch of unrelated things put into the same bill. And in fact, in this case, as I mentioned, we've seen bills that were dropped, brought back, like C-30, brought back into this bill, admittedly in a better form. But I'm not sure what that has to do with bullying or cyberbullying. So we've got a lot of things mixed together here in this bill, and as I said, it makes it difficult for us to debate and do decisions on this. So when we get to committee, perhaps there'll be some opportunity to narrow the focus of the bill or improve the focus of the bill. I certainly hope that's the case.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Burnaby Douglas.
Mr. Speaker, and my colleague who spoke so well here today talks about the privilege of speaking here today. And I have to say I do feel privileged as well upon this issue, especially about the comments regarding the LGBTQ community. Of course, my riding, Burnaby Douglas, was home to the great Sven Robinson, who was the first openly gay MP, and Bill 6A, who was a tireless champion of the LGBTQ community. And now I have the privilege of sitting beside my friend here, who's our critic for this area, and I would say is probably the foremost champion of LGBT community issues in this House, and I thank him for his work. I was struck by his comments about the absence of transgendered rights in this bill, and I was wondering if he could care to comment on that more and what we should do to fix that, perhaps in committee. Thank you.
The honourable member for Esquimalt-Juan-de-Fuga.
Well, thank you very much. I thank the member for his kind comments, and it's a privilege to share a desk here in the House of Commons. I get the benefit of his very sharp sense of humor, which doesn't always appear through the microphones. But I do thank him for these kind words. Like all members of the NDP caucus, he's been a firm supporter of LGBTQ rights, and I'm very proud to be the spokesperson for our party, and the only party, of course, which has a spokesperson for LGBTQ rights in the House of Commons. I guess today I'm feeling charitable, and I'm going to say that I hope that the omission of gender identity from the additions to hate crime section was inadvertent. I think perhaps sometimes we make Machiavellian conclusions about what's happening in this House when they're not really deserved. I'm just not sure. If we were going to amend that section, and the House has already pronounced twice on the issue, it would seem to me obvious then that gender identity should have gone into Clause 12 of C-13, and when we get to committee, we will certainly be suggesting that it be dealt with at the committee stage.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire, honourable député de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank, in turn, my colleague for his work on bullying, as well as my colleague for Chicoutimi and for Dartmouth. This is a group of members who've worked very hard in recent years on this issue. My question has to do with one of the specific points he raised in his speech, and that is the fact that new technologies at times make bullying harsher for young people, because in the past it happened in the schoolyard only, but once you got away from school, your bullies couldn't still get at you, but today it's quite different, and that's why it's important for us to adjust legislation to these new technologies and realities that make bullying more omnipresent. So I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about that. The Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Juan de Fuca.
I thank the Honourable Member for Sherbrooke for his question. You know, it reminded me of my own experience, which is, of course, back when dinosaurs roamed the earth, and I was in elementary school. But the bus ride home, I lived in a rural area, the bus ride home was a hell for me, because I was perceived, even at that age, to be insufficiently masculine. And so I faced very severe bullying on the school bus every day, each and every day. And I have to say, I did not face it in the classroom in school, and of course I did not face it at home. And so I was literally terrorized by the bus ride every day. And my parents had a hard time understanding why I begged them to drive me to school, and begged my grandparents to take me to school. I never wanted to ride the bus. But for me, it was a very short period of the day when I was subjected to that. And once I was home, either my parents' home or my grandparents' home, where I spent a lot of time, I was safe from that bullying. And I think that's the big difference now, that technology has brought that bullying into people's homes. And it's made it not just be perhaps a short period of the day, but something that they have to live with and deal with very constantly. And also the anonymity that's sometimes provided by the internet gives people license to be even more mean, even more vindictive, even more prejudiced than they might otherwise be if their name and face were actually assigned to the comments that they were making. And so I think it's both expanded the time and the places in which you're subject to bullying, and it's also, as I've said, expanded the intensity of that bullying. So I think it is time for us to recognize the difference, that this is not the bullying that took place when I was a kid. This is something new, much more pervasive, much more intense.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to stand up to speak to Bill C-13, which is Protecting Canadians from Online Crime Act. First of all, though, I think I'd like to set a bit of context in terms of where we've come. And of course, as you might be aware, Mr. Speaker, it was 25 years ago that the first test was done in terms of the World Wide Web. So in 25 years, we have to look at how far it's gone. I think 2004 was the introduction of Facebook. Again, a new powerful tool. I might date myself a little bit, but I certainly remember going to my first clinic or tutorial where I was learning about the World Wide Web, and it was very, very complicated. You had DOS commands, you had giant computers, and of course now we have the ability with something the size of your palm to take a picture and to distribute it immediately around the world. So that is absolutely an incredible change over really what is a relatively short time of 25 years. You know, I think we do need to reflect before I go into the details of the bill and why this bill is so important, that this tool in some ways has been fabulous for Canadians and people from across the world. I always remember a colleague telling me how his grandmother in Argentina every night read a book over Skype to put their child to bed. We look at the ability to pay our bills by email. We look at our ability to, as I say, interact immediately with family around the world. And of course, it's much, much easier to keep that connection that you really treasure and value. Of course, as politicians, we've all seen the dark side of the internet. I think anyone that has a Twitter account or a Facebook account regularly feels some of the very vicious comments that come to you through those forums. As my colleague just said across the aisle, often anonymous and often very, very vicious. So I think, you know, as politicians, we deal with that, but that is nothing compared to really overstepping the bounds and the issues that some of our children and adults have had to deal with. You look at cyberbullying and you do a quick Google search, and hundreds of names come up immediately. You have Ryan's story, you have Bronag's story, you have Megan's story, you look at Ratea Parsons, you look at Amanda Todd. I mean, as we're aware, just recently, there is an alleged that she fell victim to someone from across the world. So again, times have changed absolutely incredibly. And Mr. Speaker, we need to change with those times. So what this bill is really proposing to do is changes to the Criminal Code, the Competition Act, and the Mutual Legal Assistance in Criminal Matters Act. And of course, this is going to create a law to address a behavior that can occur in cases of cyberbullying through the creation of a new offense of non-consensual distribution of intimate images, and of course would need to update the investigative powers to ensure that they are in line with this modern technology that we just talked about, where in 1 minute something as small as your hand can have reaches across the world. So I think I'd like to expand a little bit on terms of the Criminal Code amendments, and especially to highlight how they're designed to ensure appropriate privacy protections in face of the new technology. And of course, Mr. Speaker, that's a very difficult balancing act to, of course, really ensure that you protect privacy, but also have the ability and give the tools to tackle these horrendous issues. So in specific, there's a few areas. One is the preservation orders and demands, and of course there's updates out to the tracking warrants provisions, which of course are tools that are essential to ensure effective investigations are conducted in Canada when the police, of course, are faced with crimes involving technology. So what is this new preservation order? It's going to create new powers to be used in both the Criminal Code and the Competition Act contraventions. And the goal of these provisions, these two new provisions, is to ensure that volatile computer data will not be deleted before the police have time to get a warrant or court order to collect it for investigation. And of course, the needs for these tools is very obvious. Not only is computer data really easily deleted, it can also easily be lost through carelessness or just in day-to-day business practice. So a preservation order or demand will legally require a person to keep the computer data that is vital to an investigation long enough for the police to seek the judicial warrants and orders necessary to obtain the information. And of course, this tool will ensure the police can get the investigation underway without loss of really important evidence. So, of course, people might have concerns about the impact of these amendments in terms of a person's right to reasonable expectation of privacy. And, of course, they might have heard about Europe's data retention regime and worry that our legislation is going to import that into Canada. But, of course, Mr. Speaker, that's not what Bill C-13 is doing. The data retention is going to allow for the collection of a range of data for all telephone and internet service subscribers for a defined period of time, regardless of whether or not the data is connected with the investigation. Bill C-13 does not provide for data retention. It provides for data preservation, and that's a very important fact. It requires that specified computer data in connection with a specific investigation and specific people be preserved for just a limited period of time. And it's important to understand that this data is not going to be turned over to the police unless they've first obtained a judicial warrant or court order for that disclosure. Also, any of the data that was preserved and whose presentation is not otherwise required for regular business purposes will have to be destroyed as soon as it's no longer needed for the investigation. So, of course, this is going to protect the privacy of Canadians. This will also ensure that the regime created in this bill doesn't inadvertently result in the kind of data retention that I've just described. So as you can see, the data preservation scheme that the government's proposing is actually quite constrained in its focus, and it's been designed really as a stopgap measure so that the judicial warrants and the court order police obtained subsequently to the access to the evidence aren't rendered useless. So again, the really important intermittent tool. So another change that Bill C-13 proposes is the update to the Criminal Code's existing tracking warrant provision. And of course, this warrant was created in the early 90s, and police could obtain and use this warrant to track people, cars, or objects. But of course, again, like I described earlier, so much has changed in tracking technology since then. and the accuracy of this tracking technology, and the continuity with which it can track things has improved. And because of this improvements, the existing tracking warrant is outdated and its privacy safeguards no longer reflect the reality of modern tracking technology that could allow for greater privacy invasions than before. So this is an important thing that we thought we had to tackle, and Bill C-13 proposes to heighten the privacy protections for the most invasive uses of tracking technology. And this legislation does this by creating a dual threshold for tracking warrants. The police would be able to get the first kind of tracking warrant the way they have always been able to get it for the less invasive type of tracking, if they can prove to the judge or the justice that they have reasonable grounds to suspect that the warrant will assist in the investigation of an offence. The police would use this warrant to track objects, vehicles, and transactions. But, Mr. Speaker, for the more invasive technique of tracking a person using a device usually worn or carried by the person, like their cell phone, police would have to get a second type of warrant which provides for greater privacy protection than the first. Bill C-13 would provide that. To get such a warrant, the police would have to prove to the judge that they have reasonable grounds to believe that the use of tracking warrant would assist in the investigation of the offence. Legally, this is a tougher standard to meet, and as a result, it provides more privacy protection than the first type of warrant that's about tracking objects. And this is an important distinction as it reflects on a higher level of protection commensurate with a more intrusive potential of tracking persons, which is reflected in the second type of tracking warrant. So really, Mr. Speaker, that was designed to very carefully meet that very difficult balance again in terms of giving the police the tools in a modern day, but ensuring that there's appropriate safeguards in place. So, Mr. Speaker, to sort of bring things to conclusion, I talked about two specific measures, but I think if we look at the overall bill, we have to recognize that Canadians have, understandably been outraged by the crimes committed through the use of internet, including massive frauds, horribly cruel incidents of cyberbullying. And I believe that Bill C-13 is both a necessary and a balanced response to enable law enforcement to have the tools to respond to these criminal activities. And I encourage all members in this House to support Bill C-13. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my Conservative colleague opposite for having named a number of the young people who, since we were elected in 2011, have unfortunately committed suicide after long experiences with bullying. A number of bullying cases these days involve the internet, and they may involve an exchange of intimate photographs without consent. So what is the government proposing with C-13? I read it. It's about 75 pages long, and I didn't see anything to protect young people against cyberbullying that didn't involve the sharing of intimate photos without consent. Can my colleague comment on that? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as the Honourable Member knows, a crime is a crime, regardless of whether it's on the internet or not. But I think, more importantly, what we talked about here is the ban of the distribution of non-consensual intimate images, the ability to remove them. I mean, if he talked about the issues that we looked at in terms of some of the people, a good majority of them, the issues were around the distribution of intimate images. So, of course, what we're taking is an approach that's going to give the police the investigative tools, the legislative tools to truly tackle this issue. Of course, we need to continue to do the very important work outside of a legislative process that's focused on education and really making sure that Canadians are aware of this as an issue. So anything this big requires a multi-pronged approach.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi. Sherbrooke, rather. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to ask my colleague a question. She spoke at length about the issue before us today, bullying. It's all wishful thinking, but well-intentioned. I wonder why the member voted against the bill put forward by our colleague from Dartmouth, Cole Harbour. That bill would have made up for a number of shortcomings in the current legislation, and those were taken up in part. So why did she refuse to work with us previously? Today, basically, the Conservatives are presenting the same thing as we proposed earlier. So why didn't she work with us before, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary?
I think this is really typical in terms of the fundamental difference between the NDP and the Conservatives. The NDP regularly want to have national discussions that go on, whereas our government is a government of action. We're a government of giving the tools to the police that they need. We're a government that will see that these criminals deserve the criminal sentences that rightfully should be coming their way. So again, we're a government of action, not a government of continuing to just talk about issues, talk about issues, talk about issues.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord.
The honourable member. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. For most of my colleagues here in the House, this subject is of great interest to me. Cyberbullying, but also bullying generally. And I care so much about this issue that I decided that the only bill I would introduce in the House would be on this subject. And that's why about 2 years ago, I introduced a bill calling on the creation of National Bullying Awareness Week, and the Conservatives and the other political parties opposed this bill. And I have so much to say about it. So I'd like to come back to the speech given by the member opposite. The parliamentary secretary mentioned just how much her Conservative government is being proactive in the area of cyberbullying and bullying. But that's a lie. It's a lie because it's not true. In 2011 and in 2014, rather, we're debating this issue now, but in 2011, a young woman took her own life. This was in Truro, Nova Scotia. When the media reported on this event, her family and friends explained everything she had gone through, and they said that she had been bullied on social media, that she had received anonymous comments which were absolutely vicious, and people said that she should even take her own life. In 2011, as well, in Nova Scotia, Courtney Brown was bullied on Facebook, and this is what her parents said, and it got to the point where she couldn't stand it anymore and took her own life. So these are two young women in 2011 who were bullied online. They were being cyber bullied, and the Conservative government, which was in place at the time, did nothing. In the meantime, two other bills from the opposition were introduced because we within the NDP are proactive. There was my own initiative calling on a National Bullying Awareness Week, which was rejected, and then my colleague from Dartmouth Cole Harbour introduced a bill focused on presenting legislation on the dissemination of personal images, and again the Conservatives voted down that project. So the member is saying that her government is proactive, but that's not true. I'm very emotional about this matter, Mr. Speaker. A little earlier, I spoke about this matter with Steve Slepczyk, and we were exchanging messages, and we were so sad because as we were preparing my speech, my assistant and me, we were working on my speech, and since we were elected in 2011, there have been young people who committed suicide because of cyberbullying or because of bullying in person in school. In the House of Commons, we understand that bullying in the schoolyard is more of provincial jurisdiction, but cyberbullying is of provincial jurisdiction, federal jurisdiction, and that's where the federal government has to act. And this bill, which the bill the government has introduced, it doesn't go far enough. We're not opposed to it because this is a bill of 75 pages, and a small part of it deals with cyberbullying, and we do support that aspect, which deals with the non-consensual dissemination of personal images. But cyberbullying is much more than that, and again, this is really upsetting to me. A young person in North Battleford, Saskatchewan, Todd Lewicki, who also committed suicide. He was only 15 years old, and he was being teased, if you will, online, but it was beyond teasing. He was actually receiving threats, and he was being bullied on Facebook up until the night where he couldn't stand it anymore and decided to take his own life. Even his mother, who read the Facebook posts, his Facebook posts, she said these posts were disgusting. And she said that these insults were sent on his cell phone and on the computer at home. So, Mr. Speaker, the cyberbullying young people are subject to in Canada and around the world, this goes beyond the exchange, the non-consensual exchange of personal images. So Conservatives claim to be for law and order, but they're not really doing very much. They have to understand that it's not by passing Bill C-13, by giving it royal assent, that the government will be able to tap itself on the back and say that it has done something to fix the problem or to constrain cyberbullying in Canada. The non-consensual exchange of intimate photographs is only a small part of cyberbullying. In the media, there's a lot of talk, or not talk, but there's so many reports of young people taking their lives, but that's just the tip of the iceberg. There are young people across the country and parliamentarians who have stood up in this House who've said they had been victims of cyberbullying. I myself have been a victim of bullying. We have to do something. We have to do something, and that's why I think it's important for us to have a national strategy to counter bullying, and we have to support parents more throughout the country. For parents who know that their kids are being bullied or cyberbullied, well, they don't have the tools to fight back. I think that the government, with the means at its disposal, can do more to inform Canadians, to help Canadian parents to be better parents in helping their own kids fight cyberbullying. And the Conservative approach is simply to criminalize the act of cyberbullying once the act has been carried out. Unfortunately, this would leave scars. If a young person is bullied for many years, well, the damage is done. Even if the bully, suffers consequences, it might be that the young person who was bullied is not alive anymore, even if there are consequences to the bully. Is this justice? I don't think so, Mr. Speaker. Families, friends of young people who are being bullied, and even those who are being bullied but who do not take their lives, they bear the scars for a long time. And it's the worst thing, and I wish no young person would be bullied. Often bullying is one young person against another. You can call it cruelty of kids, the cruelty of children who are not aware of the consequences of their actions and the evil they can perpetrate. Sometimes young kids imitate their parents when they see two adults speaking badly of a colleague or being petty towards each other or other people. These young kids absorb the type of behavior their parents might be engaged in, and they might see this kind of behavior on the bus and online or imitate it. Mr. Speaker, it'd be so great if we could pass legislation so that there was more love amongst Canadians to raise awareness, but I know that this is utopic. But I say to the government, it's not too late. Don't rest on your laurels. After passing Bill C-13, the government has to do even more to fight cyberbullying. It has to focus more on prevention. For instance, a very concrete measure which could be taken, and which I hope the committee studies, is that we'd have a process where if a young person is cyberbullied on Twitter, on Facebook, or any other way, this young person should be able to go to a federal website and complain, and perhaps even put a link to the bullying text. And that way police authorities would be able to investigate, and by working with internet service providers, they might be able to retrace the bully and send a warning to the bully, and to send a warning to the parents as well. So the parents could get involved and say, hey, Tony, is it true that you've been bullying Alex? I think this is the type of concrete measure that the government could help bring about. It's something the NDP wants to do. Thank you for listening, and thank you for taking these points into consideration. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to put a question to my colleague for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord, who gave a very emotional speech. I know that he's worked very hard on this issue, and in fact he traveled across the country to talk about bullying to young people and to make them aware as much as possible about this reality and the consequences bullying can have. I'm sure that he would have liked to have gone to every single school in Canada, but unfortunately, of course, that just wasn't possible, which leads me to my question. What can we do more? What can the government do more? As we've heard, the government has put forth a very specific measure, which in fact we had already proposed in this session. So what can we do more than simply address the problem of the non-consensual distribution of intimate images? So what else can be done to help counter cyberbullying once and for all? The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his question. I think the government needs to listen. Certainly listen to members of the opposition, even though the government doesn't seem to like to do that. But the government should listen to the Senate. It's funny that I say this, but about 2 years ago, the Senate published a report on cyberbullying. Now, we know that most senators are conservative, but the first recommendation in the report was to bring about a national cyberbullying strategy. And this report came out shortly after it defeated my motion, and I thought, wow, conservative senators are calling for a national strategy on cyberbullying. And I had raised this very issue in the House, but for partisan reasons, and this saddens me, so for partisan reasons, the government voted against my motion. So I think the government should read the Senate report, which is a good one. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Bromont. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to congratulate my colleague for his speech. For my colleague for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord, he spoke with a lot of emotion, and it was a really interesting and relevant speech, very relevant to the issue we are debating here. When it comes to Canada, well, we have to talk about Canada's youth. They are our future, and we have to look after them. Now, having this debate is a first step in the right direction, but I think it's very important to support communities who every day are doing work in the ground. In Drummondville, there are a lot of organizations and committees working against, or rather on this issue. We have a subcommittee on violence and a subcommittee on cyberbullying, which is trying to bring together all of these social organizations in Drummond. So I feel that the most important thing in this debate, and my colleague for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord had raised this matter, which was the idea of a national strategy on cyberbullying. I think this is a great way to tackle this issue. We need not only punish, but we need to prevent. So I'd like my colleague to speak to the fact that the federal government should play a greater role in prevention within a national strategy. The honourable member. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to respond to my colleague. But first, I'd like to congratulate him for his own initiative in his riding. He said that there are groups in his riding which are helping young people who are victims of bullying. That's fantastic. And that's why, in my own idea for a national strategy on cyberbullying, I thought the federal government should support to an even greater degree organizations on the ground. We don't need to reinvent the wheel here. Cyberbullying, based on the a report in 2012, can affect the well-being and the mental health of young people. Bullying can have very negative impacts on, for instance, how well students do in school. Their marks can go down, they can feel desperate, they can feel isolated, and they can start feeling suicidal. So really the government can do more than C-13.
Honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as before I've said, it's always an honour to be able to speak in this House as a representative of Lambton, Kent, Middlesex, and particularly today, Mr. Speaker, as we speak in support of Bill C-13, the Protection Canadians from Online Crime Act, which addresses, has been heard today by all speakers, the serious criminal behavior associated with cyberbullying. This is an issue that affects Canadians across this country, whether it's small communities like mine, large cities, remote areas, or urban areas. It's an issue of grave concern, Mr. Speaker, to all of us. For Barb and I, who are parents and grandparents, as aunts and uncles, as parliamentarians, and as Canadians, we take this for what the Act talks about. We've all heard of the tragic results of cyberbullying. My colleague spoke and mentioned a number of those individuals that have been captured and caught in this cyberbullying effects. Stories of children so distraught that they take their own lives because they can no longer handle the barrage of taunts and threats and humiliation that are absolutely heartbreaking to them and to everyone around them. Mr. Speaker, we have the opportunity to take decisive action now and try to prevent, as much as we can, future tragedies. The legislation before us is one which will move us ahead with reforms to our laws to deter the effects and the types of destructive behavior. Certainly having stronger penalties in place will act as a strong deterrent to those who would post intimate pictures of someone online without their consent. But it is also critical, and today we've heard a lot about that, but today it is critical that every possible step to prevent bullying in all forms should be taken. In my time today, Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about our government and specifically Public Safety Canada. It's prepared to establish through a number of preventative education and awareness activities. As the lead federal department on the issue of cyberbullying, Public Canada, Safety Canada, should say, is tackling this form of intimidation. This includes supporting programs that work to change behaviors among young people to prevent bullying of all types, whether it's online or in person. For example, our government is currently supporting the development of a number of school-based projects to prevent bullying as part of the $10 million that was committed in 2012 towards new crime prevention projects to address this and other priority issues, preventing violence among at-risk youth and offending among urban Aboriginal youth. Education and awareness are also critical to addressing this harmful and extreme behavior. And yes, Mr. Speaker, we are working on a number of initiatives to encourage youth We need the youth themselves to speak and to let adults know what is happening. Our government supports the Canadian Centre for Child Protection, which operates cybertip.ca, an initiative that started in 2002, and then also needhelpnow.ca. These are websites, Mr. Speaker, that Canadians can use to report online sexual exploitation of children, to seek help for exploiting resulting from the sharing of sexual images. In addition, the RCMP, Centre for Youth Crime Prevention, offers resources such as fact sheets, lesson plans, interactive learning tools to youth, parents, police officers, educators on issues such as bullying and also cyberbullying. We also talk about cyberbullying during Cyber Security Awareness Month, and Mr. Speaker, as we all know, that takes place for 1 month long in October. So the focus of Public Safety Canada Get Cyber Safe campaign is to educate Canadians of all ages on the simple steps they can take to protect themselves from people who want to do harm to them online, or things like identity theft, fraud, and computer viruses. And part of helping our young people stay safe online includes Mr. Speaker, we've got to make them aware of the dangers of cyberbullying and what they can do to help to stop it. As part of our efforts in regards to Public Safety Canada, it launched a national public awareness safety campaign called Stop Hating Online, and that was initiated just this past January of 2014. So what does that do? Well, it does a number of things, sir. It provides information to youth and their parents about the potential serious legal consequences around cyberbullying and or the distribution of intimate images without consent. It also informs Canadian adults, that they have a role to play in this prevention and reporting of cyberbullying. And also, it's to raise awareness among young Canadians regarding the types of behaviors that constitute cyberbullying and the impacts of that on our people. We want to help them to understand, Mr. Speaker, that they can be more than a bystander, that they can give information on how and when they can stand up to cyberbullying. Mr. Speaker, we want to make sure that we go beyond that, and we want to make sure that in order to reach as many people as possible, we want to make sure we cover both adults and the youth. Our government wants to work, yes, closely with the private sector and other government partners to deliver the campaign used in a wide variety of media, awareness activities, but also with a particular focus on using social media to spread the word and encourage Canadians. I hope the members of the House were able to see some of the ads that were played on TV, particularly across national TV networks between January and March. And Mr. Speaker, the idea was aimed at parents and aimed at youth, and later being a little more edgy and dynamic to capture the attention of our captive or our techie-savvy youth. Both ads illustrated how easy it is, just how easy it is for kids to share intimate images of each other through their mobile phones and social media, often without much thought. And both end with a clear, serious message that sharing intimate messages and images without consent is not just wrong, Mr. Speaker, it's also illegal. Something we're working towards with legislation before us. Well, because the younger generation is not necessarily watching the evening news, and I think all of us in here get that. So the same ads were played online and also at movie theaters. The ads drove people to the comprehensive website called Stop Hating Online, which provides concrete tools and tips for youth, parents, educators, and all those concerned with cyberbullying. The campaign uses as much of social media, like YouTube and Facebook and Twitter to reach out to youth. This is where we are seeing, quite honestly, a significant engagement and positive feedback from youth and parents who are embracing this campaign and telling us clearly that they are not going to accept this destructive behavior, not only for themselves, but also for their families and also for their friends. In fact, Facebook told us in Canada that reported the interest and engagement is much higher than average for the Stop Hating Online initiatives. They've also had over 1 million views of the youth-oriented ad on YouTube since its launch. Facebook accounts for more than 60,000 times its usual hits. So, Mr. Speaker, what we're saying is that when you reach out across all media and all types of contacts, it is starting to get home. But I think really the honesty of it, Mr. Speaker, is that as we watch, and we've watched the television news and we've listened to reports of those that have been caught in this, is that they just need to understand the severity of it. And so I think my time is wrapping up, and so I just ask that, obviously for obvious reasons, Mr. Speaker, that as a proud parent, grandparent, that we would ask the members of this House to support Bill C-13. Thank you very much.
Question and commentaire.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to put a question to my Conservative colleague on Bill C-13. I wanted to ask him a very specific question as to why they decided to include a number of issues in the bill that aren't necessarily linked to cyberbullying. Now, this bill has a wonderful title. It talks about dealing with cyberbullying, and we'll be supporting sending it off to committee at second reading, but there are other things that aren't linked. For example, the inclusion of a 2-year sentence for the theft of a cable signal. Now, perhaps my colleague can tell me what the specific link between that and cyberbullying is, and why the government decided to include that and other measures in this bill, because they weren't originally linked to cyberbullying.
Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague across the way for his question. One of the things Bill C-13 is significant, as I mentioned, that in our justice bills, and particularly again in this one here, there's got to be a significant deterrent for those people that commit cyberbullying or bullying of any kind, quite honestly. We tend to think of cyberbullying, but actually just the personal person bullying, and we've heard examples of that in here, not only today, but from time to time. We believe on this side particularly that there's also got to be significant consequences for those that do those acts. They have serious consequences to those that are being bullied. And so, but also part of it, as I mentioned, and actually in mine I spent likely more time talking about some of the preventative and some of the assistance in terms of education and prevention as I did about some of the penalties. But it has to work hand in hand. We need to have consequences and penalties, and we also need to make sure that we spend our time and resources in making the prevention as big an issue as we can. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to continue on the same line of questioning in terms of, listening to the member speak on the issue of cyberbullying. I was actually pleased with many of his comments, but it seems to me that the government wants to come across talking a great deal about cyberbullying, yet if you take a look at the legislation itself, it does deal with more issues than just cyberbullying. It was cited in terms of the cable theft as an example. And the question I have for the member is that if the government was truly wanting to be fixated on the issue of cyberbullying and allowing for the debate and the focus of public attention on that issue, why would you not just have the bill deal specifically with cyberbullying?
The Honourable Member for Lambton Kent Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague also from across the way, who, as we know, is very active on a daily basis in terms of the debate, and I think that's great because he raises a number of great issues, as is this one. But I think as also when we talk about cyberbullying and we talk about the internet, and if you have fraud that is taken and you lose your identity and you lose your correspondence that connects you to the people that you only want to have, somebody gets that and they use it in not maybe only an immoral but in an illegal way, it needs to be part of what we talk about in cyberbullying. It needs to be part about what we talk about in C13. And so, Mr. Speaker, I think it's good that we have that question. I'm pleased with it because we want to make sure that we cover the basis as wide as we can to make sure, and it'll go to committee. And at committee, we will have another opportunity for input by witnesses to have that discussion about if there are weaknesses or if there are concerns, then they can be brought up and looked at committee also. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it is a pleasure for me to rise today and talk on what I believe is a very important issue. The issue of cyberbullying is very real, it's tangible, it happens every day, Mr. Speaker. It affects the lives of thousands of Canadians throughout our great land. And there is a responsibility for government to do its best in terms of ensuring that we have the tools that are necessary, that are in fact going to make a difference. And that's really what it is that we want, Mr. Speaker, from within the Liberal Party. We would like to see a comprehensive approach at dealing with the issue of cyberbullying, Mr. Speaker. That is what's really important here. The legislation is one part of it. The additional resources and the ideas and budgets and through thrown speeches is another part of it, Mr. Speaker, where we see a government that's really wanting to focus its attention on dealing with an issue that many Canadians are quite concerned about, Mr. Speaker, and want the government to demonstrate leadership on such an important issue. You know, in listening to the member that I posed the question to, I had asked specifically in regards to, and I appreciate the frankness in the answer that he provided. But the point is, Mr. Speaker, we have before us a piece of legislation that deals with a number of changes. And some of those changes, Mr. Speaker, I don't think do any service in terms of being incorporated into the important issue of cyberbullying. There's even the one aspect, Mr. Speaker, dealing with, remember the old bill C10, or S10 that came before the House, Mr. Speaker, which had some fairly significant implications regarding lawful access. That was the former Bill C30. And the assurances back then that the government gave, in essence saying that that issue, that bill did die on the order paper. Why incorporate some of the things that they have, Mr. Speaker, into this very important issue? Made reference to the cable industry and the cable theft being incorporated into it. Because I suspect, Mr. Speaker, if you canvass the House, what you would find is that there's a great deal of interest on the issue of cyberbullying today. You know, it's nothing that's new. It's been there for many years. You can talk about the cyber.ca issue, Mr. Speaker, our website, and I would really recommend that people check into the website. The type of information that you can draw from there, Mr. Speaker, is fantastic. And we need to get more and more people educated about the process of bullying that takes place. In 2005, there was legislation under Paul Martin that was being proposed, Mr. Speaker, the former Prime Minister, back in 2005. We've had other members, in particular, I look to my colleague from Vancouver, a wonderful Liberal Party health critic that has brought forward the issue of cyberbullying, Mr. Speaker.
This is an issue that has been before us for a number of years, Mr. Speaker. And it keeps on growing in terms of its seriousness, in the importance of the House to take more action in dealing with it, Mr. Speaker. Today, we have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, a litany of others, programs, applications through the Internet that are used as a mechanism in order to inflict hurt upon someone else, Mr. Speaker. And you cannot underestimate the tragedies that have been caused because of the type of cyber bullying or harassment that is taking place, as I say, every day, Mr. Speaker. And that's why when we look at this legislation, Mr. Speaker, in principle, all members, I believe, but I can assure you that the Liberal caucus is quite supportive of the issue of taking action that's going to assist us in dealing with that very important issue of cyberbullying. But we want to go further than that, Mr. Speaker. We want to challenge the government to look at refocusing some of its priorities. The member made reference to commercials, advertising commercials. There's a great deal of benefit through education and using advertising as a wonderful mechanism, as a wonderful tool to educate our population. Because not everyone listens to the 10 o'clock news or the 6 o'clock news. The member is right. Purchasing advertising spots in sports programming, children programming, would be of great value. Think of the hundreds of millions of dollars this government spends on advertising, on their budget, their whole economic progress or whatever it is you want to call it, Mr. Speaker, program. Hundreds of millions of dollars to no real great value. All it is just a bunch of spin coming from the government in regards to what it is that it's actually doing. Why not use some of that money, the hundreds of millions, on good, solid programs that are going to make a difference?
That's a good idea.
Such as developing, and not only developing, but paying for the advertising in our multimedia world today, Mr. Speaker, and educating individuals in regards to cyberspace. That is what we should be doing, Mr. Speaker. And we challenge the government of the day to be a little bit more creative on that front. We do need to work with the stakeholders. How can you develop a strategy to educate and encourage people to get a better understanding of such an important issue if you're not prepared to work with the different stakeholders that we have here in society, Mr. Speaker? One example would be our schools. In Manitoba, we have in excess of 200,000 students attending public school. What is being done to incorporate or to encourage, Mr. Speaker, some sort of programming that educates our young people? I don't want to have to rely on Facebook and independent thinking that takes place in a locked room where all sorts of mischievous behavior could be occurring in terms of educating our young people, Mr. Speaker. It's got to go far, far broader than that. That the departments of education needs to play a role. So we got our schools, we have our departments, our school divisions, we have our departments of education, all of which need to play a role. What about the private sector, Mr. Speaker? We talk about harassment that takes place through the cyber world. It's just incredible. The amount of vindictive types of attitude and how quickly individuals will attack a potential victim by going to the internet and posting a picture or making a statement, Mr. Speaker, an image that will have a very strong, profound negative impact on that particular life, Mr. Speaker. These are the type of things in which only one level of government, that being the national government, this Prime Minister, that has got to realize just how important it is that here in Ottawa we set it as a priority issue. Mr. Speaker, every day that goes by in which this government chooses not to be more aggressively proactive on this issue, we are destroying lives because we allow it to continue to the degree in which it is moving forward today at a very rapid pace. So we welcome, Mr. Speaker, the idea of action. We support action in dealing with the cyberspace, Mr. Speaker, anti-bullying. We want to see more of a comprehensive, all-inclusive way, a strategy that's going to go more than just changing the criminal law, Mr. Speaker. It's time that the Government of Canada start working with the other stakeholders. We can make a much larger difference if, in fact, the government would take that interest, Mr. Speaker. I see my time has expired. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to share a few words.
Yes, in fact, the time for government orders has expired. The 5 minutes of questions and comments for the honourable member for Winnipeg North will take place when this matter returns before the House, possibly following question period. Déclaration de député.
Statements by members.
First, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to take the floor today to talk about events all across Canada for Earth Day.
Ridings, multiple celebrations, hundreds of them, involving thousands of volunteers for the 44th Earth Day celebrated in North America. For myself, I was proud to participate with my friend, the Honourable Member for Thunder Bay Superior North, in a great concert at the Italian Cultural Centre in Thunder Bay, involving folk legend Valdi and Sarah Harmer, Rodney Brown. Back in my home riding in Sydney, we celebrated artists for an oil-free coast with Robert Bateman, one of Canada's most loved artists. School kids at Campus View Elementary organized a great Earth Fest, as well as hearing from Wade Davis, one of Canada's leading photographers and authors on the threats to the sacred headwaters. We marched in Victoria at Creatively United for the Planet on Saturday. All together we can say 45th Earth Day, let's have accomplished what we need to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Mississauga Arundel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sasri Akal, Wahe Guruji Kakolsa, Wahe Guruji Ki Fateh. This past weekend, I had the pleasure to join almost 100,000 Sikhs at the 29th annual Khalsa Day Parade in Toronto. People of the Sikh faith donned their traditional multicolored robes to share their distinct culture, including music, prayers, and traditional foods on the Toronto streets. With April being the first ever Sikh Heritage Month in Ontario, it is a good time for all of us to celebrate the many successes of the Sikh community here in Canada and around the world.
Absolutely.
While regrettably one organization has chosen to use their resources to fearmonger and spread hate by circulating a racist flyer to Brampton residents, I encourage all Canadians to take this month to reflect upon it and celebrate the many contributions that Indo-Canadians have made to our vibrant communities. Thank you.
Absolutely.
The honourable member for Esquimalt-Wanda-Fuga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On April 9th, I was privileged to attend the ceremony commemorating the 97th anniversary of the Battle for Vimy Ridge, the site in France where 4 Canadian regiments first fought together as a single force and won one of the great tactical victories of the Great War, unfortunately at the cost of the lives of more than 3,600 Canadians on a single day. We spent the following day visiting other memorials in Belgium, where Canadians also played a major role. Passchendaele, Saint-Julien, Essex Farm, where John McCrae rode in Flanders Field, and the Menham Gate in Ypres, where literally hundreds gather each evening for a last post ceremony. I want to thank the Minister for Veterans Affairs for inviting opposition members to accompany him on this trip, and thereby demonstrating that it is possible for us to rise above narrow partisanship in the service of Canadians. Reading the more than 11,000 names whose final resting place is unknown on the monument at Vimy, or the names of nearly 7,000 Canadians among the 54,000 names of the missing on Menham Gate in Ypres, one cannot help being reminded of the diversity of those who served Canada in World War I. I remain grateful for the opportunity to represent Canada on this trip, not to glorify war, but to honour sacrifice, lest we forget.
The honourable member for Red Deer.
Mr. Speaker, on April 10th, Innisfail lost one of its community builders, Don Llewellyn. Don's father, Lewis, had once been Innisfail's mayor, and that dedication to community was passed down from father to son. Since 1937, Llewellyn Electric stood for service and commitment, and as one of Don's customers, I can truly say that we always felt like family. Don played for the Innisfail Eagles hockey team for 12 years and remained part of this organization until his passing. It was Don's love of water skiing that took him and his family to the world stage, as his mentorship and love of the sport helped propel his sons Craig and Jarrett to become world champions and world record holders. Don and his wife Christine continued to watch Jarrett, wife Britta, and grandson Dorian as they, to this day, continue to push the limits of water skiing supremacy. Don was a role model in so many ways. Our thoughts and prayers go out to Chris and their loving family, as well as their countless friends. He will be missed.
Honourable member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, Yom HaShoah is a day of profound reflection, not only for Jewish communities here in Canada and around the world, but for all Canadians and all members of the human race. Holocaust Remembrance Day provides the global community with an opportunity to remember the unthinkable evil of the Holocaust, to reject the hatred and inhumanity that fueled it, as well as the indifference that allowed it to happen. It is the responsibility of all of us to ensure that this dark moment in human history is never forgotten. Today, my Liberal colleague, the member for Mount Royal, is in Auschwitz to mark this solemn day of remembrance by lighting a memorial torch with the grandniece of Raoul Wallenberg and to address the March of the Living. Today, I urge all Canadians to recommit that we will never allow such horrors to be repeated. We will not hate. For, in the words of Holocaust survivor and Nobel Peace Prize winner Elie Wiesel, for the dead and the living, we must bear witness.
The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Mr. Speaker, today is Workers' Memorial Day, a national day of mourning designated for us to remember workers killed or injured on the job. We must take this opportunity to reflect on the sacrifices made in times past. We're fortunate enough to live in a time where workplace safety has been greatly improved and workers' deaths are much less common. Those who built the Welland Canal were not so lucky. In my own riding, we're working to honour over 130 workers who perished in the construction of the Welland Canal, which was central to the development of our community. That's why I'm co-chairing a community effort to build a monument that will honour the memories of those fallen workers. This will fulfill a promise that the federal government made in 1932, but was a promise that went unkept. Today, we pause to remember the sacrifices made by those men and women who literally built Canada. The best way to do that is by working to ensure that we have safer workplaces today so that tragic accidents become a thing of the past. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Mr. Speaker, today we commemorate and honour those Armenians who perished in one of the worst atrocities of the 20th century. We recall the horror of 99 years ago when 1.5 million Armenians were massacred or marched to their deaths in the final days of the Ottoman Empire. We grieve for the lives lost and the suffering endured by those men, women, and children. We are joined in solemn commemoration by thousands here in Canada and millions across the world. The New Democratic Party has been consistent regarding the history of what occurred in 1915, that a full, frank, and just acknowledgement of the facts is vital for nations to heal going forward. People and nations are stronger and build a foundation for a more just and tolerant future by acknowledging and reckoning the painful elements of the past. As we recall the horror of Medjugorje, in doing so, we remind ourselves of our shared commitment to ensure that such dark chapters of human history are never repeated.
The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky.
Merci, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To join with our Minister of State for Sports and Canadian students from Glebe Collegiate at the Queen's Baton Relay on Parliament Hill today, hosted by My Commonwealth, a youth-led organization that brings people under 30 to be actively engaged in the Commonwealth. The Queen's Baton Relay takes place before each Commonwealth Games, during which the baton visits 70 nations and territories and covers close to 190,000 kilometres over its 288-day journey. This year's Games are in Glasgow, Scotland,
and start on July 23rd. Canada is a proud member of the Commonwealth. The very first Commonwealth Games were held right here in Canada, in Hamilton, Ontario. I support the Games along with other projects in which we in this House have been working to make Canada the fittest nation on earth, such as the Parliamentary Fitness Initiative, in which members run, walk, or swim together, Bike Day on the Hill, National Light Jacket and Swim Day on the Hill, and of course, National Health and Fitness Day this year, June 7th, already proclaimed by 84 cities across Canada. Together, let's make Canada the fittest nation on earth.
The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians want tough-on-crime measures that are effective, efficient, and make good common sense. They don't want half-baked schemes dreamed up by big government Liberals that do nothing to keep Canadians safe. That is why we ended the wasteful and ineffective long gun registry. It did nothing to prevent a single crime, and Mr. Speaker, here is proof. Since 2009, gun crime in Canada has decreased by more than 25%, despite the dire predictions of Liberal elite politicians like former Ontario Attorney General Michael Bryan, who implied that hunters and farmers were responsible for all domestic violence. Mr. Speaker, we all know in reality that gun crimes are committed by bad guys and criminals who acquire guns illegally. A good guy with a gun is a law-abiding hunter or a sports shooter or a farmer. It is about time that the leaders of the NDP and the Liberals quit their long-enduring harassment of these law-abiding Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I, for one, am a member of this group. We are not part of the problem. We are part of the solution.
The honourable member for Halifax.
Kyle Hickey died tragically of extensive burns at his Nova Scotia workplace. His mother said quite perfectly, "You go to work and you're supposed to come home at the end of the day." In 1991, this House adopted an NDP private member's bill proclaiming April 28th as a national day of mourning for workers killed or injured on the job. First we mourn the dead, and then we fight for the living. There's no such thing as a workplace accident. Every workplace death and injury is preventable. Since 2004, the criminal prosecution of employers for workplace injuries and fatalities is possible, and I'm proud of the work Alexa McDonough did in this House to ensure that this was possible through the passage of the Westbury Bill. The charges have been laid only once. As politicians, we need to make sure that health and safety laws are enforced and that violations are prosecuted vigorously. Unfortunately, the same Conservatives who talk about being tough on crime are soft on corporations responsible for workplace injuries and deaths. Enough is enough. It's time for all of us who participate in making laws to commit to doing our part in ensuring that those laws are enforced.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
2 weeks ago, we experienced a horrific tragedy in Calgary with the murders of 5 beloved young Calgarians. At a time when university students should have been celebrating the end of exams and the beginning of the holidays, Lawrence Hong, Joshua Hunter, Katie Paris, Zachariah Rathwell, and Jordan Segura were taken from us. Like all Calgarians, I was absolutely devastated, and I'm sure all members of this House join me in offering our deep condolences to the families and friends of these remarkable young Canadians. Your loss is all of our loss. Katie's drive, Lawrence's volunteerism, Zach's charisma, Jordan's compassion and humor, and Josh's unique beat will always be remembered. Through direct actions in the community, these 5 gave so much of themselves. Seeing our city gathered together to remember them over the last week is a testament to the lasting and positive effect that they have left on all of our lives. We will remember you.
The honourable member for Laval-les-Îles. Mr. Speaker, today in the House we mark National Day of Mourning to honour the memory of hundreds of Canadian men and women who've lost their lives at work. In Quebec alone, 211 people lost their lives in 2012 on the job. Before the people of Laval did me the honour of electing me to represent them in Parliament, I was involved with the union at the City of Laval. At the time, one worker lost his life, so I know what it's like for the families who suffer the loss of a loved one. Their lives are never the same. So we need to work together to come up with solutions so that no more Canadian men or women lose their lives when they're simply trying to put a roof over their family's head and food on the table. In a country like Canada, the situation is unacceptable. We have to do something for our workers and their families and for our communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member
For Don Valley West.
Mr. Speaker, last week our government announced its support for fair and reasonable amendments to the Fair Elections Act. Now, some critics are saying that these amendments do not go far enough. Mr. Speaker, I just returned from 2 weeks with my constituents, and what I can tell you is that Canadians find it reasonable to show ID when they go to vote. Things like buying alcohol and crossing the border require ID. In Ontario, to receive an OHIP card, one must present 3 pieces of identification to prove citizenship, residence, and identity. Mr. Speaker, according to last week's Ipsos poll, 87% of Canadians believe it is reasonable to, quote, require someone to prove their identity and address before they are allowed to vote. Protecting the vote is our government's commitment to Canadians. And unlike the NDP who support voting without any form of ID, we have listened to Canadians and are moving forward with this bill. It just makes sense, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize National Day of Mourning.
Stand together with Jewish communities in Canada and around the world in remembering the millions of innocent men, women, and children murdered during one of the most horrific periods of human history. Canadians from all backgrounds will be gathering to reflect on the horrors of the Shoah, to pay tribute to the innocent victims and honor the brave survivors. As the Prime Minister said in his Yom HaShoah statement, walking through Yad Vashem, I was struck by how the Shoah was so premeditated, so monstrous, and so barbaric. I was reminded of the importance of Holocaust education and remembrance, as well as our responsibility to learn from the brave survivors to combat anti-Semitism in all its forms. Yom HaShoah reminds us that the Holocaust must never be forgotten, and that we must remain vigilant against all forms of prejudice and hatred to ensure that such unspeakable acts of humanity never happen again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cardigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize National Day of Mourning, also known as Workers' Memorial Day. Begun in 1984 by the Canadian Union of Public Employees and the Canadian Labour Congress, this day has spread to over 80 countries. I urge everyone to take a moment today to remember those who have lost their lives, been injured, or suffered illness due to workplace-related causes. Sadly, more than 1,000 Canadians lose their lives at work every year. On behalf of the Liberal Party, our critic, and our caucus, we pay our respect and honour all those who have been directly harmed from workplace causes, as well as the many families and friends who have been affected. More remains to be done to identify and prevent dangerous work situations before they occur, and we commit to working with all Canadians to improve work environments across this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The
honourable member for Outremont. Mr. Speaker, on Thursday, we commemorated the first anniversary of the tragic collapse of Rana Plaza in Bangladesh, which killed over 1,100 people, mostly women. In Canada, workplace accidents claim over 1,000 victims a year, and unfortunately that number's been rising over the past 15 years.
An NDP bill to make companies criminally responsible when a worker is killed or injured on the job. Not a single charge has ever been laid. This is why the United Steelworkers and other labour groups have launched a campaign calling on all levels of government to understand that rigorous enforcement of the criminal code is necessary, and that a workplace accident site where a death has taken place should be treated as a potential crime scene. Mr. Speaker, today as we mourn the loved ones we've lost, let's recommit to keeping our workers safe so that no more Canadians leave for work and never come home. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to mark the National Day of Mourning to honour workers who have been injured or killed on the job or suffer from work-related illness. This day reminds us of the undeniable importance of having and ensuring safe and healthy workplaces for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, we've made significant progress from 2007 to 2011 the rate of disabling injuries in the federally regulated sector decreased by 22%. But, Mr. Speaker, every life is precious, and each year across Canada, in both provincial and federally regulated industries, close to 1,000 people lose their lives while working. Together, we can do better. That is why our government will continue to work to ensure that our most important resource, workers of all ages, have fair, safe, and healthy workplaces. Building and sustaining safe workplaces contributes to Canada's continued economic prosperity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Following discussions among representatives of all parties in the House, I understand that there is an agreement to observe a moment of silence to commemorate the National Day of Mourning and to honour the memory of workers killed or injured at work.
I would invite honourable members to please rise.
Colleagues, oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, when did the minister responsible first learn that there were serious problems with the temporary foreign worker program?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we from time to time receive complaints at Service Canada about allegations of abuse, and whenever we hear those, we demand an immediate investigation. We've actually given those investigators additional powers to seize documents and to visit work sites, and we now have a much more effective blacklist that we're beginning to use to put a freeze on the use of that program by employers who we suspect have in fact engaged in abuse.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Power to seize documents. Now, there's an idea we'll be talking about with one of his colleagues in a few minutes. But let's stay on this topic because this minister has been responsible for the temporary foreign worker program for the past 6 years. On January 6th, the Prime Minister was with a group of specialized media in Vancouver, and he had this to say. Companies are importing workers for the sole purpose of paying less than the prevailing wage. Companies importing workers for the purpose of permanently moving the jobs offshore to other countries. Companies bringing in foreign workforce with the intention of never having them be permanent and moving the whole workforce back to another country at the end of a job. How come the Prime Minister's had this figured out for some time, but in the 6 years he's been taking care of the program, he never figured it out?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
In fact, Mr. Speaker, what we call the temporary foreign worker program is a bunch of different programs that issue work permits to foreign nationals, including people like visiting university professors, youth coming on reciprocal exchange programs, and in fact the plurality positions are high-skilled. The top 4 of the top 5 source countries are the U.S., the UK, France, and Australia. However, Mr. Speaker, if there are aspects of the program which are distorting the labour market or are subject to unacceptable levels of abuse, we will deal with those as we demonstrated very firmly last week, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Acceptable levels of abuse that is not okay. Got it. We'd like to know, Mr. Speaker, why this minister thinks that compelling the production of documents is a good idea, and yet the minister responsible for the Unfair Elections Act refuses to give the Commissioner of Canada's elections the power to compel the production of documents, the power to compel testimony by witnesses on a court order. This is not something that would be aleatory or discretionary. That exists under the Competition Act. Why won't he give that power to ensure that Canada's elections are honest?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Democratic Reform.
Commissioner, Canada Elections already has the power to compel documents on court order.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
It is not true, Mr. Speaker, that Elections Canada's Commissioner has the power to compel production of documents and compel the testimony of witnesses to a Commissioner. He knows that that's false. But let's ask him another question. He says now that he's showing openness because he will allow Elections Canada to have advertising directed at elementary school students and high school students. It's always good to inform people about their civic obligations, but unfortunately, elementary school students and high school students don't vote. They're not of age. Why won't he allow advertising by Elections Canada to encourage people to vote?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Reform.
Mr. Speaker, the member is quite wrong on the issue of production of documents. The Commissioner merely has to submit something called an information to obtain affidavit to a court, and a judge can grant him access to any documentation that he seeks from anyone from whom he seeks it. That power exists. It is well documented, and it has been done on many occasions. So I don't know why the member doesn't know that. He should have known it after all of the time he spent making the false allegations with regards to the robocall investigation. Now would be a good time for him to stand and apologize for those allegations.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Elections Canada, the Commissioner does not have the power to compel witnesses to testify to an investigator. That's the case. The federal court has ruled, after hearing all the evidence, that in the robocalls case, the thousands of illegal robocalls were indeed made using the Conservative Party database. That's proven. That's a decision of the courts.
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Reform.
I didn't hear a question, Mr. Speaker, but perhaps he wasn't watching the news last week when the Commissioner, after conducting an extremely thorough investigation, could find no such evidence. In fact, Mr. Speaker, there is not a single person in all of Canada who we found was deprived of their vote by an illegal robocall. All of the false allegations that the member across the way has been making for so many years now have been proven completely bogus, and he should do the honourable thing, rise now and apologize.
The Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, the government seemed surprised last week by reported abuses of the Temporary Foreign Workers Program in the restaurant sector. Suddenly there's a moratorium. But we know there are problems as well in banking and mining and other industries too. Over a year ago, on the motion by the member for Cape Breton-Canso, Liberals warned about this. To save the program, we asked for a full review to get rid of the abuses. The government voted no, and the trouble got worse. The department cannot investigate itself. Isn't it time for the Auditor General to get on this file?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Well, of course, Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General is free to investigate whatever he deems appropriate without direction from the government. In terms of the program, of course, if and when there are abuses, we act clearly and quickly. If we see any distortion in the labour market, we are going to address those. The program has been under review. We made many very substantial changes last year, which resulted in about a 30% reduction in the number of applications for labour market opinions. We are about to come out with another phase of further reforms to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that Canadians always and everywhere get the first crack at available jobs, and that program is only used as a limited and last resort by employers.
Sure. The Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, the Temporary Foreign Workers Program is supposed to fill job market gaps when there are no other alternatives. It's not meant to be long-term employment substitution. If it slides in that direction, Canadians lose their jobs, young people especially are blocked from first employment, wages are driven down, and foreign workers themselves are left vulnerable to exploitation. The program has ballooned since 2006 by some 300%. Why won't the government ask the Auditor General to get the whole truth so it can be fixed?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
There is an ongoing review, Mr. Speaker. The Auditor General determines his own work plan. The member's statistics are inaccurate, and he may want to recall that, in fact, it was the Liberal government of which he was a member that created the general low-skilled stream about which he is now complaining.
Resign, Ralph. Honourable member for Wascana.
No red herrings, Mr. Speaker. While the temporary foreign workers program has grown exponentially, the number of landed immigrants coming to Canada to become citizens has stayed pretty flat. That would seem to suggest exploitation. Limited numbers on a pathway to citizenship, but big and growing numbers brought in for their labour with no hope of actually becoming Canadians. In fixing this troubled program, will the government put a sharp focus on stopping exploitation, increasing pathways to citizenship, and above all, recruiting, training, and employing Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
That question demonstrates how little the Liberal Party follows any of these issues, Mr. Speaker. In fact, this government has increased several-fold the opportunities for permanent residency for people who come here on work permits. We created the Canadian Experience class that invites high-skilled temporary foreign workers and foreign students to become temporary foreign workers. We increased by eightfold the provincial nominee programs, as a result of which some 50,000 temporary foreign workers transition into permanent residency every year. And none of those programs, Mr. Speaker, existed under the Liberal government. It's this government that has created those pathways to permanent residency, and that is increasing investments in training and linking it to the labour market.
The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Two reporters for L'Actualité, Alec Castonguay and Noémie Mercier, have lifted the veil on the troubling phenomenon of sexual harassment within the Canadian forces, and this affects many men and women in the forces, but is hidden behind a culture of secrecy and intimidation towards victims. Regardless of the environment, sexual harassment cannot be tolerated. Now that the Department of Defence has committed to reviewing its internal policies and programs with regard to the workplace, can the Minister tell us about this timetable and when the report will be made public? The Honourable Member for National Defence.
Member, this type of allegations are truly disturbing and cannot be accepted, Mr. Speaker. Make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, anybody who serves in Canada's armed forces should never fall victim to this kind of disgusting or unacceptable behaviour, Mr. Speaker. So I've asked the Chief of Defence Staff to get to the bottom of these serious allegations, Mr. Speaker. Sexual misconduct has no place in the armed forces or indeed in Canadian society.
Honourable member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate that the Minister is taking the matter seriously, but what we really need here is action. The investigative report from L'Actualité outlined how, on average, 5 members of Canadia's military community are sexually assaulted every day, and that previous warnings were ignored within the military. Mr. Speaker, now that the Minister has asked for an internal review, will he agree to appear before the Defence Committee with the Chief of Defence Staff and tell us what action his government will take to deal with these very troubling revelations?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
One thing that has been consistent with this government is we have always put victims first, Mr. Speaker, in or out of the military in Canadian society, Mr. Speaker, and this is why we take any allegations like this very seriously. And again, I have told the Chief of Defence Staff to get to the bottom of this immediately, Mr. Speaker. This is intolerable and will not be tolerated.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, we're talking here about re-victimizing victims. You know, in these circumstances, the women and the men of Canadian Armed Forces deserve a better response than an internal review. Mr. Speaker, mismanagement of military procurement has also been a hallmark of this government, and now they're refusing to release a so-called public report on the F-35 until it's made up its mind what plane they're going to purchase. And, Mr. Speaker, after years of bungling, mismanagement, and even hiding the massive cost of the F-35, Canadians don't trust this government. Now they're hiding again. Will this minister immediately table this taxpayer-funded public report?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Well, Mr. Speaker, an independent panel ensured that the evaluations of the options was indeed rigorous and impartial, and that the results to be made public will be comprehensive and understandable. Mr. Speaker, non-classified and non-commercially sensitive information that is contained in the evaluation of the options will be released.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, when it's called a public report paid for by public money, well, you expect that a copy be made public. After having miserably failed in the selection process for the new fighter jets, the Conservatives are making more mistakes as they try to fix their previous ones. The aircraft options analysis for the Department of Defense will not be useful if the definition of operational needs is skewed towards the F-35s. Why are the Conservatives refusing to make the report public before Cabinet approves it?
You just said the panel report, those portions of it that do not contain commercially sensitive material will be released to the public. This is a report that was prepared by an impartial panel to review the options, to assess the risks, and those portions that can be made public will indeed be made public.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, the NDP showed that by being rigorous and persistent, it was possible to get the government to back down on certain basic aspects of the election reform bill. We recognize the government's openness, but it will have to do more because Canadians need a fair Elections Act. Instead of taking revenge on Elections Canada, the Conservatives have to strengthen the institution. Why are they refusing to grant to Elections Canada the power to compel testimony, seize documents, and promote voter turnout? The Honourable Member. Some questions asked by the member, including the power to compel testimony. This is power that the police don't even have, even though they investigate very serious crimes across the country. So if the police can conduct their investigations without that power, the same applies to Elections Canada. As for the production of documents is concerned, parties already do so to an external auditor after every election. The Honourable Member, this is a power which the Competition Bureau has, but we don't want to give it to people who investigate elections. That's ridiculous. Conservatives cheated in the 2006 election with the in-and-out scandal. They were found guilty. They cheated again in 2006, and they're waiting for their trial to begin. In 2011, robocalls were made from the Conservative Party's database, and they're trying to stack the deck before the next election, but they had to backtrack. So the amendments proposed to Bill C-23 have been received with suspicion. Why do the Conservatives refuse to give Elections Canada the power to compel testimony and obtain the documents they need to conduct investigations? The Honourable Minister for Electoral Reform. Mr. Speaker, when the allegations were made with regard to robocalls, when that was covered by the media, I was proud to defend the Conservative Party because I was convinced that we were right and that the Conservative Party had won the elections in a fair and honest way. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased that the results of the investigation show that we were right, that the Conservative Party won the elections fairly, and now it's time for the NDP to rise and to do the right thing, which is to apologize for their allegations. Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. The court recognized that the robocalls were made, and the source was the Conservative database. 460 academics, 2 Nobel Prize winners, 18 former presidents of the Canadian Political Science Association. They have all strongly denounced the Conservative election reform bill. As us, they are calling for wide consultations with Canadians and deplore that Bill C-23 does not give Elections Canada the power to compel testimony or produce documents on election expenses. Will the Prime Minister listen? Or, as Tom Flanagan said, will he continue to seek revenge on Elections Canada, which has so often? The Honourable Minister for Democratic Reform.
Bill, and we've agreed to some reasonable amendments. And with the adoption of this amended version of the bill, we will eliminate the use of the voter information card as a form of ID. We will require Elections Canada focus all of its advertising on where, when, and how to vote so that Canadians have that basic information. We will make the investigator independent from Elections Canada, and we will, unlike in the last election, we will ensure that every single Canadian is required to bring ID when they cast their ballot. These are improvements, and we're proud of the bill.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Speaker, Canadians have been telling us they're deeply concerned about the flawed and unfair changes to the Elections Act, but time and time again the minister insulted or targeted all those who criticized him and stubbornly boasted his bill was perfect and terrific, just as it was. Then, suddenly last week, he claimed he would now agree to some major changes. Will the minister now admit, at the very least, that the Chief Electoral Officer, elections experts, and the opposition were right about his bias bill, or does he still think his bill is terrific and perfect?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Reform.
Mr. Speaker, we brought forward a common-sense bill, and we've accepted some reasonable amendments to it. The question for the NDP now, they put forward an amendment on the bill that would allow people to vote without having any ID whatsoever. And I want to invite the member to rise to his feet now and indicate if he still believes that that voters should be able to walk in without a shred of ID and cast a ballot. I'd let him to indicate right now.
Order. Members haven't even given the member for Hamilton Centre a chance to put his question. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre. Order. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Common sense would have been to talk to somebody other than those who have Conservative membership cards about the bill before they even brought it in the House. Mr. Speaker, this bill was supposed to help Elections Canada better investigate voter suppression. So why does this bill still fail to put into law the duty to compel witnesses or the power to demand documents from political parties? Why is he refusing to take strong action like that against voter suppression?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Reform.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Elections Commissioner, who's responsible for investigating, already has the power to have documents produced. He simply has to go to a judge and seek permission through an affidavit. It is a power that he has used regularly, and the reason we didn't give it to him in this bill is because he already had it. Thanks.
The Honourable Member for Saint Laurent Cartierville. Mr. Speaker, now that the Prime Minister understands that he cannot unilaterally amend the nature of the Senate, will he let the Senate play its constitutional role, which the Supreme Court has once again recognized, that is, to be a chamber of sober, second, objective thought? Will he follow the lead of the Liberal leader and cut ties between senators and the Conservative caucus, the PMO and the Prime Minister himself, so that Canadians can have a less partisan and more independent Senate?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Reform.
Mr. Speaker, the problem with the Liberal leader's proposal is that he does not only want senators to be non-elected, but those appointing them would be non-elected. He wants a committee of people not chosen by Canadians. So he would create a two-step process away from democracy instead of one. So we are going to work to minimize the costs associated with the Senate, as we will maximize the accountability of the Senate.
And Bjorn St. George's.
Mr. Speaker, following the Supreme Court's unanimous decision to rebuke the Conservatives' unconstitutional plan to unilaterally reform the Senate, this government appears to have given up on reforming the Senate entirely. Right. But as Conservative Senator Siegel said, there are still changes that could be made that do not require constitutional amendment. Right. For example, he said, there could be a new approach to how you appoint on a consultative basis. Right. Will the government embrace this nonpartisan consultative approach when filling the current vacancies, or will it be business as usual?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister of Democratic Reform.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the first part of the Liberal proposal is to change Liberal senators into Senate Liberals. And then the second proposal that the Leader has come up with is to put in place a group of non-elected elites to choose who should represent Canadians in the Senate. That would mean that not only would the Senate be one step removed from democracy, it would be two steps removed from democracy. That's the Triple E Senate, for the elites, by the elites, and of the elites.
The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Speaker, the Prime Minister might be more credible if the Conservatives weren't the only party exercising partisan control over senators, or if Conservative Senators Tkachuk, LeBreton and Stuart Olson hadn't doctored a report into Mike Duffy's expenses at the PM's behest, or better still, if he hadn't appointed Senators Duffy, Wallen and Brazeau in the first...
Order. Order. I'm having a difficult time hearing the member for Guelph, which normally isn't a problem. But the noise here is preventing me from listening to his question, so I'll ask members to come to order. The honourable member for Guelph has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, 8 years of bad judgment and 0 reforms. What is it going to be, the status quo or the real, immediate and transparent reform Liberals have already made? Cut them loose, Prime Minister, and make them independent.
I didn't hear a question there, but I see the honourable minister rising to respond.
I didn't hear a question in any of that, but I was lucky enough to be invited to be an observer at the recent Liberal convention. And what did I see? Everywhere I turned was another Senate Liberal. And they had undergone a major change. Of course, a week earlier they had been called Liberal Senators, but then they flipped it on its head and they became Senate Liberals. And they were raising money and helping out with the Liberal convention. And Mr. Speaker, the reality is that the Liberal Party is proposing only to make the Senate even less democratic by putting not only the senators unelected, but making those who choose them unelected as well. We won't go down that road.
Ridiculous.
Honourable member for Edmonton, Strathcona.
Speaker, a few weeks back, I asked the Minister if he planned to ensure greater oversight of the Temporary Foreign Workers Program in the oil sands. Canadian iron workers are being laid off and replaced by temporary foreign workers. The Minister claimed every single laid-off Canadian was immediately re-employed. But according to the iron workers, that wasn't true. And they've asked the Minister to step up oversight and enforcement. He said he would, in quotes, throw the book at non-compliant employers. So, Mr. Speaker, what action has the Minister taken against HoC or Imperial Oil?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, there is an ongoing investigation into those particular allegations. I know this is a peculiar concept for the NDP, but under natural justice, you are presumed innocent until proven guilty. And we don't sanction anyone unless and until a fair process is determined that they've violated the rules. If they have violated the rules, they would be blacklisted, Mr. Speaker, unable to use the program in the future. If employers lie on their applications to bring in temporary foreign workers, they may commit fraud, which is a criminal offence under the Immigration Act, punishable with up to 5 years in jail or $100,000 in fines.
The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Mr. Speaker, time and time again, this government promises to fix the temporary foreign worker program, but time and time again, they fail to get the job done. Canadian employees are having shifts taken away. They're being fired or they're not hired altogether. At the same time, we hear of shocking abuse of the temporary foreign workers brought in. When will the Conservatives admit they have mismanaged this program and agree to an independent audit?
Of course, Mr. Speaker, we would cooperate with any audit by the Auditor General in any area when and if he chooses to do so. I do find the member's question rather peculiar, given that she has specifically lobbied me to bring in a temporary foreign worker at the request of a constituent who, if I'm not mistaken, required a crane operator because he couldn't find one in Canada. Now, Mr. Speaker, I received more applications, more requests from members of the New Democratic Caucus to facilitate the entry of temporary foreign workers than from any other caucus, Mr. Speaker, and I just find hypocrisy a wee bit difficult to take.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert. Last Friday, the Minister of Employment and Social Development attempted to imply that abuse of the Foreign Workers Temporary Workers Program were isolated cases, and that 2 days after McDonald's put an end to hiring as part of the Temporary Foreign Worker Program, which had got them in hot water. The Minister wants to lay blame exclusively on employers, but it's his program. He's the Minister, and he's responsible. Will the Minister conduct an in-depth verification of all employment sectors using this program?
The
The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the member must know that last week we put in place a moratorium on the foreign temporary worker program, specifically for the restaurant sector, because we saw several cases of alleged abuse that we will never accept. The general policy is under review. We will be putting in place better guidelines to ensure that Canadians have first access to these jobs, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. The Minister, for months, ardently defended the program as it currently exists, so he must assume his responsibility for the current fiasco. Mr. Speaker, not only employers under the cover of government program are exploiting foreign workers, but worse yet, in doing so, they're showing Canadians the door. Does the Minister understand that if employers are acting this way, it's simply because they're protected by legislation put forth by this government? Does the Minister plan to change the program? The Honourable Minister. As I said, Mr. Speaker, we put in place several important reforms that have reduced in the number, in a 30% reduction in the number of requests for foreign temporary workers. We will shortly be making additional reforms, putting them in place to ensure the integrity of the program so that Canadians always have first access to jobs in Canada. We will not accept abuse by employers.
Honourable Member for Etobicoke Central. Mr. Speaker, Canada fully supports the efforts of the international community to find a political solution to the situation in Ukraine. And of course, Canada is also a very committed NATO partner and ally. Recently, the Prime Minister announced that Canada will contribute 6 CF-18s as part of the ongoing support to NATO, and of course, as a way of showing Canada's solidarity with the people of Ukraine. Can the Minister of National Defence please update this House as to the status of this most important mission? Thank you.
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to inform the House that in response to a NATO request to support our collective security and show our solidarity with the people of Ukraine, that we will be deploying 6 CF-18 planes to Europe, Mr. Speaker. They will be leaving from Bagotville and they will be based in Romania, Mr. Speaker. These jets will support air policing and training missions, and I would like to take the opportunity to salute the brave pilots and support staff who will take part in this vitally important mission, Mr. Speaker. All Canadians are proud of them.
The Honourable Member for Muskineged-Témiscouata Basque. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives' record on retirement security is atrocious. They blocked improvements to the CPP and to the QPP, even if the majority of Canadians support the measure. They slashed $11 billion in OAS benefits by reducing retirement age from 67 to 65. After having done so much to undermine the regime, why are they now putting these risks on the back of retired people instead of adopting a common-sense solution which would involve improving CPP and QPP? The Honourable Minister.
Why doesn't the New Democratic Party understand that hiking Canada Pension Plan costs for Canadian workers and decreasing their paychecks while the economy is still in the middle of a fragile recovery can kill thousands of jobs? In fact, the Canadian Federation of Independent Business estimates that the plan put forward by the NDP's big union bosses could end up getting rid of 235,000 jobs. Wow. Mr. Speaker, families simply cannot afford higher CPP payroll deductions. Canadians cannot afford higher CPP payroll deductions. Canadians can't afford the NDP.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Only Conservatives think that benefiting our public pension plan is a tax
The Conservatives are happy to receive their publicly supported pensions, but not for Canadians who faithfully pay into theirs every day. The latest Conservative pension scheme puts all the risks onto the backs of the workers and undermines pensions everywhere. It may even reduce what current retirees are receiving in benefits. Canadians, having worked hard all their lives, played by the rules and paid faithfully into the program, deserve better than this. Rather than targeting Canadian pensioners, will this government do what Conservatives once believed in and support increasing benefits to the CPP? Work with the provinces, work with us to benefit the system, and show seniors a little respect for once.
The Minister of State.
Mr. Speaker, the New Democratic Party planned to raise CPP payroll taxes while our economy is still in a fragile recovery, can cost us 10,000s of jobs to our economy. Maybe the NDP doesn't understand how the economy works. They should know that it is very difficult to have a healthy retirement plan today if we don't have a job today. Despite the NDP reckless plan, we continue to stand up for lower taxes, for job creation, and economic growth for all Canadians.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives have cut millions of dollars from the budget of the Canada Revenue Agency and reduced our ability to go after tax cheats. Uncollected tax debt has ballooned to tens of billions of dollars in this country. And now we learn the government is essentially throwing up its hands after failing to find ways to collect taxes from the $35 billion underground economy. So when will the minister stop targeting charities that disagree with the Conservative government and start doing her job, collecting taxes?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite's comments on charities is completely unfounded. Our government has a strong record of combating tax evasion and getting tough on tax cheats. As the member opposite well knows, the CRA has an active program in place to combat the underground economy. We are currently in the process of updating at the CRA its underground economy strategy, which is expected to be completed this year. The CRA is committed to combating the underground economy to ensure a fair tax system, while recognizing that Canada has one of the highest compliance rates in the world, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata des Basques. The Conservatives have been saying for 3 years that they're working on a strategy to fight the underground economy, but we haven't seen any proposals. Since 2010, the province have been urging the Canada Revenue Agency to crack down on income tax fraud. The provinces are having difficulty funding health, education. The Conservatives aren't even able to adequately collect government revenues. Fraudsters are using new tricks, new technology to cheat on their income tax. How can the minister expect to catch them using a guide that dates back to 2001? The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, as mentioned, this is a strategy that is working, and there are new measures in place that we will be announcing to further this year. Those who evade paying taxes are taking money that is needed for important investments in school, hospitals, and other vital governmental services. That's why we do have an active program, Mr. Speaker. This includes a range of outreach, education, compliance actions, which regularly keep pace with the evolving nature of that underground economy.
Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. Speaker, when confronted about Ontario's massive transfer payments deficit, the former Minister of Finance said it's just math. Well, Mr. Speaker, $11 billion is some math. $9.5 billion infrastructure differential is some math. The University of Toronto says, quote, the formula is rigged and dozens of political decisions consistently discriminate against Ontario. So to the new finance minister from Ontario, will he stand up for Ontario? Will he dump the formula and redo the math?
Great question. The Honourable Minister of State.
Well, Mr. Speaker, federal support to Ontario has increased by 76% since this government has taken office in 2006. Federal support will total $19.1 billion in 2014 to 15, a whopping $8.3 billion increase from under the previous Liberal government. After years of inaction by the previous Liberal government, our Conservative government took real action to support Ontario. We made changes Liberals refused to make and then voted against, including moving to equal per capita transfer support, a move supported by the Ontario Premier, former Premier.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Conservative sole-sourced F-35 jets to replace the aging CF-18s without a competition or even an analysis of what Canada might require from its future fleet. When the Auditor General revealed the true costs had been falsified, the government hit the reset button to deflect the resulting flack. Now, 2 years later, a public report has been completed, but again, it's being hidden from the public. This government's credibility on the F-35s is completely shot, so today's vague assurances just won't cut it. Precisely when will the minister be open with Canadians and release this report?
The Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Mr. Speaker, you know that it was the Liberals that first launched the program to replace the F-18s. We're struggling to work to remediate the problems that they created. That's why we launched a 7-point plan. Working on that plan, we had an independent panel of experts review and assess the risks of various options. Those parts of the report that are not commercially sensitive or restricted will be released, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Sudbury.
Another holiday weekend, and what a coincidence, Mr. Speaker. Canadians were once again squeezed at the gas pumps. Gas jumped 5 cents overnight before Easter and has risen 22 cents a litre from a year ago. Now, Mr. Speaker, prices have hit a 3-year high. Conservatives need to listen to Canadians and finally support our call for a gas ombudsman to oversee the market and ensure fair competition. When will the Conservatives stand up and act on unfair prices at the pumps?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Well, Mr. Speaker, of course, our government has taken action. We have passed the Fairness of the Pumps Act. We brought in fact, in place legislation and regulation that will actually do exactly what the member describes, which is to stand up to any unfairness that Canadians are seeing, empower the Competition Bureau. And on top of that, Mr. Speaker, we have already seen fines be imposed on those who have abused Canadian consumers. But better than that, Mr. Speaker, is that we've lowered taxes for Canadians. If the NDP want to pretend to stand up for consumers, if they want to pretend to be in favour of middle-class interests in this country, they should recognize that it's only this government that has lowered taxes over 160 times, put over $3,000 back into the families' pockets, so they have more power in how they choose to live.
We're not having an update.
Aujourd'hui, le prix de l'essence à Québec a atteint un nouveau sommet. Il est maintenant à 1,49 $le litre. C'est 18 sous de plus que l'an dernier à pareille date, quand les conservateurs ont pris le pouvoir en 2006.
Order. Some members seem to be indicating to me that there may be a problem with translation. Is it fixed now? Okay. If the member wants to restart her question, the Honourable Member for Quebec.
Mr. Speaker, today the price of gas hit a new summit in Quebec City. It's now $1.49 a litre. That's 18 cents more than the same time last year. When the Conservatives took power in 2006, gas in Quebec City was $1.02 a litre. Canadians are fed up with being gouged at the pumps. Why are the Conservatives supporting and subsidizing big oil, while at the same time refusing to put in place an ombudsman to ensure that Canadians pay a fair price?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, we've already put in place legislation to protect the interests of consumers. We did that already. We will make it inspections at the pump mandatory.
Larger point here. You know, it's Conservatives who, through all of our budgets, it's Conservatives who have put over $3,200 more into the pockets of Canadian families. We believe in having lower taxes so that families can have more choice in how they choose to live their lives. We've put in place the Fairness of the Pumps Act. We have effective regulation. We've empowered the Competition Bureau. We've lowered taxes for Canadians. We're standing up for everyday citizens. That's what Conservatives do, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Pickering, Scarborough East.
Mr. Speaker,
My constituents are concerned that certain high-risk individuals found not criminally responsible may be granted unescorted trips into the community. They are concerned that this represents a threat to public safety. This is precisely why our government introduced the Non-Criminally Responsible Reform Act. This important legislation creates a new high-risk designation which puts public safety first. Can the Minister of Justice please inform the House about the status of this legislation and how it will benefit Canadian communities?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my friend from Scarborough-Pickering East for his question, his commitment to this issue. And I'm happy to report that the Not Criminally Responsible Act has now passed Parliament, received royal assent. As the member has said, the bill very much puts public safety first with a high-risk designation for only a small fraction of individuals who represent a risk to the community. Fittingly, the bill was passed during National Victims of Crime Awareness Week. As this member knows, it's intended to keep victims better informed, respected and protected. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party fought against these entirely reasonable reforms at every opportunity. Conservatives stand for public safety of their communities. The Liberal Party stands in the way. The Honourable Member for Westmount Ville-Marie.
Mr. Speaker, given the tragedies that are occurring on a daily basis in the Central African Republic, there are some 140,000 who have perished. Does the government plan to provide support? The resolution from the UN, which calls for the setting up of a peacekeeping mission that will include 10,000 soldiers and 2,000 police officers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, of course, we are very much concerned about the situation in the Central African Republic, and we are working with our allies and the United Nations to address the issue. But what is of most important, Mr. Speaker, is the Liberal Party as well as the NDP would like to put the Canadian soldiers' lives in danger out in this zone. My question to them is, who is going to pay to have all these soldiers go out there? Canadian taxpayers? Have you checked with the Canadian taxpayers if they would like to send soldiers out there in this zone? But let me say this, Mr. Speaker, this government will continue working with our allies to bring peace to that region. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Well, Mr. Speaker, during his trip to Egypt, the Minister of Foreign Affairs promised to raise a number of consular affairs cases. One case of growing interest to Canadians is that of Canadian Sarah Atia's husband, Khaled Al-Kazaz. Will the Minister update the House on the status of this case? And will the Minister of Foreign Affairs agree to meet with Sarah Atia, who is here in Ottawa this week?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we are aware of a permanent resident of Canada who is currently detained in Egypt. Although Canada cannot provide consular services in this case because the individual is not a Canadian citizen, our mission in Egypt has been in contact with his wife and with the local authorities to assist as appropriate. Thank you.
Member for Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale.
Mr. Speaker, today we welcome the Queen's Baton to Canada. The baton, made especially for the 20th Commonwealth Games, is making its way through 70 nations and territories, participating in Glasgow next summer. And of course, later this week, after stops here in Ottawa and then on to Toronto, the baton will make its way to my part of the country, Hamilton, which I'm proud to say hosted the first Games in 1930. Can the Minister of State for Sport please share with the House what our government is doing to support our athletes in Glasgow this summer?
The Honourable Minister
Speaker,
for Sport.
I would like to thank the member for this question. The Commonwealth Games contribute to our sporting heritage and provide an opportunity to promote sports, physical activity and culture. Our country's athletes are an enormous source of pride and inspiration for all Canadians. That is why, under the leadership of our Prime Minister, we have committed record levels of funding to amateur sports while still working towards a balanced budget. Mr. Speaker, I would encourage all Canadians to get behind our athletes when they are headed to Glasgow this summer for the Commonwealth Games. Go, Canada, go!
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Pierre-Boucher. Mr. Speaker, Radio-Canada, CBC, plays a key role in the quality and diversity of information in this country, but the new round of cuts of $131 million are a direct attack on this fundamental mandate. 47 positions will be cut at the Information Service, and the program Enquête will lose 3 journalists and a producer. Cutting Enquête and information is another way of attacking our democracy. When will the government stop torturing Radio-Canada CBC and provide it with stable, predictable funding so that it can fulfill its mandate. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, as my colleague knows full well, decisions announced by Radio-Canada CBC have nothing to do with government decisions. CBC, Radio-Canada, receives considerable funding from the public and makes its own operational decisions. That was what was done in this case. According to the President, it was a decline in viewers in certain groups and a drop in advertising revenue that posed a problem. CBC Radio-Canada has sufficient funding to fulfill its mandate under the Broadcasting Act. It's up to them to determine what they need to put forth in terms of programming to Canadians in French and English. The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Le Métis Matin, Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, I don't think that the Minister understands that the cuts the government made to funding will affect these programming. 3 journalists and a producer at Enquête will lose their jobs, and this will have an impact on the quality. Programs like public affairs programs like Enquête play a very important role. There are so many cases of abuse scandals and waste of public money. How can the government continue to cut to the public broadcaster when shows like Enquête are the ones that are bearing the brunt of it? The Honourable Minister. As I said, Mr. Speaker, no decision was made by this government that led to those decisions being made by Radio-Canada CBC. They made their own decisions because of a decline in their viewing audience and, once again, because of a reduction in advertising revenues. They have sufficient funding. We give them sufficient taxpayers' money in order to fulfill their mandate under the Broadcasting Act. I would encourage my colleague opposite once again to talk to Mr. Lacroix about this issue. The Honourable Member for Gaspésie Métis Matin Matapédia. TransCanada is undertaking seismic surveys in the Saint Laurent near Kakuna, and it's in fact going to build an oil terminal in the heart of a berthing zone for belugas, which is very fragile. The Energy Office gave the green light to this despite a notice from Fisheries and Oceans stating that the risk for belugas are very high. TransCanada is also going to proceed with drilling. The population there of belugas is threatened. This could be the final blow. How has the government allowed them to do as they see fit when under the Endangered Species Act they're required to protect this emblem of the St. Lawrence belugas? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, DFO's responsibility is to review projects and to ensure that they don't seriously harm protected marine life. This is a responsibility that we take very seriously. This particular project was subject to review under the Species at Risk Act and approved only contingent on strict mitigation measures, and the departmental officials are making sure that those measures have been followed.
Well said. The Honourable Member for Edmonton St. Albert.
Mr. Speaker, this government is fond of saying that it defends those who work hard and play by the rules. Yet the temporary foreign worker moratorium announced last week is going to punish many hard-working restaurateurs and fast food franchisees. Mr. Speaker, in Alberta, unemployment is less than 5%, and TFWs are a reality for hundreds of small businesses. Now, I support enforcing the rules and suspending the LMOs and prosecuting those who break the rules and abuse their employees. But why is the Employment Minister punishing those restaurateurs who do work hard and do play by the TFW rules? Why punish all for the sins of the few? What happened to innocent until proven guilty?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
I guess the Liberals just flip-flop, Mr.
Liberals
Speaker.
just like
they
that
just applauded that question. Mr. Speaker, we've been very clear that abuse will not be tolerated, but nor will aspects of the program that might have the effect of distorting the Canadian labour market. And we need to be absolutely sure, Mr. Speaker, that employers are always and everywhere giving Canadians the first crack at available jobs, and that may well mean, Mr. Speaker, that some of his business constituents should be increasing wage rates, improving working conditions, investing more in training, and doing more to hire Canadians first, Mr. Speaker. That's what they should be doing.
Do something for your constituents.
That concludes the question period for today. I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of a delegation from the United Kingdom, accompanying the Commonwealth Games Queen's Baton, led by the Right Honourable Alastair Carmichael, Secretary of State for Scotland, and Ms. Shauna Robison, Cabinet Secretary for Commonwealth Games and Sport. I understand the honourable member for Westmount Ville Marie has a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise on a point of order relative to Bill C-31, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February 11, 2014, and other measures. To contextualize my point of order, this bill includes in it the Canada-United States Enhanced Tax Information Exchange Agreement Implementation Act, legislation implementing Canadian legislation under U.S. legislation known as FATCA. I am not rising to debate the merits of FATCA, as that would not be a proper use of a point of order. Instead, I rise to seek your ruling as to whether this is properly before the House, and now properly before the Finance Committee, given that C-31 seeks to implement a treaty that has not yet been tabled for the requisite amount of time. This violates Canada's policy on tabling of treaties, now become custom of Parliament. While relatively new, the expectation of conformity with this policy reflects an evolution from the Chair. Indeed, this notion is reflected in the first standing order, which reads, and I quote, "In all cases not provided for hereinafter or by other orders of the House, procedural questions shall be decided by the Speaker or Chairman, whose decision shall be based on the usages, forms, customs and precedents of the House of Commons of Canada and on parliamentary tradition in Canada and other jurisdictions so far as they may be applicable to the House." End of quote. To elaborate further on the particular context for this point, C-31 has in Part 5 implementing legislation for the and forgive the length of the title, I didn't write it, agreement between the Government of the United States of America and the Government of Canada to improve international tax compliance through enhanced exchange of information under the Convention between the United States of America and Canada with respect to taxes on income and on capital. End of title. The text of this agreement is included.
Order. Perhaps the member could give the Speaker an indication of how long he's planning on speaking to this point, because normally for substantial points of order I'll wait till after routine proceedings, unless it's arising from question period. So if you'd like, we can go through routine proceedings and then come back, if that's...
Point of order out, sir, because I believe that it is very important to the run.
Oh, yes. I'm not suggesting he not do that. We're just trying to get an indication of the length of time he'll require. 5 minutes. 5 minutes? Okay. Yes. Well, perhaps what we'll do then is we'll just go through routine, because I think there's some housekeeping things, and then the member can have the floor back, and then continue. Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs, I am pleased to table in both official language the 2012-2013 Annual Report for the Veterans Ombudsman, One Veteran, a matter of fairness.
Hear, hear. Good job.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 137 petitions.
Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Quad is rising on a point of order.
Speaker, I rise to seek the unanimous consent of the House to instruct the government to table the non-classified report on replacement options for the F-35 jets entitled Public Report on the Evaluation of Options.
Does the Honourable Member have unanimous consent to move this motion? No. There's no consent. Introduction of government bills. Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North, for Monsieur Valcourt, seconded by Mr. Van Loan, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Give Effect to the Tla'amin Final Agreement and to make consequential amendments to other acts. This motion is deemed adopted. Monsieur Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, for Mr. Valcourt, seconded by Mr. Van Loan, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
This bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When should the bill be read a second time? The next sitting of the House. Statements by ministers. Déclaration de ministres. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of private members' bills.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Motion. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And there have been consultations among the parties on two motions which I would like to propose, for which I anticipate you will receive unanimous consent. The first reads as follows: that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practices of the House, Bill C-34, an act to give effect to the Tla'amin Final Agreement and to make consequential amendments to other acts, be deemed to have been read a second time and referred to a committee of the whole, deemed considered in committee of the whole, deemed reported without amendment, deemed concurred in at the report stage, and deemed read a third time and passed.
Does the Honourable Minister have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Government House Leader.
The second motion is the following: that, notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, a debate on the subject of the situation in the Republic of South Sudan take place pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 on Tuesday, April 29th, 2014, that during the debate, no quorum calls, requests for unanimous consent, or dilatory motions be received by the Chair, and that any member rising to speak during debate may indicate to the Chair that he or she will be dividing his or her time with another member.
The Honourable Minister have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition here from a number of my constituents, and it is a petition to ensure Canadians have a fair electoral system, and I'd like to present this now. Thank you very much.
Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to bring forward this petition signed by constituents of mine in Fort Francis and Rainy River, and also some constituents from the riding of Kenora. They're calling on the government to restore program and administrative funding to Veterans Affairs Canada and reopen the Veterans Affairs Canada offices in Thunder Bay, Kelowna, Saskatoon, Brandon, Windsor, Sydney, Charlottetown, Corner Brook, and Prince George. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present petitions from members of the riding of St. Paul's who want to bring to your attention the proposal by Canada Post to close Toronto Station Q, located at 27 St. Clair Avenue East in Toronto, right at Yonge and St. Clair. They request that the Minister of the Crown stop the proposed closure of this very, very important postal station for the local business.
Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have three different petitions that I would like to submit. They're all from constituents in my riding in Saskatchewan. The first one concerns the right of farmers to save, reuse, select, exchange, and sell seeds. They are concerned that ancient practices will be criminalized and will harm farmers, citizens, and society in general, and so they're asking Parliament to refrain from making any changes in the Seeds Act or the Plant Breeders' Rights Act through Bill C-18, and they would like to further restrict farmers' rights or add to farmers' costs in regards to enshrining in legislation the rights for them to save, restrict their ability to save, reuse, select, exchange, and sell seeds. Next petition also comes from constituents in the Saskatchewan area, and their petition is in regard to ensuring Canadians have a fair electoral system. They are advocating that there be a suitable form of proportional representation whereby everybody can cast an equal and effective vote to be fairly represented in Parliament regardless of their political belief or place of residence, and to be...
I'm just going to order. The members had the floor for some time, and I know members had the floor for some time, and there are several members anxiously awaiting to present petitions. So ask him, I hear he has one more, so ask him to very, very quickly present that one, and then we can move on.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll do it as quickly as I can. And This third petition calls upon the people of Canada to stand with the Ukrainian people during this difficult time and to continue to forcefully oppose all efforts to repress their rights and freedoms and to monitor closely and utilize all options at Canada's disposal.
The honourable member for Gaspésie de la Madeleine.
The honourable member for Gaspésie de la Madeleine. I have 3 petitions with several hundred signatures with regard to maintaining Via Rail service in Eastern Canada. We know that the track between Miramichi and Bathurst might be closed, and people in Eastern Quebec and in the Maritimes are afraid that the rail line will be permanently eliminated, and we hope the government is listening.
Mr. Speaker, and I'm presenting 2 petitions today signed by 71 people from around New Brunswick and a few from outside the province who are asking the government to refrain from changes to the Seeds Act or the Plant Breeders Act through C-18 as a result of believing that it would further restrict farmers' rights and add to farmers' costs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud today to present a petition signed by young people in my riding and people from the South Shore of Montreal calling on the government to adopt the Conflict Minerals Act introduced by the member for Ottawa Centre in order to eliminate these conflicts.
Peg North.
Mr. Speaker, I have a very timely petition from residents in Winnipeg North that have signed asking for the Prime Minister to look at ways to reform the Senate that would not require constitutional amendments. Very timely indeed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
I have a petition signed by literally tens of thousands of Canadians who call upon Parliament and the House of Commons assembled to recognize that asbestos is the greatest industrial killer that the world has ever known, that more Canadians, in fact, now die from asbestos than all other industrial and occupational causes combined, and that perhaps it's fitting at this April 28th, the day of mourning for injured and killed workers on the job, that Parliament bans asbestos in all of its forms, institutes a just transition program for people affected by this ban, and stop blocking international health and safety conventions such as the Rotterdam Convention.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Today I'm presenting a petition from citizens of Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu and the neighbouring municipalities who believe that the reduction of postal services and the elimination of home delivery for thousands of clients and reducing hours for many clients in rural areas will have unfair effects on seniors, on people with disabilities, and on businesses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This petition, hundreds of names here contained from around Newfoundland and Labrador itself, and the West Coast, places like Stephenville, Corner Brook, East Coast, St. John's, and of course Central, from Twillingate, Notre Dame Bay, as well as Fogo Island, and as far west as Calgary, Alberta. This deals with the sunken freighter off the coast of Change Islands. It's spewing oil and has been for the past little while. There's been a temporary solution in place with what they call a cofferdam over part of the hull, but what these constituents are asking for is a permanent solution to permanently take that oil out of the boat so that we can be rid of this potential major environmental disaster. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The petitioners in my riding are not happy that there's a chance that Canada will have no laws around prostitution and human trafficking, so they call upon the House of Commons to criminalize the offense to purchase sex with a woman, man, or child, and to make it criminal for pimps, madams, or others to profit from the proceeds of that sex trade. Thank you.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, I have 2 petitions to present today. The first one comes from constituents in my riding on streets like Delaware and Symington and Earls Court, largely seniors, Mr. Speaker, and they're getting charged extra money, $2, $3, $4 a month, just to get their bills in the mail. They call on the government to stop all pay-to-pay fees, and I'm honored to present that on their behalf. The second one pertains to the safety of workers, and the people who signed this petition are calling for a national urban worker strategy which will, among other things, end the misuse and abuse of unpaid internship programs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sarenscope Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour of rising today to table two petitions. The first is a petition signed by petitioners from Montreal, and they are calling on the government to create, or rather to launch, a complete and independent investigation, and one that is adequately financed, to find out what happened, what really happened in the 2011 election, including the matter of robocalls.
Calling for the 1972 federal provincial moratorium against oil tanker traffic to be respected and legislated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Deputy to Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour of tabling a petition today on behalf of about 100 residents of Sherbrooke. They are calling on the federal government not to minimize the airport services in our area, because the airport in Sherbrooke has economic benefits for the area and would attract investors. The Sherbrooke area has 200,000 residents, and there are no direct air flights major there, so that the Sherbrooke Airport should have a transmission tower in order to be able to function more fully on a national basis.
Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the following questions will be answered today: Q314, 315, 316, Q320, 21, and 22. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if questions number 309, 310, 312, 313, 317, 318, and 319 could be made orders for returns, these returns would be tabled immediately.
It is at the pleasure of the House that questions numbered 309, 310, 312, 313, 317, 318, and 319 be made orders for return, and that they be tabled immediately. Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
And is that agreed? Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. And I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Westmount, Bill Marie, for so graciously ceding the floor so we could get through the routine proceedings. So I'll give the floor back to him so I can hear the rest of his point.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And very briefly, this has to do with whether a treaty has been properly tabled. Its implementation plan is Bill C-31. Now, I will continue where I left off. I realize, Mr. Speaker, you may wonder whether an intergovernmental agreement such as the one that I've talked about as this counts as a treaty. While I know it is not the Speaker's place to adjudicate on points of law such as this, I will quote to you briefly from the House of Commons of the United Kingdom on the matter of treaties, wherein the House of Commons reports, and I quote, "The Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties defines a treaty as an international agreement concluded between states in written form and governed by international law, whether embodied in a single instrument or in two or more related instruments, and whatever its particular designation. Only a minority of such agreements have treaty in their title. Other common names include convention, protocol, and agreement, which is the case here. Such, I assure you, Mr. Speaker, is also the case for Canada. This agreement is indeed a treaty and is even housed in the treaty section of the Department of Finance's website. With the treaty before us, our attention turns to the Government of Canada's policy on tabling of treaties in Parliament. I turn the attention of the House to Part 6.2 of that policy, which states in Part B, and I quote, "For treaties that require implementing legislation before the government can proceed to ratification, acceptance, approval, or accession, the government will observe a waiting period of at least 21 sitting days before the introduction of the necessary implementing legislation in Parliament." End of quote. Mr. Speaker, I have made a search of the journals, and I'm unable to find any notice of this treaty being tabled before this body prior to 21 days before the introduction of Bill C-31. This leads me to believe the government may have sought to use the exception to this part of the tabling policy, but that stipulates, and here I quote from 6.3 Part B of the government's policy on tabling of treaties in Parliament, opening quotes, if an exception is granted, the Minister of Foreign Affairs will inform the House of Commons that Canada has agreed to be bound by the instrument at the earliest opportunity following the ratification, closing the quote. In this regard, I'm unable to locate a statement from the Minister of Foreign Affairs regarding this instrument. While I am well aware of press statements released in February from the former Finance Minister and current Minister of National Revenue regarding the signing of this agreement, it appears Parliament was never informed of this agreement nor apprised of its contents. As such, I believe these portions of the bill are neither properly before this body or before the Finance Committee, as they do not adhere to what has become the practice of the House. Mr. Speaker, I draw to your attention the journals of Monday, January 27, 2014, wherein during tabling of documents, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs laid upon the table no less than 5 international instruments, many of which deal with trademarks and are now being implemented in C31. This, I believe, reflects what has become the practice, that treaties are tabled for a period of at least 21 days prior to the government seeking implementing legislation. I feel it important to note why 21 days has become the so-called magic number. Here, Mr. Speaker, I cite from the United Kingdom Select Committee on Procedure, second report from 2000, and I quote, "The Ponsonby Rule is a convention whereupon almost all treaties which do not come into force on signature are laid before Parliament for 21 days before they are ratified. It was first stated by and derives its name from Mr. Arthur Ponsonby, former Under-Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, and in a debate in the House in 1924, Mr. Ponsonby affirmed that, and I quote, "It is the intention of His Majesty's government to lay on the table of both Houses of Parliament every treaty when signed for a period of 21 days, after which the treaty will be ratified. In the case of important treaties, the government will, of course, take an opportunity of submitting them to the House for discussion within this period. But as the government cannot take upon itself to decide what may be considered important or unimportant, if there is a formal demand for discussion forwarded through the usual channels from the opposition or any other party, time will be found for the discussion of the treaty in question." I cite this passage, Mr. Speaker, because the government's policy reflects British parliamentary practice, and I believe this has become the practice of Canada's House of Commons as well. Indeed, our own Library of Parliament has noted, and I quote, "The way in which Canada negotiates, signs, ratifies, and implements international treaties is a constantly evolving process. Today, the House of Commons has been granted a louder voice prior to official ratification. This enhanced role for Parliament is an important one." End of quote. I believe if you search the annals of this place, Mr. Speaker, you will find a practice of treaties being tabled well in advance of votes thereupon. Certainly, there have been exceptions, and the policy itself foresees such situations, yet the House being informed is still a prerequisite to debate. I believe, Mr. Speaker, time has come for clarity from the Chair on whether this policy has indeed risen to the point of custom such that a violation, as appears to have occurred in this case, creates a legislative defect that must be cured prior to its passage. Arguably, as a matter of principle, the government should explain why it has not respected its own policy in regard to the tabling of treaties before Parliament. As a matter of policy, we should not debate matters that parliamentarians have not been given adequate time to review and study. But as a matter of practice, the House has established and operated on this custom of tabling for 5 years as formally enshrined, and much longer than that if one looks at historical practice whereby governments have routinely informed Parliament of international agreements signed and ratified. While I and the Liberal Party of Canada have strong and profound disagreements with FATCA and its implementation, particularly as it infringes on privacy rights in the Charter and forces the Canada Revenue Agency to do the IRS's dirty work and infringes upon our sovereignty, I will save that for a debate for another day. My concern, giving rise to this point, is that proper procedure has not been followed and the customs of the House have been infringed upon, thus creating procedural irregularity to be remedied. I believe, Mr. Speaker, the proper remedy, if you agree with this point, would be to remove those clauses from the bill, Bill C-31, that implement this treaty until such time has passed after either the treaty in question is tabled or the Minister of Foreign Affairs informs the House that an exception to the tabling requirement has been sought and the reasoning for this exception. As the matter is before committee, I believe it would be in your power to interpret the committee's mandate relative to the bill as encompassing only those matters that were properly before the House upon its introduction, thereby precluding consideration by that committee of a treaty of which this House was never informed until its accompanying implementing legislation was introduced. I understand and acknowledge that parliamentary practice has evolved in the realm of treaties and is indeed still evolving. I believe, however, that we have now established a new custom and practice with respect to the tabling of such instruments, and that it would be appropriate for the Chair to give expression to the legitimate expectations of members of this place that they be informed of treaties and their contents prior to debate on implementation, as well as to accord Parliament its proper place in the debate on international instruments, such as included in Bill C-31. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Government House Leader is rising on the same point.
Mr. Speaker, I'll have a brief initial response and reserve the right to come back further with more details. But I'd like to touch on, I guess, basically 4 points. Firstly, the tabling of treaty policies is not a product of the standing orders of this House or any rules or practices of this House. It is indeed a government policy, a policy that is you will find on the Government of Canada Department of Foreign Affairs website. That is where it exists. That is its origin. It's a policy that applies not to this House, but rather to the activities of the government. And from that perspective, it's not an appropriate point for you to rule on. That is a question of whether or not the government is complying with its policy. That is not a question of whether or not we are following. That is not a question of whether the rules of the House are being followed. So, firstly, I'd say to you there is no jurisdiction for you to deal with it. Secondly, the policy itself, in substance, does provide, as the honourable member indicated, exemptions, opportunity for exemptions for the policy, including, for example, for urgency and for other basis. In this case, the fact is that the Cabinet actually did grant such an exemption to the tabling policy. As such, the very words of the policy, the requirements of the policy have been followed. The processes for obtaining the exemption were obtained, and as a result, the requirement that it be tabled in this House 21 days in advance of the legislation being introduced is not necessary, and the policy is fully complied with. So from that perspective, the point the member raises is interesting but moot, as the policy has been complied with. And then the third point I'd raise is actually the purpose behind the policy. What is the objective of the tabling policy? And I think this goes to the heart of why an exemption is also appropriate here. The purpose of the policy is to give an opportunity for the House, if it wishes to express its views on a proposed treaty, to give an opportunity for that to be, for a debate to be had and a vote to be had on that matter. In this case, because it is actually being implemented through legislation, this House does have exactly such a policy, such an opportunity to assess the policy, to vote on it, to deliberate, decide, and make the determination on whether or not to proceed forward with the treaty, and therefore then allow the government to ratify it. Ratification, as you know, is a separate process that is done by the Governor-General in Council, by Cabinet. The purpose of the policy is to allow the opportunity for the House, for the opposition, or anybody else who wishes to identify it for debate, to allow that to happen. Because there is actual legislation going forward, there will be an opportunity for the House to pass judgment on it, as it has done at second reading, as it will have an opportunity to do presumably at report stage and third reading. So from that perspective, the policy purpose
behind the tabling of the policy, is actually also respected, as well as the actual words of the policy itself. And finally, I'd say it's particularly ironic that such a point of order would come out of the Liberal Party, who for years resisted any such policy, never had it as one of their practices. They maintain that full jurisdiction within the Prime Minister and the Cabinet to deal with treaties in their ratification without ever bringing them to this House of Commons, without ever requiring an opportunity for members of Parliament to see them before they became law and before they were ratified. So from that perspective, I would like to say I'm surprised the Liberals would have the chutzpah to bring forward this argument after years of behaving in an entirely different fashion. But I'm not surprised, because that does tend to be the way they do things. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't think there is any merit to the point of order that's been raised, both on the facts, the interpretation of the rules, and the jurisdiction that you have, and the irony of the Liberals bringing this point of order forward themselves. However, I will reserve the opportunity, since I had no notice of this point of order, to come back with further arguments if that's necessary.
Is this on the same point? Oh, yeah. The Honourable Member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, et je voulais remercier le...
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Westmount Ville-Marie for having brought forth this point of order in the House, because we didn't have any advance notice as well. We'll take a look at the points raised, and we will return to the House to discuss the matter. I think it's a very important aspect. There are 1 million Canadians affected by the changes throughout the country.
Speaker, when the House Leader, Government House Leader, stands up and says, well, you've got to look at the objective or the purpose. The objective or the purpose, I imagine, of hiding this bill, this tax information exchange agreement inside a larger omnibus legislation, is simply to hide it from the 1 million Canadians that are profoundly impacted by the government's action. But the reality is, as you know, Mr. Speaker, that tax information exchange agreements, bilateral, are filed in this House, and it's quite correct to say that the practice has been to bring it forward to the House, not to hide it in omnibus legislation. Alors, il y a des pratiques ici qu'on...
So, these are practices we've seen in the House. The member for Westmount Ville-Marie referred to a process in the regulations, the standing orders. It's another parliament, but from one from which we draw our inspiration. So I will come back to the point later today, but I think it's a very important point, and I hope that you will take a careful look at the matter before returning to the House. On another point,
democratic reform.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I rise to respond to a point of privilege raised by the Honourable Member for Burnaby Westminster. He took issue with a comment that I made here on the floor, and I will cite it verbatim. There are regular reports of people receiving multiple cards and using them to vote multiple times. That, too, can be found on the Elections Canada website. The cards in question are the voter information cards, which Elections Canada provides to electors who are on the voters list to indicate to them where and when they can cast their ballots. The second sentence in my statement is, and I quote, "That, too, can be found on the Elections Canada website." That, of course, is used as a pronoun here, and it refers to multiple voting and multiple cards. So let us check whether or not Elections Canada's website does, in fact, have cases that deal with either or both of those. I turn your attention to that website, and I will share with you URLs which are too long to list here on the floor, but I'm sure you can have no problem finding them. For example, Mr. Speaker, I turn your attention to the Commissioner of Canada Elections Compliance Agreement, and I quote, "The notice is published by the Commissioner of Canada Elections pursuant to Section 521 of the Canada Elections Act, SC 2000 C9, hereafter referred to as the Act." On September, this is a continuation of the quote, on September 20th, 2013, and pursuant to Section 517 of the Act, the Commissioner of Canada Elections entered into a compliance agreement with Miss Laura Emmanuelle Gagné, afterwards referred to as the contracting party of the City of Montreal, who was an elector in the district of Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie during the 2011 federal general election. The contracting party has acknowledged acts that may have constituted a failure to comply with Section 7 of the Act, which provides that no elector who has voted at an election may request a second ballot at that election. The contracting party has acknowledged that on May 2nd, 2011, polling day for the 2011 general election, she voted in the Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie electoral district before proceeding that same day to the Laurier-Saint-Marie electoral district and requesting and obtaining a second ballot. Specifically, the contracting party has acknowledged the following. During the period leading up to the May 2, 2011 federal election, she received 2 voter information cards in her name, one for the electoral district of Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie, and in which she resided, and one for the neighboring electoral district of Laurier-Saint-Marie, in which she did not reside. On May 2nd, 2011, she went to the polling division number 103 in the electoral district of Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie with 3 unidentified persons and a hidden camera provided by those persons and voted. The same day she went to the polling division number 002 in the electoral district of Laurier-Saint-Marie and found that her name had been struck off the list of electors for that electoral district and moved to the list of electors for the electoral district of Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Given that her name had been struck off the list of electors for the electoral district of Laurier-Saint-Marie, she asked to register using a registration certificate so that she might vote, then requested and obtained another ballot, which she completed before spoiling it. She erroneously believed that spoiling the second ballot meant that she was not committing an offense under the Act. The hoax in which she took part was broadcast on May 5th, 2011 on Infoman, a show produced by Zone 3 Inc. on Radio-Canada. The contracting party has accepted responsibility for these acts, and she is now aware that Section 7 of the Act and the offense provision of paragraph 43B of the Act. So, Mr. Speaker, there we have one example of someone receiving multiple voting cards enabling the possibility of voting more than once. She obtained 2 ballots as a result of having 2 voter information cards and having been allowed to use those cards for that said purpose. I have a second case which is almost identical. I'm not going to repeat all the same language because it is pro forma, but Monsieur Simon Poulain, hereafter again referred to as the contracting party, he voted, and I'm quoting now, quote, he voted in the Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie electoral district before proceeding that same day to Laurier-Saint-Marie electoral district and requesting and obtaining a second ballot. Later on, it goes on to say, during that same period, during the period leading up to the May 2nd, 2011 federal general election, he received 2 voter information cards in his name, one for the electoral district of Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie, in which he resided, and one for the neighboring electoral district of Laurier-Saint-Marie, in which he did not reside. On May 2nd, 2011, he went to polling division number 103, in which in the electoral district of Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie, with 3 unidentified persons and a hidden camera provided by those persons, and voted. That same day, he went to the polling division number 002 in the electoral district of Laurier-Saint-Marie and found that his name had been struck off the list for that electoral district and moved to the list of electors for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Given that his name had been struck off the list of electors for the electoral district of Laurier-Saint-Marie, he asked to register using a registration certificate so that he might vote, then requested and obtained another ballot, which he completed before spoiling it. Mr. Speaker, so again, this is evidence of people receiving multiple voting cards, which enables the practice of multiple voting. Now, if I could move on to additional examples. On December 5th, 2011, the Commissioner of Canada Elections, pursuant to Section 517 of the Elections Act, entered into a compliance agreement with Jacques Nadeau, hereafter referred to as the contracting party. I go down, Mr. Speaker. The contracting party acknowledged that he voted by special ballot in the office of the returning office for the electoral district of Mégantic-l'Érable on April 20th, 2011. He also acknowledged that he willfully requested a second ballot for the same electoral district at the advance poll on April 25th, 2011. Now, that case, I should point out, did not involve the use of the voter information card, but if you go back to my original statement, I referred in general terms to the phenomenon of multiple voting, and this case is one such example. I'll now move on to a fourth example of dealing with the issue of multiple voting. On June 27, 2006, the Commissioner entered into a compliance agreement with the contracting party who's from Montreal. And I'll quote, "In the agreement, the contracting party admits to acts that constitute an offence under Section 7 of the Canada Elections Act as she registered and requested a second special ballot on January 12, 2006 in the electoral district of Jean-Labert, after having already voted by special ballot in the same electoral district on December 5, 2005, with the mistaken belief that in the case of the first vote, it was a by-election, Now I move on to a fifth example of multiple voting that is also on the Elections Canada website. In this agreement, the contracting party admits that to acts that constitute an offence under Section 7 of the Canada Elections Act, as she registered and requested a second ballot on voting day, June 28, 2004, in the riding of Clarington, Skagug, Uxbridge, after having already voted in advance of in the electoral district of Huron-Bruce. So this case is where someone voted twice, once in each riding. And this was based on a mistaken belief that if you have two residences, you can vote twice, something that is obviously not true, and something that this particular elector has since learned and acknowledged. On sixth example, Mr. Speaker, July 2nd, 2006, the Commissioner entered into an agreement with a contracting party from the city of Stephenville. And again, it is an issue of whereby the individual in question requested a second ballot on January 23rd, 2006 in the electoral district of Random-Buron-St. George's after having already voted in the advance poll in the same electoral district on January 16th, 2006. And a seventh example, Mr. Speaker. The Commissioner signed an agreement with a citizen from Woodstock, Ontario. The offence again was requesting a second ballot in the 2004 election in the riding of Toronto Danforth after having already voted in the advance poll in the electoral district of Oxford. So I've just given you 7 examples, Mr. Speaker, of multiple voting, and I gave you 2 examples where the receipt of multiple voter information cards occurred and led to electors seeking a second ballot after they had already voted. So if you look to my original comments, you will find that they were indeed accurate. By the way, all of the examples I shared with you are found on Elections Canada's website, which is precisely what I suggested in my statement. Therefore, my comments are an accurate reflection of the reality that anyone would find if they went to that site, and I stand by the comments. Thank you.
Just on the same point? Or, okay. I appreciate the Honourable Minister's intervention, and we'll come back to those in due course with a ruling on this particular point. The Honourable Government House Leader is rising now.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising to supplement my comments made in an initial response to the point of order raised by the Honourable Member from Malpeque on Wednesday, April 9th, 2014, respecting the third report of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security concerning Bill C-483. I will tackle 2 matters in these submissions. The first is to address the subsequent response made by the Honourable House Leader of the official opposition, and the other is to offer some citations in support of my argument. On April 9th, the Honourable Member for Burnaby Westminster intervened and said, quote, "I found the point of order raised by the member for Malpeque to be very compelling. I did not find the intervention from the Government House Leader very convincing at all," unquote. I found something that he just might find convincing, his own party's position at committee. Let me quote from the New Democratic public safety critic, the Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Wandafuca. This comes from page 2 of the evidence of the April 1st, 2014 meeting of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. Quote, I would have to say in this case, having spent a lot of time, you'll recall this was a question of the scope of the bill and whether or not the amendments proposed were within the scope of the bill. I would have to say in this case, this is the NDP critic, having spent a lot of time looking at the bill, I believe that the amendments by the government make changes that really amend the same sections of the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, and they do it by the same means. So to me, it would technically seem to meet the scope requirement. It has not moved beyond what was originally suggested. I'll repeat that. Seem to meet the scope requirement. It has not moved beyond what was originally suggested. Now, I have to say I'm very happy because we raised some concerns in the questioning of witnesses, and the vast majority of those concerns have been accommodated in these amendments. So I would also be in a very strange position if I said the government actually listened, and then I don't think procedurally they can do it. Now, if the NDP House Leader won't find my arguments convincing, I do hope he will at least find his own colleagues' arguments persuasive. I do find his colleagues' arguments, the member for Esquimalt-Wandafuca, quite convincing on this point. And it does bear an interesting question for you, Mr. Speaker, who actually does speak for the NDP, the House Leader or their critic. In this case, I would encourage you to listen to their critic, but I do digress. The second part of my submissions relates to the assertion of the Honourable Member from Malpeque that the amendments adopted by the committee go beyond the scope of the bill. This morning, on another matter, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader quoted page 564 of Erskine May's Parliamentary Practice, 24th edition, on the definition of the scope of a bill. Quote, any amendment or new clause or new schedule proposed to a bill must be within its scope. The scope of a bill represents the reasonable limits of its collective purposes as defined by its existing clauses and schedules. In particular cases, difficult questions of judgment may arise. The scope of a bill, particularly of a bill with several purposes, may be wider than its long title, although the long title may help to determine scope. And that's the end of the quote. I would supplement that by quoting Beauchene's Parliamentary Rules and Form, 6th edition, at paragraph 698, sub 2. Quote, an amendment must not be inconsistent with or contradictory to the bill as so far agreed by the committee, nor must it be inconsistent with the decision which the committee has given upon a former amendment, end of quote. Paragraph 5 of that Beauchene citation states, quote, an amendment which is the equivalent to a negative of the bill, or which would reverse the principle of the bill as agreed to at second reading stage, is not admissible, end of quote. Despite these amendments, the bill's proposal to enable victims to participate in hearings to be held by the Parole Board of Canada on certain applications for an escorted temporary absence is preserved. As I mentioned on April 9th, the committee's amendments may in fact narrow the extent to which the escorted temporary residence, a temporary absence regime in the Corrections and Conditional Release Act is being changed, and thereby arguably narrow the scope of the bill, not broaden the scope of the bill, or not go beyond it. It narrows it. What is changed is that these parole board hearings won't be required in every instance. If an offender is approved for an escorted temporary absence by the parole board, a warden can approve subsequent temporary absences, so long as the offender did not breach a condition of an earlier temporary absence. If anything, these amendments actually strengthen the spirit of the bill to respect victims. Now, with these amendments, victims will have an opportunity to participate in this process, but they will need not fear being re-victimized by receiving invitations to many repetitive and redundant hearings. Nevertheless, while the scope or extent of the bill may be narrowed here, the amendments do not negate, they do not overturn, and they do not offend the principle of the bill. Therefore, the Public Safety Committee's report is in order. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Chair appreciates the points made by the Honourable Government House Leader, and we'll take it on advisement and return to the House if and when necessary. Orders of the day.
Government bills. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-13, Protecting Canadians from Online Crime Act.
The Honourable Member for Pickering, Scarborough East.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to participate in the second reading debate on the Protecting Canadians from Online Crime Act. I know that this is a very important piece of legislation for many people in my constituency, and I am glad to the government that has followed through on its commitment from the speech from the throne to bring this legislation forward in a timely manner. This bill, which we are discussing today, is a central part of the government's contribution to addressing the issue of the cyberbullying, which unfortunately, with the widespread use of the internet and social media, is becoming more prevalent in today's modern age. This bill is also another key element of the government's continued agenda to stand up for victims and punish criminals that wish to prey on innocent, law-abiding citizens. Mr. Speaker, as we are all aware, Canadians have fully embraced the internet and other mobile communication technologies, such as smartphones and social media, for communicating with family and friends, seeking information, making new social connections, and creating blogs and websites. As all members can attest, the internet is a large part of being an MP. We use the internet to stay connected with our constituents, to post relevant speeches and announcements, and even to stay in contact with our families back home. However, while most people use the internet in a constructive manner, there has been an increasing number of tragedies where people are using the internet or other electronic media to engage in malicious and mischievous conduct that leads to serious consequences for the victim. Mr. Speaker, with this legislation, our government was required to examine the nature of cyberbullying as it is manifest itself in today's digital age. Although the issue of bullying itself is an age-old problem, technology has irrevocably changed the nature and scope of bullying. For example, bullying conducted over the internet is faster, easier, and nastier than ever before. It also has the potential to remain in cyberspace permanently and to be done anonymously. Furthermore, perpetrators may be more likely to engage in bullying behavior online because they can see or hear the effects of their actions and because it's possible to be anonymous online. Mr. Speaker, this leads me to the severity and potentially tragic nature of cyberbullying. When we think about bullying of the past, where some kid may steal your lunch money or push into a puddle, we rarely associate further ramifications to these spiteful yet seemingly minor actions. However, over the past few years, cyberbullying is alleged to have played a part in the decision of some young people to take their own lives. The recent stories, which are all familiar with, are truly heartbreaking, and I'm sure I speak for all Canadians when I express our deepest condolences for the families of the victims of these tragic events. However, these incidents also prompt us as lawmakers to ask, what can we do? What can the federal government do to prevent similar tragedies? This was the motivation behind the Federal Provincial Territorial Working Group on Cybercrime. In July, the Department of Justice, on behalf of all federal provincial territorial partners, publicly released the report on cyberbullying and the non-consensual distribution of intimate images. The working group studied and considered whether or not cyberbullying was adequately addressed by the criminal code and whether or not there were any gaps that need to be filled. This working group made 9 unanimous recommendations with respect to the criminal law response to cyberbullying. The first recommendation in the report calls for a multi-pronged and multi-sectoral approach to the issue of cyberbullying and calls for all levels of government to continue to build on their initiatives to address cyberbullying in a comprehensive manner. Mr. Speaker, this recommendation recognized that cyberbullying cannot be adequately addressed by one initiative, by one level of the government. In fact, most experts agree that bullying and cyberbullying are most effectively addressed through a multi-pronged approach. Criminal law reform only represents one small portion of a much larger situation. Getting back to the bill that is before us today, I am pleased to note that all of the proposals contained in the bill were recommended by the Federal Provincial Territorial Working Group and are supported by provincial and territorial attorneys general. The bill has 2 main goals: to create a new criminal code offense of non-consensual distribution of intimate images and to modernize the investigative powers of the criminal code to enable the police to effectively and efficiently investigate cyberbullying and other crimes committed via the Internet or that what involve electronic evidence. I would like to focus the remainder of my remarks on the proposed new offense. The proposed offense would fill a gap related to a form of serious cyberbullying behavior with respect to the sharing or distribution of nude or sexual images which are later used without the consent of the person depicted. I think it is important to emphasize that the goal of this offense is not to criminalize the making of these images or even the consensual sharing of these images as between intimate partners or friends. Rather, this offense would focus on the behavior that is more often becoming associated with these images, the distribution of them without the consent of the person depicted. Specifically, this new offense would prohibit all forms of distribution of these types of images without the consent of the person depicted. Quite often, the perpetrator of this behavior is the ex-partner or ex-spouse of the person depicted in the images who is seeking revenge or looking to humiliate or harass them. To secure a conviction for this offense, a prosecutor would be required to prove that the accused knowingly distributed the images and that the accused distributed the images either knowing the person depicted did not consent to this distribution or being reckless as to whether or not the person consented. A key element of the proposed offense is the nature of the image itself. The bill proposes a three-part definition of intimate image to guide the court in determining whether or not a particular image is one that could be subject to the proposed offense. An intimate image is one in which the person depicted was nude or exposing the sexual organs or anal region or engaged in explicit sexual activity. The Criminal Code uses a similar definition on the voyeurism, Section 162, and child pornography, Section 163 offenses. However, the content of the image on its own would not be enough to qualify the image as an intimate image. The court would also need to be satisfied that the image was one that was taken in circumstances that gave rise to a reasonable expectation of privacy and that the person depicted in that image still retains a reasonable expectation of privacy in the image. These two elements are key to ensuring that the proposed offense is not cast too broadly and does not capture images in which there could be no reasonable privacy interest. For example, if a person took sexual images of themselves in the privacy of their own home for their own personal use, the image would likely be found to be an intimate image. However, if that same person then posts those images on public website, it is less likely that the court would find that the individual retains a reasonable expectation of privacy despite the fact that initial recording was the image was privately done. The proposed offense would be supported by several complementary amendments in the Criminal Code to provide protection to victims of this particularly contemptible form of cyberbullying. These complementary amendments would permit the court to order the removal of intimate images from the Internet and other digital networks, as well as make an order for restitution to cover some of the expenses incurred in having the images removed. Further, the court would be empowered to order the forfeiture of tools or property used in the commission of the offense, such as a smartphone or computer, as well as prohibition order to restrict the use of a computer or the Internet by a convicted offender. This prohibition order would be especially useful in cases of repeat offenders. The legislation also proposes to permit the court to issue a peace bond against persons who has intimate images in their possession where there are reasonable grounds to fear that a new offense would be committed by that person. The proposed new offense and complementary amendments fill an existing gap in the criminal law and aim to provide broad protection to victims of this behavior. Mr. Speaker, I understand that this legislation will not address all of the concerns that stem from cyberbullying. However, I believe this is a great leap in the right direction, and I strongly urge all members to support this piece of legislation. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure today to rise and speak on Bill C-13, an act to amend the Criminal Code, the Canada Evidence Act, the Competition Act, and the Mutual Legal Assistance in Criminal Matters Act, Protecting Canadians from Online Crime Act. As you know, Mr. Speaker, I'll be, and I think it comes as no surprise, I'll be supporting this at this second stage, at the second reading. And because there are elements in this bill that I think we have waited too long to implement. And at the same time, Mr. Speaker, I think that we do have to be very, very conscious that when we deal with legislation, legislation needs to be concise, but it also needs to have a clarity around it. And I sometimes wonder what kind of a message we send to Canadians when we have the title of a bill that has so many components in it. It leaves many people wondering, what is this bill really about? And also, and I think the fact that there are so many subheadings to this bill shows you that this is not just a bill that looks at cyberbullying and consequences to update our legislation, that this is another example of legislation where the government has cobbled together, and I mean cobbled in all seriousness, has cobbled together various pieces of their agenda and thrown in something that we have, I would say, unanimous agreement on. And as you know, Mr. Speaker, we did request for unanimous consent that the bill be divided to allow similar provisions from our colleague from Dartmouth Cole Harbour, who, by the way, has done amazing work on this file. That's Bill C-540, and the aspect that relates to the non-consensual distribution of intimate images to be adopted rapidly in committee since they have all-party support. And this is where sometimes frustration sets in this House, Mr. Speaker, because here was something we could have done all-party, everybody's in agreement with that particular component of this legislation. We're all in agreement, and we could just have separated it, passed it, and then spent our time debating, because I believe that component's been debated many times, and then we could have spent some time debating the rest of this bill, because there are some problems with the rest of this bill, but that particular part, bill that encompasses Bill C-540, and let me say again, that's the non-consensual distribution of intimate images, we could have adopted that unanimously and it could have gone on to the next stage. And I'm urging my colleagues across the way still to maybe consider doing that. They have a majority, they can make it happen. You would certainly get consent from our side to separate it that way so that we could get something moving in a very, very timely manner. And, Mr. Speaker, the world has changed since you and I went to school. Probably a little bit more since I went to school than you went to school. But, and the kind of bullying and the kind of activities in schools is very, very different now. Bullying is bullying throughout. However, we have different types of bullying right now. You know, there was a time, if you were going to be bullied by somebody at your school, they actually had to write you a letter if they were going to do it. But, you know, very rarely would they do that because they didn't want to get caught. Or they would bully you to your face. But right now, with cyberbullying, what we have is people can bully you 24/7. 24/7 using social media. And as you know, a lot of our young, I'm often amazed at how many of our youth have cell phones that are not just phones. You know, they have all their social media on that, they have their internet, very, very actively engaged. And so they carry that phone with them that has actually is is bringing the bullying right into their homes 24/7. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, I'm not saying we should ban all cell phones for young people, because I can see our young people in the House looking at me saying, is that where she's going? Not at all. But what I am saying is, because technology has changed as to how our young people interact with each other, so does our legal system. And we've seen the shortfallings of our legal system because it just wasn't equipped to deal with some very, very tragic circumstances. And it's because of that that we have to update our criminal code and law enforcement. But more than anything, I think we also have a responsibility to educate. Media literacy is very, very important. And just as we teach children, long before we had all this technology, about how to communicate in a positive way, not hurt each other's feelings, I think in a similar way, we have to have in our schools, as well as parents at home, working with our young people to teach them ways that they can manage this new world. And even though we may not live in that world, we still have to help to construct a safety net for our students and for our young people, and that's what this legislation is all about. And you know what? When we could quite easily have separated, months ago, by the way, not just today, the cyberbullying bill proposed by my colleague, the incredibly hard-working Member of Parliament from Dartmouth Cole Harbour, we could have dealt with that. Instead, here it is in a very complex bill. And now it's going to take time. And, you know, I'm going to have some of my colleagues saying, well, it doesn't have to take time. Just agree to everything that's in this new bill. But I cannot, Mr. Speaker, because there are problems with many parts of this, and I know that we'll be bringing amendments when it gets to committee stage. And student safety, you know, I always want to go to the word student, Mr. Speaker, because I think I've been a teacher all my life, and that's how I start thinking. But for our young people, what we really have to do is do the responsible thing. And do the responsible thing is, let's try to take the politics out of dealing with this safety issue. Because this particular issue has been so sensitized because of the number of tragedies we've had recently. And we know, and I've talked to young people who tell me how terrible it is and how alone you feel when you are bullied through cyberspace. And, you know, very different. I'm not saying words don't hurt. They do hurt. I can remember being at school and when people would get yelled at and you could see the look of hurt on their faces. And sometimes they were even beaten up because children will get into fights. But what we're seeing with the cyberbullying right now is that 24/7 that we get into where there is no escape. And we know the young people who are vulnerable. We know that it's people who have, let's say, our gay and lesbian community, the students who are not out. But even the students who are out, they can also become the target using the anonymity and the fake IDs that people can create in this world. And I'm going to read here a quote that was from the Ontario Information and Privacy Commission on Bill C-13. 20 seconds. Basically what they say is the federal government is using this pressing social issue as an opportunity to resurrect much of its former surveillance legislation, Bill C-30, and also, I will say, you remember a bill where it was tell a certain minister what you think of this bill. They feel it's a resurrection of that, and the government is trying to sugarcoat it by throwing in a very much needed bill to protect our children.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sudbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her very well-informed and great speech. And I think if we look across the aisle during this speech, Mr. Speaker, we're all feeling the importance of making sure that we address this issue. I know as a father it's important for me that when my kids come home from school that we make sure that we're watching and seeing what they're doing on the internet, and there's some concern there, and I think all parents need to be concerned. And I also know that in my great riding of Sudbury, the police, through Sergeant Tim Burt and the cyber unit, has been going from schools talking about the importance and the impact of cyberbullying. And I think it's important for us to recognize the importance of this, Mr. Speaker, and to get on this. And I think it's concerning when you see other things added to this. That's something that we could have gotten done very quickly, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to hear my honourable members' colleagues' comments on that. Thank you.
The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
I want to congratulate my colleague for the amazing work he has done on the everyday pressures on Canadian families as they struggle to make ends meet. And whether it's the rise in gas prices or the credit card fees, he really knows how to handle that file and does a great job. You know, Mr. Speaker, you don't have to take my word for it, that, or just one group's word for it, that this government is trying to cobble together or has cobbled together legislation, and in a way that was totally unnecessary, in a way that they could have passed the kernel, the essential piece of this legislation, just like that, but they didn't. Let me also quote from you, from David Fraser, a Halifax-based lawyer, who said, which I think is really cynical and disappointing. He's talking about this piece of legislation. There's a whole bunch of irrelevant or other stuff in here that's going to distract from the legitimate discussion on how to fine-tune this to get this absolutely right.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my honourable colleague for the speech on C13. And the only question I had, I know I've heard it a few times about splitting the bill and so on. And I'm the chair of the Justice Committee, and we've done a very good job, in my view, of listening to witnesses and suggestions and amendments by the opposition on a number of items, and we've actually, I know, accepted amendments from the opposition. I know that a Liberal member was sitting in the last time we were doing a review, and we were accepting amendments from the other side, and they were in a little bit of shock that that's the kind of cooperation that was happening at committee. So what I don't understand is, why would you want to split the bill up? Do you not have confidence in the committee system and your own members to be able to bring forward amendments at the time when that is when amendments are often discussed and debated at committee? After I think we're going to have a large number of, based on those who have requested to appear, a fairly long, extensive review of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before I go to the member, just remind all honourable members to direct their comments directly to the chair rather than. I have confidence in the committee process, but the honourable member from Newton North Delta can answer the question.
I have absolutely no confidence in that government doing anything right when it comes to dealing with our students, our young people's safety. And you know what? Michael Geist, a Canadian research chair in Internet and e-commerce law at the University of Ottawa, had this to say. He compared a number of provisions included in C13 to the controversial Internet snooping legislation, which we know how divisive that was. Bill C30, killed by the former Justice Minister in the face of widespread public criticism. So you had this mountain of opposition, you withdrew the bill, and now you bring it forward, and in it you bury something that is so important, and it's all about protecting our young people from cyberbullying. That is playing politics.
Before we continue, just remind this honourable member, as the previous, to direct their comments to the chair rather than directly to their colleagues. And it is also my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House of the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for HoC on citizenship and immigration.
For Sandwich Gulf Islands regarding rail transportation, and the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona regarding employment and social development. Resuming debate, the honourable member for York Centre.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today in support of Bill C-13. This bill proposes amendments to the Criminal Code, the Competition Act, and the Mutual Legal Assistance in Criminal Matters Act in order to bring them up to date with 21st century technologies. These updates to the law would respond to new challenges posed by modern technology in the context of bullying, often referred to as cyberbullying in a number of ways, including by creating a new offense of non-consensual distribution of intimate images. Bill C-13 would also revise investigative powers to make sure they respond to modern technologies so that police have the tools they need to investigate offenses arising in the context of current communication technology, including offenses that can occur in the context of cyberbullying behaviors, such as the proposed new offense of non-consensual distribution of intimate images. Now, I'd like to take this opportunity to expand on some particularly important and innovative aspects of the Criminal Code amendments, and in particular, the new concept of transmission data. I think Bill C-13's proposals for changes in this area are going to have a really positive impact on how investigations are conducted here in Canada. Now, first, I'd like to tell you about the new transmission data warrant. For the past 20 years, the police have been able to ask a justice for a warrant which would permit the police to find out phone numbers dialed by a suspect or by someone phoning that suspect. Such warrants could be issued by the justice when there are reasonable grounds to suspect that this information could assist in the investigation of a crime. But these days, this sort of information, sometimes referred to as call identifying information, encompasses not just telephone numbers, but also the Internet equivalents of telephone numbers, and includes some technical data that all kinds of more advanced calling features can generate on a network. It is unfortunately the reality for police today that investigators face challenges when working with the existing dialed number recorder warrant, which is sadly out of date, as it was not designed for the kinds of things that can be part of call identifying information today. The provision was created in 1993 for traditional telephones. Now, another change in the way people communicate that has had significant impact on investigations is the increased use of Internet since 1993, which means that voice telephony is far from being the only way that people regularly communicate. An additional impact on investigations comes from the convergence of different communication technologies. Nowadays, the lines between traditional telephones and the Internet are certainly blurred. Many cell phones today can be used to access the Internet, for example, if you want to see something on the Internet or send a message. And your phone can also rely on the technology of the Internet to make a traditional call. Millions of subscribers use VoIP, or Voice over IP, which enables the phone to make use of the Internet to make a traditional voice telephone call. The result is that the technology uses IP, or Internet Protocol addresses, in addition to telephone numbers. It is a sort of a hybrid. In this case, this kind of hybridization creates problems for investigators, and it was also never envisaged 20 years ago when communication was done through traditional phone lines for which the current warrant was designed. Now, this is important. These changes in communication technology have led to this proposal in Bill C-13 to update
the existing dialed number recorder warrant in Section 492.2 of the Criminal Code and replace it with a transmission data warrant. The proposal in Bill C-13 to create an updated warrant called a transmission data warrant makes sense. This new warrant will reflect the new realities for communication technology and investigative techniques. The sorts of addressing data police now need to conduct investigations can't be obtained using telephone records or standard equipment for older technology like a dialed number recorder. The updates to the law would ensure a criminal would not be able to avoid police investigative techniques because he uses modern technology such as VoIP to make his calls instead of a traditional telephone. A new legal concept was needed for this update to the existing number recorder warrant to encompass the greater complexity of call identifying information in the modern telecommunications context. Bill C-13 proposes a way to create this new concept, a new category of information called transmission data that would apply to Internet routing information as well as traditional telephone numbers. Now, transmission data would be specifically restricted to certain parts of what is called the header data, which includes things like the email address and information about the mail servers that transmitted the email. But the concept is carefully designed to explicitly exclude the content of any message so that invasions of privacy are minimized. This means police would not be able to use the transmission data warrant to find out what a person has typed in as the subject field. More importantly, police will not be able to use this type of warrant to find out what was typed into the body of the email. Now, in addition to updating the dialed number recorder warrant provision by replacing it with a new transmission data warrant, Bill C-13 also proposes a new judicial production order aimed at obtaining transmission data when it is stored. This is a change to the structure of the existing number recorder warrant, which included a production order within the warrant provision. Bill C-13 proposes a separate production order to obtain transmission data located in the same place in the Criminal Code with the other production orders. This proposal is part of the overall approach of Bill C-13 of creating a slate of specific production orders that provide specific tools to police to use to obtain particular types of information. The bill proposes specific and tailored new production orders for transmission data, for tracking data, and for tracing a communication, along with the existing specific and tailored production order for financial data and the existing general production order, all of which together comprise the new scheme of production orders proposed by Bill C-13. The threshold for the specific and tailored production orders is reasonable grounds to suspect an offense has or will be committed, as these orders are narrower in scope and less invasive. In contrast, the threshold for the broader general production order is reasonable grounds to believe an offense has been or will be committed, to reflect its greater intrusive potential. These thresholds are consistent with the current approach to thresholds for production orders in the Criminal Code. Now, this approach is designed to provide tailoring to particular privacy interests through giving police specific tools designed for specific access, which allows a judge to assess each type of request to the appropriate standard. Now, given the discussions currently occurring both domestically and internationally around access to metadata, it may be useful at this point to speak briefly to the distinction between metadata and transmission data as proposed in Bill C-13. Metadata is a term that can be used to describe any data about data, and it can encompass a fairly broad range of information, including information that would not be part of the definition of transmission data. Transmission data, as set out in Bill C-13, is carefully and more narrowly defined. It is information relating only to the dialing, routing, addressing, or signaling of telecommunications. Now, as I mentioned earlier, it is explicit in the definition of transmission data that it cannot reveal the substance, meaning, or the purpose of the communication. It is important to understand the limited, specific, and focused ambit of what is being proposed in Bill C-13 in relation to transmission data, as these limits address some concerns that some people have expressed about broad abilities to access all kinds of information with ease. Bill C-13 proposes a clear framework for particular types of access to data, in particular transmission data, if granted by a judge or justice. The transmission data warrant and production order will provide police with some of the investigative tools they need to fight crime in a world of changing technology. It has been precisely designed to do so with appropriate privacy safeguards. I therefore encourage all members to give Bill C-13 their full support. Thank you, Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think that all of us here in this House would agree that protecting our children is paramount, and it does give one pause to consider the fact that on the one hand, the provisions in this bill that actually go towards protecting children from cyberbullying, the measures were first introduced 10 months ago by my honorable colleague from Dartmouth, Cole Harbour, and leave it to this government to take 10 months and play politics with what I think all of us can agree is a very, very serious issue. And then on the other side, Mr. Speaker, you know, I spoke with many of the residents of my riding in Davenport in Toronto around the proposed online spying bill, and I didn't meet a single person who could support that bill. And so my question is, you know, we've seen the government, Mr. Speaker, throw in a lot of additional measures to their bill. So why in this particular one, if the government wants to protect young people from cyberbullying, do they also have a measure in there to add a 2-year sentence for someone who's stealing cable?
The Honourable Member for York Centre.
Well, thank you, Speaker. And the member raises a point about claiming this is an omnibus bill, and the opposition seems to be seeing omnibus bills at every turn. And the fact of the matter is that Bill C-13 is not an omnibus crime bill. It combines the proposed new offense of non-consensual distribution of intimate images to address cyberbullying with judicially authorized tools to help police and prosecutors investigate not only the proposed new offense, but other existing offenses that are committed via the Internet. And, Speaker, I would urge the member, if he's serious about combating Internet crime and giving the police new tools to protect our most vulnerable people in our society, our children, that he support Bill C-13.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech on Bill C-13. And just a reminder to my colleague that the Democrat Justice Critic, a member from Gatineau, in that member's opening speech, that member wanted the bill to get to committee for a fulsome examination. And I'd like to actually quote from her speech, Mr. Speaker. From that member's speech. I think that the minister wants as many members as possible to support his bill. I therefore hope that he will be open to allowing us to study this aspect carefully. We will have some serious arguments to make in committee about these aspects of the bill, unquote. And my point is this, Mr. Speaker, I think there's been we think this is our third or fourth day of debate. I think there might be one more day of debate on this item. And then we need to get it to committee because my understanding, there are a tremendous number of people who want to come and speak to it. Can the member tell us why it's important for us to get this bill to committee to be studied as soon as possible? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for York Centre.
Thank you, Speaker. And I want to thank my honourable friend from Burlington, who raises some very important and compelling points. And I've got to tell you that it is very important that this bill expeditiously make its way through the House and get to committee. This bill seeks to address a very serious problem in our society, one that the first piece of legislation, 1993, that we are trying to address here, does not, in fact, have the right, give the police the right tools, investigative tools, to address this problem that we have in our society. And I got to tell you that our government is not alone in support in proposing this kind of legislation and supporting this kind of legislation. Just to give you an example, Carol Todd on Canada AM is in support. Leanna MacDonald, the Canadian Centre for Child Protection. David Butt, Counsel to the Kids Internet Safety Alliance. Dalhousie University Law Professor Wayne McKay. Alan Hubley, Ottawa City Councillor. Jeff McGuire, Niagara Regional Police Chief, have all said categorically that this is the kind of legislation that we need. This is the kind of legislation that we need to give police the investigative tools, and this is the kind of legislation that we need to protect our most vulnerable in our society, our children.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
Resuming debate. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to have this opportunity to speak to the bill this evening. This is a very sensitive issue, an emotional issue for many colleagues as well. So I salute the government on its initiative for introducing this bill with a view to putting in place a national plan to deal with cyberbullying and cyber crime. In accordance with NDP principles, we will be defending all principles to deal with cyberbullying. We need measures such as these because of the progress being made with technology, the ever-changing technology used by our young people to interact. And I say that this is almost perfect because there are measures in the bill that deal with one of the measures we put forth ourselves. The rest of the bill has some shortcomings, and I'll be addressing those during my remarks here today. We also deplore the fact that we needed to see some pretty mediatized issues in Nova Scotia, among other places, before the government took action. With a view to putting an end to cyberbullying and bullying as well, because bullying also occurs on a daily basis, in schools, for example. It's also unfortunate, in our view, that the government had refused to support our bill, C-540. As I said, in the name of our member for Dartmouth-Cole Harbour, which was a very direct and simple approach, but which went without support from the Conservative Party. Oddly enough, in fact, because almost the same thing is now included in Bill C-13, although at the time that measure wasn't supported by the Conservatives. So we're wondering if they were simply playing politics by the Conservatives. But I will leave them with the benefit of the doubt. Now, a little earlier on, in fact, a couple of years ago, there was also a motion put forth by the member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord, which dealt with the issue of bullying, general bullying, not just cyberbullying. He had put forth the idea of a national strategy to deal with bullying, but that too did not receive support from the Conservatives. Now today, they say that they're the great defenders of our young people, that they want to settle the situation, but I would point out that they had an opportunity to help us do so in the past, but they didn't offer their support, unfortunately. So it's sad that we've had to wait this long, in fact, Mr. Speaker. The government waited to take action, waited for a tragic situation to occur, and that's unfortunate. We need to focus on preventing these types of situations and not reacting after the fact, because it has had serious consequences. Now, this bill deals with the uninformed distribution of intimate images. And that part of the bill will ban the the distribution of images without consent, and that is a part of the bill that we support fully, because, as I said earlier, that is the measure that we ourselves had put forth earlier, about 10 months ago in 2013, and which, as I pointed out, didn't receive support from the Conservatives. This measure is back now in this bill, and we support that measure. And we would support the bill if that were the only measure included in it. Unfortunately, that's not what the bill is limited to. There are several other issues, aspects that were put into Bill C-13, namely parts of the bill from Bill C-30. Now, if you recall, Mr. Speaker, there was a bill, Bill C-30, in the first session of the 41st Parliament. It was tabled by the Minister of Public Safety of the day, who is no longer a member of Parliament today, but who had caused an outcry across the country. The minister was forced to withdraw the bill. It was the bill that dealt with electronic monitoring and wasn't well received publicly, so the Conservatives withdrew it. Unfortunately, many of the measures contained in that bill, Bill C-30, on which there was no consensus, are now in Bill C-13. And this is one of the reasons why we can't support the bill in its current form. I'll clarify, we'll be supporting it at second reading with a view to attempting to fix the bill at committee. As we told the government, we were prepared to split the bill to deal first and foremost with the part that has broad consensus. We could have split it off and adopted that part quickly and then focused on the rest of the aspects. Bullying, which is something that affects 12 to 14-year-olds. They're the most at risk of being cyberbullied. That also affects the well-being, the mental well-being of young people. This is very worrisome. It's worrisome to see the impact of cyberbullying on our young people. It results in anxiety, a drop in school results, among other things, and also leads to very tragic events, as we saw. According to a report of 2012, authors of cyberbullying are often victims of cyberbullying are twice as likely as to commit suicide as others. And that is a very worrisome statistic. Now, when we talk about bullying, these reports don't often mention the impact, the devastating effect on victims. These are difficult situations. These people often need assistance. And that is why we support the first part of this bill, which would provide an additional means for law enforcement officers to take action against people who are committing cyberbullying. We're also aware that this is an issue that affects far too many children in this country. We need to focus on prevention, because it's all fine and well to punish people who are at fault, but we also need to take action ahead of time to prevent this from occurring. And I think that this is a philosophy, in fact, that the Conservatives simply don't have. Many times the Conservatives put forth measures that are designed to punish people and now that's fine in some cases. However, we need to focus on prevention to avoid victims, to prevent people from becoming victims, in fact. Because with prevention, these kind of crimes wouldn't occur, and it's equally as important to prevent them from occurring initially, especially when we look at all of the detrimental and adverse effects that cyberbullying has on young people. As I mentioned, they're increasingly exposed to new technology, internet technology, and as a result, they're often victims of bullying, not only at school, but also online. So that concludes my remarks, Mr. Speaker. I'm prepared to take any questions members may have.
Thanks, the Honourable Member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for the member's speech. And I agree. Prevention is an issue that we need to continue to look at, of course, in all aspects of our justice legislation. It's easier, of course, to prevent something from happening than, than it actually waiting until it does happen. I have no qualms with that approach. What I don't understand, Mr. Speaker, is that the NDP position thus far that I've heard is that they want to split the bill. They're okay with making cyberbullying a criminal offense. Seems like that seems fair to them and something that they can support. But they don't seem to want to support the actual aspects to enforce it, a criminal offense. You can't have a criminal offense and not attack the issue that makes it an offense, that allows that criminal activity to occur. So I don't understand why they want to split that part up. Do they just want cyberbullying to be an offense on paper with no real effect?
The Honourable
Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I will respond to the question from the member opposite. Of course, we would have liked to adopt the first part of this bill quickly, as I said in my remarks. This is a crime under the Criminal Code, and if it weren't, then the police officers and law enforcement officers wouldn't have an opportunity to take action. But there are a number of other aspects in the bill which are such that we cannot accept it. As I said, though, we will be supporting it at second reading. We'll support sending it to committee so that we can get down to work at committee with a view to improving the parts of the bill that need fixing. However, we could have split the other part off, the part on which there is consensus, and adopted it quickly. It's unfortunate, in fact, for the victims of bullying who are going to be facing more bullying until this bill has been adopted. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Sherbrooke, for his eloquent remarks. I'd like to go back to an aspect that was raised in the answer to the member opposite, who's criticized the NDP for not wanting to adopt certain aspects of the bill. But these are aspects that have always been controversial. They were controversial back in the day of C30. As the member said in his remarks, what we're seeing today in the Conservatives' attitude is, in fact, something that we see each time we face a bill, we face the issue of amendments. My colleague, the member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fior, had proposed a national strategy to deal with bullying. That was defeated by the Conservatives. They didn't want to deal with it. My colleague, the member for Dartmouth-Cole Harbour, had put forth a C540, which had achieved a consensus, but the Conservatives decided not to proceed with it and to create another bill and push through some other aspects that are controversial. I'd like to hear my colleague elaborate, if he will, on how the NDP approach was better, sought to achieve a good consensus rather than, as opposed to the conservative, divisive approach. I'd like him to talk about the NDP approach, because what we're seeing from the Conservatives is attempts to divide people, and that's, I'd like him to comment on that. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her excellent question. Yes, the Conservatives do tend to use tactics, partisan tactics, with a view to achieve their ends. Now, I don't want to impute any ill intent with respect to this bill. However, all too often we've seen the Conservatives use sensitive issues, sensitive current issues, that to adopt legislation, and a few moments later then they'd send out partisan messages to their base requesting funding, etc. So they're using this for partisan purposes, for their own partisan purposes. Now, I'm not saying that that is the case here with this bill, because I think they are acting in good faith on the issue of bullying. However, their approach doesn't make sense on the part of a legislator that should be taking action. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Kootenai, Columbia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very privileged today to be standing here and speaking on Bill C-13, Protecting Canadians from Online Crime Act. The legislation will prohibit the non-consensual distribution of intimate images. It will empower a court to order the removal of intimate images from the Internet, and it will permit the court to forfeit a computer, cell phone, or other device used in an offence outlined in this legislation. Amendments to the Criminal Code will include creating a new offence to prohibit the non-consensual distribution of intimate images with a maximum sentence of 5 years incarceration or 6 months imprisonment on summary conviction. It will also direct the sentencing judge to consider upon conviction whether that person should be restricted from use of the Internet for a specified period of time. It will also authorize the judge to order the removal of an intimate image from websites if the person depicted did not consent to the image being posted. It will allow the judge to order restitution following conviction to the victim. It will empower the court to seize and order forfeiture of property related to the offence, such as computers and mobile devices. Furthermore, a justice may issue a peace bond where, upon reasonable grounds, he or she believes an individual will commit a new offence. And lastly, and quite importantly, Mr. Speaker, a person can also ensure that the spouse of an accused person is eligible to testify against the accused in court. Mr. Speaker, as a former police officer, I'm a little biased to this legislation because I believe it goes as far as it needs to go, and I will explain to my colleagues why I believe it goes as far as it needs to go. A lot of the existing powers that assist police in investigations have not been modernized for some time. In fact, they are long overdue. For the most part, police are working with 1980s legislation in 2014. It's a bit of an advantage to the bad guy, as the police are always playing catch-up. As we've heard previously from other speakers, they want to hear why the police can't react more quickly. The reality is the laws are not there for them to act more quickly. This legislation will provide for preservation of a volatile computer data found under Section 487.012. A police officer may make a demand to a person in Form 5.0001, requiring them to preserve computer data that is in their possession. Unless the demand is revoked earlier, it will expire 21 days after it is made. This is probably the most valuable tool for police in this electronic age. It will allow the police the time needed to obtain a warrant to seize evidence. In this electronic age, data can be destroyed or quickly moved, and this in itself will allow police to act in a more proactive manner. I'd like to speak to this a little more, Mr. Speaker. The fact of the matter is that with computer data, when police identify a suspect, if they don't have the opportunity or the ability to go to that person and say, you need to hold on to this information, you cannot delete it, you cannot move it, you cannot anything with it, they will be able to do that through this Form 5001. They have not been able to do that until this point in time. It will be a huge opportunity for the police to actively investigate something more proactively. It will require judicial authority to acquire preserved computer data. As mentioned above, the police will be given the authority to preserve the evidence, but they must still obtain a warrant to seize the evidence. That's always been the case, Mr. Speaker. There's a misconception sometimes that police just can go and grab something and they don't need a warrant. The fact of the matter is they've always needed that judicial requirement to seize evidence. Otherwise, once it gets to court, it's thrown out. So this just gives the police an added 21 days to be able to preserve evidence, to be able to obtain a warrant. It clearly modernizes the criminal code to recognize all forms of communication. Mr. Speaker, until recently, the criminal code commonly identified communication either by oral or written forms. We've come a long way in the last 20 years. The criminal code identifies what can be electronically received by the police through oral or written means. And we've, as I said, Mr. Speaker, we've come a long way, especially with the advent of Facebook, Internet, Twitter, Instagram. A lot of these things have really changed the way police have to do business. Most communications today are done by electronic means. Today, to write a letter and put it into a post office box is foreign to most people. It just doesn't happen. Most of us in this place right now are probably looking at an electronic device. We're not looking at a piece of paper, Mr. Speaker. We pay our bills online and we communicate by mobile devices. This legislation will give police better tools to better track and trace telecommunications. Mr. Speaker, we live in a world where electronic messages and photographs can be distributed instantly anywhere around the world. And giving police the tools to react quickly is not only needed, but it's well overdue. Now, I've heard from the other side that we should split the bill, that they're good with one part, but they're not good with the other part. The fact of the matter is that you can't have one without the other. You just, it's not possible. You have to be able to give the police the authority and the ability to track electronic data as is known today that was not there 20 years ago. And finally, Mr. Speaker, this legislation will streamline the process for obtaining multiple warrants and orders related to the execution of wiretaps authorization. Mr. Speaker, I have been the author of 2 Part 6 affidavits in my time as a police officer. I can tell you it is a long and arduous process which requires multiple layers of investigation, each which must be verified and then reviewed and approved by a Supreme Court judge. To get to this level of investigation, all other forms of investigation must have been exhausted. This form of investigation is not taken lightly by any level of police or judicial department. My good friend from York Centre in his speech mentioned DNRs, or dial number recorders. It brings me back to a few years ago when we used those prior to getting to a full wiretap. And just to get a dial number recorder opportunity to place on a phone line, Mr. Speaker, goes through a huge amount of paperwork and justification to a Supreme Court justice. With so many different forms of electronic devices available to the public, police must have multiple tools available to them, including wiretap evidence. But I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, and every Canadian, that it is used as a last resort. Mr. Speaker, it is far too easy this day and age to do hurtful, irresponsible, and illegal activities that were not possible not so many years ago. With Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram and other forms of social media, we have seen how it is used to humiliate and in some cases have the worst of outcomes, because the victim has absolutely no control over an anonymous or faceless predator. People who commit these cowardly acts need to be held accountable as quickly as possible. Mr. Speaker, this legislation is a good start, and we must recognize as legislators that when it comes to the criminal code, we must provide most up-to-date laws so that both the police and courts can deal with this type of crime. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Everyone here in the House agrees that this is a vital issue and that we have had some very tragic situations, for example, last year and various places in Canada. So we all want to work together on this, but I want to ask my colleague why he did not support my colleague's bill, that is my colleague member for Dartmouth-Cole Harbour, which had a lot of consensus here in the House and would have enabled us to really fight this problem.
For Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for her question. The reality is that Bill C-13 is a bill that is all-inclusive, provides what we want to do with regards to cyberbullying, but also includes the ability for police to enhance their ability to do investigations through electronic means. We need to continue down this road. This is a great start, and I look forward to looking at Bill C-13 at committee.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Kootenay, Columbia. He has so much credibility when he speaks to these issues. As you know, he served our country as an RCMP officer for years, and listening to what he has to say, I think really gives us here in the House some perspective on what this actually means on the ground. And that's going to be my question to him, if he could elaborate, because he did say that he's been listening to the speeches throughout the day and people misunderstand what the reality is out there. And he's heard people say we should split the bill. But he said, and I quote what he said, you can't have one without the other. And I was hopeful, Mr. Speaker, that he could use some of the time remaining to actually explain this in detail so that other members in the House would realize why it's so important that we move forward with this very important bill.
The Honourable Member, Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for his question. The fact of the matter is that when you're dealing with electronic forms of communication, the police need to be able to obtain that information through those means. And because we're in a computer age where someone in a far-reaching country can impact someone in Canada within seconds, the police have to be able to intercept and be able to track and monitor those types of things. In this bill, it identifies specifically what the police can and can't do with regards to the transmission of data and the electronic data that they receive. When police enter into an investigation, Mr. Speaker, it's far-reaching and it takes a long time to get to that electronic interception portion of the investigation. But we also have to recognize that with regards to things that we've seen recently, it can change very, very quickly. So giving the police the ability, to have electronic data information to them is something that is essential to ensuring that this doesn't happen again.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't think there's any question that every member of this House wants to see action taken to ensure that the use of the Internet for bullying, for intimidation, for spreading of pornographic images has all the tools that law enforcement needs. But the balance must be maintained to ensure that we don't open up warrantless access to the records of thousands of Canadians who are committing no crimes. And I'd ask the Honourable Member, I recognize his time with the RCMP and I appreciate the work he did, that it could be cumbersome to obtain a warrant. But in most cases, surely the RCMP are able to obtain warrants as they go through the business of proceeding in criminal trials and investigations. That's been the rule of law in this country, and we need to extend it to Internet, not raise the floodgates on warrantless access.
The Honourable Member for Kootenay Columbia, short answer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member from Gulf Islands for her question. I'm a little confused by the question because there is nothing in this bill with regards to warrantless search. I'd like to see the section that says warrantless search. There is nothing in there. There's a preservation order in which a police officer must still go to a justice to get approval to get the information from the preservation order. There's absolutely nothing in this bill for warrantless search and never will be.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise and speak in support of this bill, and in doing so I wish to salute the leadership and thoughtful analysis that has been provided by my colleague, the member for Gatineau. As is so often the case in this House, Mr. Speaker, I wish I could simply stand in this place and enthusiastically support this Conservative initiative. But once again, they cannot stop themselves from overreaching. As others have noted in this debate thus far, the official opposition requested unanimous consent to have the bill be divided into two parts and to allow the part that was introduced initially from my colleague from Dartmouth Cole Harbour introducing Bill C-540, dealt with in one fashion, the non-consensual distribution of intimate images, that portion of this Bill C-13, and asked that it be adopted as quickly as possible in committee because of all party support. Why couldn't this be about that? Well, because it's about more than that, Mr. Speaker. Other provisions from the defunct Bill C-30 should be studied separately, in our view, and given the attention that they so desperately require. I'm going to speak first about some of the cyberbullying issues and then focus upon what are called the lawful access provisions and the critique that so many people have made about those provisions, and then return in the few minutes available to the issue of cyberbullying, which is so critical. Now, even in this fractured and divided Parliament, I can't imagine many colleagues who would dissent from the need to better protect people of all ages from the distribution of intimate images without their consent. We've clearly heard from the families, the educators, and law enforcement officials that there is a need to update the criminal code to address this kind of malicious activity. There seems to be no doubt about that. In fact, a few months ago, Mr. Speaker, I attended a presentation on Parliament Hill that was hosted by Research Impact, Canada's Knowledge Mobilized Network group that is seeking to maximize the economic, social, health, and environmental impacts of research. And among the presentations I heard from here in Centre Block was one by a University of Victoria professor on a program that Professor Bonnie Leadbeater, a professor in the Department of Psychology at the University of Victoria, was involved in as a researcher. She's also the author and evaluator of WITS Leads, an elementary school program, a program designed to bring together schools, families, and communities to help elementary school children deal with bullying and peer victimization, and to encourage adults to respond more effectively to children's requests for help.
This cutting-edge research by Professor Leadbeater and her peers has made a real impact across the country. And in fact, for her work, Professor Leadbeater was awarded the Partnership Award by the Canadian Institutes of Health Research this past year. So I'm happy to see such important and applied research on bullying from my community, and I'm proud that it's had such national impact. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate that the Conservatives are making this straightforward issue everyone supports taking measures to address into something much more complicated than it needs to be. So that's why we proposed the splitting of this bill with all of its, I would say, unanimous support from those parts that are, frankly, much more controversial, as I will describe in a moment. So we all know that the initiative for Bill C-13 were the tragic events of the highly publicized suicides of 2 adolescent victims of cyberbullying, Rehtaeh Parsons of Nova Scotia and Amanda Todd from my province of British Columbia. And frankly, the bill essentially repeats what the member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour, my colleague, had already put in his bill, as I said earlier. So obviously there's no issue of support. However, the scope of the application of Bill C-13 is just so much larger, and it targets a whole lot of other issues that have nothing to do with cyberbullying. Issues like access to bank financial data, Terrorist Financing Act, telemarketers, theft of telecommunication services. These are all in this bill that is before us today. And so it's the issue of access and warrantless disclosure of personal information from Internet service providers to, quote, lawful authorities, close quote, that is at issue for this other part, this larger part of this initiative, and it's that which I wish to address now. Many experts on privacy have expressed great concern over this initiative. A famous lawyer doing privacy in Halifax, David Fraser, has expressed what he calls it very cynical, really cynical and disappointing, to use his words. He says, there's a whole bunch of irrelevant and other stuff here that's going to distract from the legitimate discussion of how to fine-tune this and get it absolutely right. He's, of course, right. But I would like to focus, Mr. Speaker, in the time available on the very current critique by Professor Michael Geist, who is perhaps one of our most famous academics and practitioners in this field. Professor Geist, of course, is a professor at the University of Ottawa, where he holds the Canada Research Chair in Internet and E-commerce law. To say he's written prolifically on this topic would be an understatement. And as recently as 2 weeks ago, he wrote the following. He says, the debate over Bill C-13, the government's latest lawful access bill, is set to resume shortly. The government has argued that the bill should not raise concerns since new police powers involve court oversight, and the mandatory warrantless disclosure provisions that raised widespread concern in the last bill have been removed. While that is the government's talking points, he says, he's talked about how this bill now includes incentives for telecom companies and other intermediaries to disclose subscriber information without court oversight, since it grants them full civil and criminal immunity for doing so. Moreover, newly released data, he continues, suggests that telecom companies don't seem to need much of an incentive, as they're already disclosing subscriber data on thousands of Canadians every year without court oversight. Close quote. This isn't an opposition politician speaking, Mr. Speaker. This is probably the leading academic expert on this in the country who's bringing this to our attention. So no wonder there continues to be great concern. He goes on and talks about the work that the Privacy Commissioner is doing with recommendations that she has released designed to enforce privacy protections in the age of cyber surveillance. And a report that includes the following recommendations for reform to our private sector privacy law, require, quote, public reporting on the use of various disclosure provisions under PIPEDA, where private sector entities such as telecommunications companies release personal information to national security entities without court oversight, close quote. That's what's before us, Mr. Speaker. civil liberties groups and academics sent a public letter to the various leading telecom companies asking them to shed new light into this policy of data retention and sharing policies. And the claim is that our role in the whole surveillance activity remains a bit of a mystery, but there can be little doubt that Canadian telecom and internet companies play an important role as intermediaries that access, retain, and possibly disclose information about their subscribers' activities. These are the kind of concerns that have so many Canadians continuing to be concerned. I'd like to leave another quote, if I could, into the record from Professor Geist. He says, in fact, Bill C-13, the so-called cyberbullying bill, includes a provision that is likely to increase the number of voluntary disclosures without court oversight, since it grants telecom companies and internet providers complete immunity from any civil or criminal liability for those disclosures. And he concludes the privacy implications of this secret disclosure system are enormous, close quote. So knowing that my time is about to expire, Mr. Speaker, I wholeheartedly support the initiative on cyberbullying. Once again, I wish the government didn't overreach and go into this area of lawful access the way that it does, causing so much concern in the communities across this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for his speech. He related to warrantless searches and telecommunication companies retaining data and then potentially providing that to the police. I wonder if you could give an example of that, please.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, one of the issues that has addressed in the bill that is the so-called low threshold for what is called metadata. And again, Professor Geist has been talking about, the voluntary disclosure resulting from privacy threats of personal information and the lack of civil and criminal immunity granted to intermediaries like internet service providers and telecom companies that provide disclosure. And it's the definition in the bill of transmission data that is so concerned. And yes, the bill creates a new warrant allowing judges to order the disclosure of transmission data when there are reasonable grounds. But there is also this continuing concern about metadata, which, if we've learned nothing from the revelations in the last while concerning the National Security Agency and CSEC, we obviously have to address very carefully.
Questions and comments? La question est commentée, l'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my colleagues have already said in this House, there are many reasons for us to oppose this bill. So there are certainly many things that we would like to change. So I would like to ask my colleague, what are some of the things that we would like to see changed in this bill? And does he trust the committee process with a Conservative majority sitting on it?
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
I thank my colleague for her excellent question. I, of course, am concerned about the provisions that used to be in Bill C-30, you're with us or you're with the child predators or child pedophiles bill, as the former Minister of Public Safety referred to it. Many of those provisions have been put into this bill without a lot of analysis, it would appear. And so we have an amalgam of a bill that everyone supports on cyberbullying with controversial provisions of that sort dealing with public safety. I know that the bill is going to go to committee, for which I'm obviously grateful, but there needs to be such a lot more work to be done with it, and whether or not the government of the day, having tried once, failed, and come back again, will in fact accept amendments will remain to be seen. We live in hope, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich-Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague from Victoria for his speech on this bill. There clearly is, as he said, a difference between the Conservative talking points around critical issues of privacy and what's actually in the bill. I've also reviewed what Professor Geist has had to say about this bill, and I'm concerned that privacy of Canadians could be infringed. And I'm just wondering if the Honourable Member from Victoria could explain more clearly what the difference is between the sections where the judge has supervisory powers over the access to evidence and where telecommunications companies will be turning over private information without review.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to do so requires an analysis of the Personal Information Protection and Electronic Documents Act that has been the subject of a mandatory review by this House, but has yet to take place. That is to say, we haven't had that bill reintroduced. And it deals with private sector, it deals with telecommunications companies and the like. And how that is going to connect with this initiative is something that many people are worried about. In other words, we are only examining, if you have a two-legged stool, we only have one leg that we're examining here. And to fully understand how it's going to work, the government should finally come forward with the amendments to PPETA that have been so long overdue and awaited by so many sectors, so we really can effectively and fully answer the question by my honourable colleague from Saanich and the Islands.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to speak to Bill C-13, the Protecting Canadians from Online Crime Act. If I may, I would like to use this opportunity to speak to some of the misconceptions about this important piece of legislation. Much has been reported in the media about Bill C-13 proposing an expensive new power that would allow police to collect and obtain evidence without a court order. Further, it has been reported that this new provision would encourage telephone and internet companies to provide as much information as they want because they would be protected from criminal and civil liability. Mr. Speaker, in all honesty, I'm not sure where to start when addressing these assertions because they are misleading and inaccurate. The much maligned provision in question is the proposed Section 487.0195 of the Criminal Code. This proposed section has been portrayed by some as a convenient way for the police to sidestep court authorization requirements by requesting from organizations, for example banks, telecommunications service providers, etc., voluntary disclosure or voluntary preservation of documents or data. I want to be clear at the outset. This provision is included in Bill C-13 for greater certainty only. As is the case for similar types of provisions used sporadically throughout the Criminal Code, proposed Section 487.0195 is intended to clarify Parliament's intent relating to a provision and to assist the courts in interpreting the law. To be clear, proposed Section 47.0195 would not provide the police with any new powers. Under the law today, and under the law prior to the creation of production orders in 2004, police, as part of their general policing duties, at common law, have always been permitted to obtain information voluntarily from a third party without a court order. In 2004, production orders were included in the Criminal Code to allow police to obtain a court order that would compel a third party to provide information in situations where the third party could not or would not do so voluntarily. I say could not or would not here because companies have obligations regarding the protection of information. Companies who collect the personal information of Canadians have to store it, use it, and disclose it in accordance with privacy legislation, such as the Personal Information Protection and Electronic Documents Act. In addition, they may have other relevant obligations not to disclose information, for example, pursuant to their contractual agreements with their customers. It may also be of interest to note that most privacy legislation is crafted in a permissive manner when it comes to disclosures. This means that the legislation spells out when a company can voluntarily disclose information. In other words, the legislation permits the disclosure of personal information in certain circumstances, but never requires it. This is a very important point because there have been concerns expressed that Section 487.0195 is somehow creating a new power requiring companies to provide access to information. It is not a new power. It is merely a reenactment of an existing for greater certainty clause, nor does it contain any requirement to cooperate with a request. Police can ask for the voluntary disclosure of information, but the third party is free to refuse to disclose it until a judicial warrant or order has been issued. The initial version of this for greater certainty provision was enacted in 2004 as Section 487.014 of the Criminal Code. It was created to make it clear that there was no need for the police to obtain production orders when persons were providing their assistance on a voluntary basis as long as there was no prohibition against the person doing so. To put it another way, The primary purpose of this provision was, and still is under the proposed Section 487.0195, to clarify that police do not need a judicial protection order every time they ask a person for information. To sum up on these points, Section 487.0195 is not new to the Criminal Code. It has existed since 2004, and it is not a power. By its very definition, it can only clarify what already exists in the law and cannot be the source of a new legal authority. The explicit protections from criminal and civil liability now found in subsection 497.0195 brackets 2 of this for greater certainty provision have also been mischaracterized as a, quote, get out of jail free, end quote, card, or has a provision that will open up the floodgates and allow the free flow of information between the private sector and the state. It is true that Bill C-13 proposes to amend the law to explicitly refer to the protections from civil and criminal liability, where a person chooses to provide voluntary assistance to the police. However, this amendment would not be a major change to the law as it presently stands. The Criminal Code currently provides this protection under Section 25, which is cross-referenced in the current version of this section, Section 47.014. The cross-reference to Section 25 in the current law, currently, and the new text proposed in Bill C-13 are both designed to clarify that a person who discloses information could not be sued or prosecuted for voluntarily providing information that they are not prohibited from disclosing. It should be noted, however, that the considerable case law interpreting the scope of the existing protections under Section 25 is consistent in that it only protects conduct that is reasonable in the circumstances. This is not a blanket protection for assisting police. A telephone company that voluntarily provides information to police that they are legally obligated to protect, including under contract, could not avail itself of these protections. To be clear, whether Parliament again legislates in this area or not, this protection already exists through the Court's interpretation of Section 25 of the Criminal Code, including language in the bill that explicitly indicates more clearly the existing protection from civil and criminal liability in the current law is not a proposal for substantive change, rather. It would make the provision more transparent and understandable on its face. This is not a significant development of the law in this area, nor is there any hidden agenda. This provision is not expected to have a large impact on current practices. All it does is clarify and make more transparent the current protections. This clarification may help new companies which are just entering into cooperation with law enforcement for the first time to more easily be able to understand the scope of the law in this area. They would not have to hire lawyers to research the jurisprudence to understand how the protections afforded by current Section 25 of the Criminal Code would apply in this context. I will take a moment to speak about the other minor changes that are proposed for this section. Bill C-13 proposes to incorporate a reference to preservation demands and preservation orders in the section to clarify that a person may also voluntarily preserve data so long as doing so is not otherwise prohibited. Bill C-13 also proposes to remove a reference to the public officer enforcing this or any other act of Parliament, end quote, from the current Section 487.014 to ensure that the provision is not misinterpreted as precluding voluntary cooperation in the context of general policing duties that do not directly relate to the enforcement of a statute. Such common law police duties include contacting the next of kin of an accident victim, returning stolen property to its owner, or contacting the homeowner in the case of a break-in. Police are better able to keep society safe and to investigate criminal activity when persons, groups, and organizations are willing to assist them. The purpose of the current Criminal Code Section 487.014 and the proposed Section 497.0195 of Bill C-13 is to ensure that police and public can continue to work cooperatively. Mr. Speaker, in the context of this provision, the proposed legislation does not provide the police with any new powers. The bill proposes small revisions to the current law to make clearer in what circumstances the police do not require production orders if a third party voluntarily assists in a police investigation by voluntarily providing information. I would just like to add that the type of mischaracterization of the bill that we have witnessed by some commentators distracts from fruitful debate on this subject. This is an important bill, not only for what it provides Canadians in the form of increased protection and the use of cyberbullying, but also because it provides police with an investigative toolbox for modern technology that protects and respects people's privacy. Canada's international partners have been using these kinds of updated tools for over a decade. These new and modernized investigative tools will not only give police access to the information and evidence they need to apprehend Internet criminals, but they will also assist police in addressing crimes generally in today's advanced telecommunications environment, where smartphones and computers are ubiquitous and telecommunications technologies are constantly evolving. These tools have been carefully tailored to balance the interests of the state in collecting vital evidence relating to the commission of a crime with personal privacy interests that Canadians value so profoundly. Each tool was calibrated to reflect its relative level of invasiveness against the privacy interest in the information it is used to obtain. Although many of our international partners have had access to these types of tools for well over a decade, and the extra time Canada has taken to enact these updates has allowed us to learn from the successes and failures of others, I am confident that the investigative toolbox that Bill C-13 provides police has incorporated the most sophisticated privacy protections for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened to my colleague's speech and many of the speeches this afternoon with great interest, because at the heart of it, all parties agree with the essential underpinning of part of this bill, which is to protect young people from cyberbullying. But there's a history here, Mr. Speaker, and my honourable colleague from Dartmouth Coal Harbour presented a bill 10 months ago that would have done exactly this, and we've been asking the government, like we have on many other occasions, to split this bill to make this a much clearer declaration and protection for young people, and with the adoption of the measures that were in the previous bill that my colleague from Dartmouth Coal Harbour had presented. And I'm wondering if my colleague could answer. It's a simple question: why, if this entire House is focused and agrees on the importance of this, why would the government muddy the waters by bringing in a variety of other issues, including the imposition of a 2-year sentence for someone who steals cable? Why would that be thrown into a bill that's supposed to protect young people from cyberbullying?
The member for Brandon-Souris.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague on my left here for his question today as well. It's been pointed out by my colleagues very clearly why this bill is so important to be collectively put together in this manner, Mr. Speaker, to try to protect the youth of today, not only just our youth, but others as well in our Canadian society, to protect them from cyberbullying, from electronics cyberbullying, Mr. Speaker, particularly. That can be, there are many types of cyberbullying that are not offensive, but the type of cyberbullying that can be done electronically without consent is certainly something that is not acceptable in our society. It doesn't keep our streets safe. It doesn't keep our young people or many adults from being put into abusive situations, because the type of cyberbullying that we're talking about has been done without their consent in many cases, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was interested to hear the member talk about the privacy safeguards that are contained in the bill. I'd say incredulous would be closer to the right word. There is a provision within the bill that provides an immunity for Internet service providers and telcos who voluntarily provide information. So this is an immunity against civil prosecution and against criminal prosecution. I wonder if the member could explain how this immunity ties with his thesis that there are privacy protections contained in the bill.
The honourable member for Brandon-Souris.
Well, I thank the member for a question as well, Mr. Speaker. I made it very clear in my comments that in relation to some particular types of questioning that can be done by individuals for their privacy on this particular bill, Mr. Speaker, that there are many areas where disclosure is not part of the laws that we have in Canada today, particularly, as I pointed out, in the case of some companies. There are privacy legislation and privacy laws in place that they have to work with their employees before they can, before a company can provide such disclosure, and it would be up to the individuals.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Burlington.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his excellent speech on Bill C-13. We've heard a few times today from opposition members about splitting the bill, and again, I think it was part of a previous question. My question to the member is this. We seem to have agreement amongst the parties. First of all, it's going to go to committee, which is excellent. Second of all, that making cyberbullying an actual criminal offense is important. But there seems to be a discussion about whether we give the police and the legal system the tools to actually enforce that criminal activity, criminal offense. Can the member talk to me about why it's important that the bill have both, not just identify and create a criminal offense for cyberbullying, but give police and other law enforcement and judicial systems the ability to actually enforce the new criminal law? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Brandon Souris.
I want to thank the member for his excellent question as well. And the concern there, of course, is that to put some teeth behind the actual being able to define what cyberbullying may be without having some kind of penalty put in place for the law enforcement, Mr. Speaker, it's a very difficult bill to enforce. Perhaps the opposition today would just like to have an identification of cyberbullying with no consequences, but of course this bill provides our government being committed to providing an outcome, perhaps that is very, very clear, Mr. Speaker, that there has to be some way of backing up the identification of cyberbullying with an enforced result that allows or that tries to protect and prohibit people from continuing to provide such cyberbullying mechanisms in the future.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's my honour and pleasure to speak to the House on Bill C-13 from a couple of perspectives, Mr. Speaker. First of all, as the Chair of the Justice Committee, I'm looking forward to the discussion and the debate that we will have with many, many witnesses to come forward on this very important bill. And I think we've all recognized the importance of C-13 and the issue of the Government of Canada with cyberbullying and us taking a proactive approach on this. The other piece, and I'm going to get into that, but the other piece is, which I think is just as important, is that I didn't know much about cyberbullying in terms of its aspects. So over the last few weeks, I've had the opportunity to talk to my daughters, who are 23 and 24, just graduated from university, one and one still in university, but not that far from high school. And we live in a relatively affluent community. There's no denying that Burlington is relatively affluent. And I asked the question to them, you know, is in your high school or in this community, what do you know about cyberbullying? And to my surprise, both young ladies, my daughters, were able to indicate 2 incidents within their own high school where young women, in this case, were filmed or photos were taken without their consent of them in, let me just say, compromising situations, and those images, without their consent, were distributed throughout the high school. Now, it didn't result in the kind of tragedy that we've had elsewhere in Canada, but it was a form of bullying, absolutely, that I wasn't even aware of. This issue, which we all agree on is an issue, does affect all areas of Canada, and it affects all. There's no economic disparity in terms of lower income folks are more apt to experience cyberbullying, or higher income communities, more aspects of cyberbullying. It affects absolutely everyone, and that's why this bill is important to come. And it needed to be comprehensive. I know we've heard a few items, a few discussions from the other side about, well, we had a motion to deal with a strategy. Well, from our perspective, I think strategies are great for collecting dust. We need action. And that's what this bill does. It takes actual action. Then we've heard that there was a private member's bill from the opposition on a specific portion of this, of cyberbullying, which is accurate, but I think in a more appropriate way, we've taken a more comprehensive approach to attacking this issue and applying the laws of the land to this issue. I have heard no one say that this isn't a complicated issue. They say it's, once in a while, it was a simple answer. Well, there is no simple answer. What we're doing today will not end cyberbullying. No one is, I don't think anyone is declaring a victory over cyberbullying. But these are the tools we need to attack this problem. We need to make it a criminal offense. We need to give police the proactive tools, and the judiciary have the tools to actually enforce this law, so that when we do catch these individuals who are spreading inappropriate, unconsensual photos of youth, we'll use that as an example, can happen at all ages, not just for youth. This bill doesn't just apply to youth, it applies to everyone. But let's use youth as an example that we seem to be familiar with. That we will now have the tools, the country will now have the tools to say, no, this is a criminal offense. This is something that we will not tolerate, and you will face a consequence for it. In addition, we will provide the police the ability to do investigations on this, to be able to actually have the evidence that will be able to sustain a criminal offense in terms of its prosecution through the court system. And as my hope is this, Mr. Speaker, that as we attack this problem through the police, the judicial system, and our criminal court system, and those who are committing these crimes are then found guilty, that this will be a wake-up call to the end, hopefully the end of cyberbullying. It will be a process that will not happen overnight, Mr. Speaker, but it is something that we need to start. I do want to talk a few minutes about some of the myths that we've heard regarding this. I heard some of it today, and so I just wanted to respond. One question to one of the previous speakers to this, one of the speeches was, well, we're making stealing cable signals illegal. Well, guess what, Mr. Speaker? Stealing cable from now is already illegal. You are not allowed to take cable without paying for it. That's theft, and it's already in the criminal code. All this bill is doing is it's improving the wording to capture that activity under this bill to help on the new ways of telecommunications and cable providing internet services, and that is what this actually does. Stealing cable signals is illegal. Anybody doing it in this house should know that and shouldn't be questioning it why it's in here. Another myth about, and a big myth about this bill, is that it incorporates the controversial elements of Bill C-30, a bill which rightfully was withdrawn by by our government as we had a response to two things, really. One was some activity that could take place that would not require a warrant. That was in Bill C-30, and it was clearly there. And in this bill, in C-13, it is not. Every activity requires a warrant, and that is what the reaction we got from the public. That is the desire we got from the public. And guess what, Mr. Speaker? We withdrew the bill, and we changed the process to reflect on what we heard from the public and from the opposition. We should be congratulated on that, Mr. Speaker, but that isn't what happens around here. And I think that's part of the problem with this House. You know, we talk about other pieces, but when governments, whether it's we're in government or somebody else is in government, when a government listens to opposition, listens to the public, and makes a change, they should be congratulated on and not criticized for making that change. But that's not what happens around here. What happens is, well, you weren't competent enough to know that in the first place, so you're criticized for making a change. So why bother making a change? But in this case, making the change is the right thing to do, and that's why we did it. There was another piece in the previous bill, C-30, that dealt with the environment of the framework by which a provider of internet services would have to put something on there so that they could monitor the traffic, basically. We've got rid of that piece. It's out of this bill, and that was part of what we heard in terms of response to C-13. But 13 does what I think I've heard from the opposition a little bit about being, don't be reactive, be proactive. And this is exactly what C-13 does. It is proactive activity that the police are able to undertake so that they can do the job, so that we can bring these criminals to justice who are attacking our young people in this country. And that being proactive is exactly what Bill C-13 does. The third thing that we've heard about, Mr. Speaker, is that this is an omnibus bill. It's big. Well, we agree with one part. We agree with making it a criminal offense, which is excellent, and I think everyone should agree with that. But we can't do all those. There's other parts of this that actually implement the criminal offense, that allow the police and the judicial system to actually charge folks, investigate the deal, charge, bring them to court, bring them to justice, and to end this horrific crime, mostly done against young people. We need this C-13, Mr. Speaker. I'm looking forward to come to committee. My understanding, we have a tremendous number of witnesses to talk about the different issues, and that is where the debate will really happen in terms of witnesses will come with their opinion on what could be better. We'll have a discussion amongst the members of Parliament, ask good questions, and we'll get to the best bill to help protect the young people of this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? La députée de...
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are several things that the NDP would like to change in this bill, and we don't have a great deal of confidence in this government when they have rejected 100% of every one of the amendments moved forward by the NDP at committee. So I don't have much confidence that they'll really want to work with us to improve this bill and ensure that it is a bill that will really meet people's needs, those who might be intimidated. So the question I would like to ask my colleague is the following. Why did he not support the bill tabled by my colleague from Dartmouth Cole Harbour that was C-540 to fight against cyberbullying? Why did he wait months? And why did they not simply support this bill that could have sped the process up quite a bit?
Thank you. I have two answers, one to the question and one to the lead up to the question. First of all, on the lead up to the question, I think if the member from the NDP checks with the chair or their critic, they will find that actually at Justice Committee there have been NDP amendments come forward for different items and have been accepted by committee. So to say that we were 100% no confidence, or that 100% of their amendments have never been approved and never been accepted by committee is just completely inaccurate. Right. A. B. That I personally did not support the NDP private members motion because it wasn't comprehensive enough. It didn't deal. It dealt with making it a crime, but it didn't give the tools to actually enforce the criminal code. And that is why we needed a government motion that would properly vetted through the Justice Department, and that we are much more comprehensive in our approach to this very complicated issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member indicated that the warrantless production of documents, the warrantless search is now a thing of the past, that element of C30 isn't present in C13. However, there is something in C13 that provides an immunity to Internet service providers and telephone companies when they produce records at the request of law enforcement authorities. And in order to make it easier for them, this immunity applies to both criminal prosecution for production of these records and any civil suit. So my question for this member is, given that his position is that there is no longer warrantless searches, isn't it the case that there is now an incentive for cooperation? There's an incentive for cooperation among Internet service providers, or at least a disincentive has been removed, which is tantamount to having warrantless searches all over again. What they're doing indirectly, what they tried to do directly through C30.
The honourable member for Burlington.
Huge stretch and just not accurate. Just not accurate. In any criminal offense activity right now, a Canadian, whether they're a company or an individual, has the right and the opportunity to voluntarily support and help the police in their investigation. My house gets broken into. I can invite the police in to do a search to help find the culprit. All we are doing in this legislation is try to encourage businesses to support actively, proactively, finding the culprits who are doing criminal activity against our youth. I see no problem with that. I know the Canadian public has no problem with that, and I will be supporting that in this legislation. Thank you.
We have time for just a short question and response. The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if the member could comment a bit on transmission data. It's been a bit of a question here with regards to what the police can and can't do with transmission data and what they can reveal and what they can't reveal.
Member for Burlington.
And transmission data, I had to read about what it was. It's the information that the Internet provider has. The police can go and say, you are not allowed to delete it. I wish we had that for, we do have that in Ontario legislation, but I think the Liberals did it anyways. It has to be put on hold. The police don't have access to it. They have to go get a warrant to get access to it, but it prevents the Internet provider from actually deleting it. Because as you know, bits and bytes are pretty easy to delete. We want to keep them for the police to do their proper, proactive investigation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak to Bill C-13, an act that, among other things, will protect Canadians from online crime. Of course, we're talking about cyberbullying in this bill, among other things, and bullying, and this is something I feel very strongly about. Since I was elected, I've been working on this issue, and even before, because I'm a father, I have 2 daughters who are in primary school, the other in secondary school, so bullying and cyberbullying are subjects that are close to my heart. As well, because I was a teacher for nearly 10 years at the secondary level and working with adults, this issue of bullying and cyberbullying is very important, and we need to deal with them. The first thing we need to do is to prevent the problem. And if we just look at dealing with it after the fact, then we aren't going far enough. Before I get into the bill, I want to point out that the NDP has shown great leadership in fighting bullying and cyberbullying. We have two members who have done excellent work to alert the Conservatives who were asleep at the switch. And the first is the member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord, who has been working since he was elected to bring forward a motion. He did that, and the Conservatives defeated it. As well, it's really unfortunate, but that motion was a strategic one. It was intended to come up with a strategy on bullying. And I will come back to that a little later because this is a central issue that the Conservatives should support. And then there, of course, is the bill that was introduced by my colleague that was unfortunately, and I don't understand why, not supported by the Conservatives. They voted against that bill. This was introduced by the member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour. And the main aspects of the bill are in Bill C-13. So we could have saved time if the Conservatives had supported that bill introduced by my colleague. It could have then gone to committee, and of course it could have been amended because that is part of our democratic process. But it is absolutely unacceptable that the Conservatives voted against it, and then they brought in a bill that is really quite similar. And then they pat themselves on their back and they say, we have brought in this wonderful bill, aren't we great? This is a very partisan approach, which is inappropriate on such an important topic. We're talking here about the future of our young people. This is our future prosperity, and we should not treat it like any other partisan issue. We need to go beyond partisanship. And so this was not an acceptable approach. Before getting further into Bill C-13, I would like to congratulate all the groups in my riding who do work day in and day out on this issue. A few years ago, in 2011, 2012, there was a major event to call attention to this issue of bullying. There was an evening event, and all of the groups in the Greater Drummond area that work with people, with work on the issue, for example, our anti-violence community, we've got an anti-bullying committee, the school board, the police, various other organizations, a school that has taken very important initiatives to deal with bullying, l'École des 80, and other organizations. We've also got a seniors group. All of these people in our broader community came together. They work on this issue, and they have worked hard to call attention to the issue of bullying and cyberbullying, because these are major issues in our area. In the committees, whether you're talking about Drummond or Sherbrooke, and by the way, the member for Sherbrooke gave us a very good speech on this. My other colleague as well, very passionate speeches on bullying and sometimes speaking from personal experience. So this shows that the NDP are really at the forefront in dealing with this difficult issue. So we will be supporting Bill C-13, even though it is with a little bit reluctance, because we had brought in a similar bill that the Conservatives defeated. And we know that there are a number of measures in this bill that are not appropriate. The Conservatives have a habit of introducing bills that have very good measures, sensible measures, but then they throw in all sorts of other things that have nothing to do with the good measures. So they mix everything in there, and it's very hard to decide whether to vote in favor of the good things or vote against the bad things. If they just focused on bullying and cyberbullying, of course we would have supported the bill with no reluctance. As a father, as a teacher, and when I listen to my colleagues like the member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord and others that have spoken here today, well, I have to agree with them that what is missing in this bill is the prevention pillar. My colleague, the member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord, had proposed a strategy to deal with bullying and cyberbullying, and I want to talk a little bit about that because that strategy is very important. The Conservatives, I have said, voted against that bill, but we still do have time to take a different approach. There are these groups, like my colleague, the member for Sherbrooke, mentioned in his area, in my area as well. We need to take that to the national level. We need to have the government provide support for these initiatives. I just have about 1 minute left, I see, even to deal with this very important issue. We need to keep talking about it, but my point is that, as the member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord has said, we need to prevent the various types of bullying, including cyberbullying, that take place. We need to define and develop a whole series of intervention strategies. And third, we need to provide information about bullying and cyberbullying to Canadian families. Of course, schools play an important role, but parents have an important role as well. They need to explain to their children that bullying is a very serious matter, and it has serious repercussions in our communities. Like the organizations in my riding of Drummond, my colleagues' riding in Sherbrooke, we need to take a strong stand. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for your speech. My colleague across the way has acknowledged, Mr. Speaker, the importance of this bill. It's an ongoing issue now here in Canada. Now, Leanna MacDonald is the CEO of the Canadian Centre for Child Protection in my city in Winnipeg, and Leanna has a lot of experience with working with victims on online cyberbullying. And she says, quote unquote, that Bill C-13 will assist in stopping the misuse of technology and help numerous young people impacted and devastated by this type of victimization. For someone like Leanna MacDonald, who works every day with this, I would like to hear what my colleague has to say about her very insightful comment.
La députée de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. I would like to thank my colleague for her question and her comment. She is quite right in saying that Bill C-13 has value in fighting bullying and cyberbullying, but the problem is that we already introduced a similar bill and the Conservatives voted against it. The second problem is that this bill has a whole bunch of measures, deals with the Banking Act, with telemarketing, telecommunications. It has a lot of provisions that come from previous legislation. We need a bill to deal with bullying and cyberbullying, and we would be glad to pass it very quickly. But this bill has bad elements as well as good ones. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague, the Member for Drummond, for his excellent speech. I would also like to thank him for mentioning organizations in Sherbrooke that indeed do excellent work. They work day in, day out in the schools, with young people in different contexts in Sherbrooke. And this work is of vital importance in our communities so that we can prevent the problems instead of just dealing with them after. I want to ask him a simple question. The reason that we need to pass legislation is that we have so many new technologies. And I'd like to know whether my colleague thinks that bullying has changed over the past 30, 40, 50 years. Young people sometimes unconsciously create bullying circumstances. Have things changed? The Honourable Member for Drummond. I would like to thank the Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Well, cyberbullying has certainly become a very dangerous weapon and is very easy to commit. According to recent studies, cyberbullying has a negative effect on social, psychological well-being, and certainly on school results, depression, and, of course, suicidal tendencies can result as well. So cyberbullying is tragic. We need to prevent it. This is what we have to do first and foremost. We need to prevent the actions before they occur. Instead of reacting, well, we do have to act to stop the activities, but we need to take action ahead of time. We need to take the bull by the horns. We need to support organizations like the ones in my colleagues' riding and in my own. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It now being 6:15, pursuant to the order adopted March 30th, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings to deal with all aspects of the second reading of the bill before the House. The question is as follows. Mr. McKay, Central Nova.
Move that Bill C-13, an act to amend the Criminal Code, the Canada Evidence Act, the Competition Act, and the Mutual Legal Assistance in Criminal Matters Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Yes.
All those in favour of the motion will please say yea.
Yea.
All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. I declare the motion carried.
Second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. I see the Honourable Chief Government Whip is standing on a point.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would request that we see the clock at 6:30.
Is that agreed? See the clock at 6:30. Agreed? Pursuant to an order made April 10th, 2014, La Chambre procédera mit...
The House will now move to a deferred recorded vote on a motion by Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Grand Falls, Windsor, on a motion, a supply motion. Call in the members.
The question is as follows. Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor, seconded by Mr. Scarpalasia. Move that Standing Order 78 be amended by adding the following. 4. No motion pursuant to any paragraph of this standing order may be used to allocate a specified number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of any bill that seeks to amend the Canada Elections Act or the Parliament of Canada Act. And that Standing Order 57 be amended by adding the following. À condition que la
provided that the resolution of resolutions, clause or clauses, section or sections, preamble or preambles, title or titles being considered do not pertain to any bill that seeks to amend the Canada Elections Act or the Parliament of Canada Act.
Of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Mr. Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Valeriot.
Mr. Valeriot.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Lemereux.
Mr. Lemereux.
Monsieur Dion.
Mr. Dion.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. McKay, Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. McKay, Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. Kusner.
Mr. Kusner.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Shue.
Mr. Shue.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Madame Day.
Madame Day.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Madame Leblanc-Le-Salimard.
Madame Leblanc-Le-Salimard.
Madame Rousseau.
Madame Rousseau.
Monsieur Toon.
Mr. Toon.
Madame Tourmel.
Madame Tourmel.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Harris, Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris, Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Liu.
Madame Liu.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Goguet.
Madame Goguet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Saganache.
Mr. Saganache.
Monsieur Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Larose.
Mr. Larose.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Jeannet Jourdain.
Monsieur Jeannet Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Sandu.
Mr. Sandu.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Mrs. Bison.
Mrs. Bison.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Borg.
Madame Borg.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe-Pagotte.
Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe-Pagotte.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Nunez-Mello.
Monsieur Nunez-Mello.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Reynaud. Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Monsieur Morin, Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Monsieur Morin, Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame de Grâce-la-Chine.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame de Grâce-la-Chine.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier-Laval.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier-Laval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Madame Mourani.
Madame Mourani.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Valcourt.
Monsieur Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Ms. Finley, Haldeman, Norfolk.
Ms. Finley, Haldeman, Norfolk.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay, Central Nova.
McKay, Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Monsieur Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Morfundy Royal.
Mr. Morfundy Royal.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mrs. Abloncy.
Mrs. Abloncy.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket Aurora.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Ms. James.
Mrs. James.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Allen Tobic McTaquac.
Mr. Allen Tobic McTaquac.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Bernuge.
Mr. Bernuge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Gedipo.
Mr. Gedipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. DeVolin.
Mr. DeVolin.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Del Mastro. Yeas pour, 111, 111. Nays contre, 145, 145.
I declare the motion defeated. And in accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Order. I'd ask all honourable members who wish to carry on conversations to make their way to their respective lobbies. We're on adjournment proceedings. Alors,
the honourable member for Ahansik. Mr. Speaker, it's a bit difficult. During the humanitarian crisis involved with the Israeli-Lebanese conflict of 2006 and following the Haitian earthquake in 2009, our country allowed Canadian children to return here with both of their parents, even if the former were not Canadian citizens. Currently, this is not the case for Canadian children in Syria, who have been experiencing war since 2011. Why this double standard? The only concession made by the government, in theory, and I emphasize that, is that these children may be accompanied by one non-Canadian parent, therefore breaking family ups. Out of the 14 cases of Canadian children that I identified in Syria, only one family accepted making such a request and experiencing this separation imposed by the government. Even in this case, the mother's visa was refused. That is why I say in theory, Mr. Speaker, because in fact the Conservative government is doing nothing for these Canadian children who are stuck in Syria. Let's ask the question, what is the situation in Syria? A terrible humanitarian crisis. On January 10, 2014, the United Nations announced that it had given up updating the number of victims while still estimating the number at well over 100,000 deaths. In April 2014, the number of deaths is estimated to be over 150,000, according to the newspaper Le Monde. The condition of for these children are appalling. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of orphans. On March 13, 2014, the Special Representative of the United Nations Secretary General for Children in Armed Conflict stated that the number of children affected by conflict has doubled in 1 year, and that Syria has become one of the most dangerous places in the world for children. 3 million Syrian children are being deprived of an education. In March 2014, the UN estimated that 9 million Syrians had fled their homes because of the violence, including 2.5 million refugees in neighboring countries. Half of these are children. So there are 1 million refugees in Lebanon out of a population of 4.8 million. Turkey and Jordan have 600,000 refugees each, Iraq some 220,000 refugees, and Egypt over 133,000. The government announced during the summer of 2013 that it wanted to welcome 1,300 refugees by the end of 2014, but only 200 of which would be welcomed by the state, and the others would be sponsored by individuals. Whereas the demand for asylum has gone up by 28% around the world in 2013, Canada has distinguished itself by decreasing almost by 50% those asking for asylum. It is unbelievable. Mr. Speaker, we all belong to the great human family, and the suffering of others should also be ours. As is the case for Canadian children, Syrian children are our children. I think we have to open our hearts and refuse that these children be these victims of this violence. Unfortunately, I see, and this makes me very deeply sad, is that there is a lack of heart and humanity in with this government in the face of this situation, which is an incredible situation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as the member would know, I can't speak to specific cases with respect to citizenship and immigration issues. I would like to respond in the following fashion. All visitors to Canada, Mr. Speaker, must meet the requirements for temporary residence in Canada as set out in the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act. We understand that people are disappointed when their visa applications are refused. However, our responsibility is to make sure that all visitors meet the requirements to come to Canada as set out in Canada's immigration law. Now, Mr. Speaker, I listened to the member opposite, and I have to disagree wholeheartedly about her comment that our government is not showing compassion with respect to the Syrian people or the Syrian situation. The Government of Canada is deeply concerned about the crisis in Syria and will continue to do what it can to best help the Syrian people. Canada is one of the world's largest providers of humanitarian aid to Syrian refugees. The members should know that to date, Canada has committed more than $630 million in humanitarian development and security assistance to the Syrian crisis. Canada has one of the most generous refugee policies in the world, Mr. Speaker. We welcome about 1 out of every 10 of all resettled refugees globally and are consistently among the top 3 countries accepting resettled refugees. In response to the June 2013 UNHCR appeal for assistance with extremely vulnerable cases, Canada committed to resettling 1,300 Syrian refugees by the end of 2014, 200 refugees through the government-assisted refugees GAR program, and 1,100 through the private sponsorship of refugees program. Canada is on track to meet its commitment to resettle these refugees, Mr. Speaker, through the government-assisted refugee program by the end of 2014. But, Mr. Speaker, in the time that I have left, let me share a personal story. In the month of January of 2014, I, along with some colleagues from the governing party, had an opportunity to visit Jordan. While we were there, we took the opportunity to visit the northeastern crossing of the border of Jordan with Syria. While we were there, we were welcomed by Brigadier General Hussein al-Zayoub of the Jordanian Armed Forces, who was showing us the refugee resettlement camp that bordered the Syrian border. But by chance, I'd like to say by fortune for us to be there, because we had an opportunity to witness something very, very moving. About 150 refugees, Syrian refugees, within 20 minutes of our arrival there, we saw them coming through the desert after having walked 3 days in the desert to this crossing point. Most of them were women and children. There were some gentlemen there, but older gentlemen. They weren't the fathers. We assumed the fathers had stayed back to defend the family properties, or had met with some misfortune. But the women and the children came to us. They were so happy to come, Mr. Speaker, and to see that they finally had arrived in some place of safety. And here's what was really moving for us as Canadian and Canadian parliamentarians. Colonel Lawrence Zamberzan of the Canadian Armed Forces was there with us, and along with Brigadier General Hussein al-Zayoub, they were showing us the impact of Canada's investment in helping the Syrian people. They actually showed us the equipment, the plan, the maintenance plan moving forward. So I have to say, Mr. Speaker, as a Canadian parliamentarian, I'm very proud of the action that our government has taken and will continue to take to support the plight of the Syrian people.
The honourable member for Hunsik. Mr. Speaker, I think that my colleague, I want to make something clear for him, give him a clarification. Perhaps he missed this and I can understand it. When there was the Lebanese-Israeli conflict in 2006, the Canadian government, which was the same as the government in power today, ensured that Canadian children, not Lebanese children, Canadian children, were able to come back with their parents, both of their parents, even if both of their parents were not Canadian citizens. With Haiti, it was the same thing. We had the same program. With Syria, that's not the case. Why? There are 15 children that I have found, there are certainly more, who currently cannot return to Canada because either one or both of their parents are not Canadians. So why this double standard? In terms of refugees, the former Minister of Immigration announced in 2013 1,300 refugees. And today, how many have been admitted to Canada of the 1,300? What, 10, 20? maybe 100 at the most. There are more than 100. There are 1 million refugees, rather, in Lebanon, out of a very small population. And so, what are we doing in this terrible humanitarian crisis?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'll say this to the member. In order for me to answer specifically to that particular question, I would have to bring up examples of the specific cases that she's referring to with some of the children that she's seen that haven't been able to come back. And as you know, Mr. Speaker, and as everyone in this House knows, due to the Privacy Act, it would be inappropriate for me to comment about that. However, I will say this. The fact is that we have issued a record number of visitor visas this year. We will continue to do so, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to protect Canadians and Canadian interests in our immigration system at all times, but we will also continue to be compassionate to those that are in need. And, Mr. Speaker, I would urge the honourable member that when we do bring legislation in the House that reaches out to people that are in difficulty, I would urge her to vote with the government, not against the government, which has been her record and the record of members opposite, certainly since I've been elected here in 2011. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is rare. I don't think, I can not say that I don't think, I actually know this is the first time that I've had an adjournment proceeding to follow up on a question asked in the House of Commons, my question of February 24th, where there's been such clear action taken by the government that I can start my adjournment proceeding question by commending the Minister of Transportation for moving against the DOT 111 unsafe rail cars. I know that the Honourable Minister is unlikely to participate in the debate this evening, and it will likely be the Parliamentary Secretary, but I am encouraged that Canada has taken action. And in the time that I have, what I'd like to do is go over this in terms of what the issue is in a nutshell, and proceed to ask what further safety steps the current administration is considering. Because as the Minister of Transportation has said in a number of the news stories, it's clear that rail safety is not assured even by moving to remove the DOT 111 rail cars off the tracks. It's going to be a phased-in process. That's one issue that I know some parties have spoken to of concern, that there'll be 5,000 rail cars taken off initially, but there are another 65,000 that we removed over a period of 3 years. Phasing out these cars, we know, is complicated by the fact that replacement cars are not being manufactured quickly enough to replace the most dangerous cars, and we know that we have the shipment of hazardous goods through Canadian communities, and that that's a cause for concern. I've noted that in the media coverage of the decision taken by the Minister of Transportation to remove the DOT 111 cars, that there is also going to be an examination and risk assessment of the routes which are being used, and to ensure that as much as possible is being done for rail safety. So in line with what we know is taking place, I have a couple questions that I'd like to pursue this evening in our adjournment proceedings. And again, commending, and I am so pleased that we are moving to get rid of the DOT 111 cars, because both the Transportation Safety Boards in Canada and the U.S. have said that these cars are unsafe for the shipment of hazardous goods, and Canada has taken action ahead of the United States, and that's to be commended. But this issue remains, and I wonder if the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary will be able to share with this House what other steps are being taken, whether the federal government is now prepared to find a system of advance notification for prior informed consent for any communities that are located along rail that are carrying hazardous goods, where they would like to have advance notification. We all know the tragedy in Lac Mégantic happened with no notice whatsoever to the community that anything hazardous was being shipped through it, and I think it's fairly clear from the investigations that perhaps even the shipper didn't know how dangerous the unconventional back and crude would be. I'd also like to know if the federal government is considering following the lead of the U.S. Rail Safety Improvement Act of a few years ago that instituted something called positive train control, systems to ensure that an operator in a control room somewhere would know whether the brakes were working, whether all systems on the train were on track, through sophisticated software on board the trains. And I'd also like to know whether we're prepared to say that some goods are simply too hazardous to be shipped by rail. Those are the questions to proceed tonight. But again, Mr. Speaker, I'm extremely pleased that my question on February 24th took place when we had no action, and tonight, April 28th, we've seen substantial action.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me begin by thanking the honourable member opposite for her intervention in this proceeding tonight. As was noted, Speaker, there have been a number of actions that have been taken by this government with respect to rail safety. Speaker, and I, somebody who's been on the Transport Committee since 2007, prior to my appointment as a parliamentary secretary last year, there have been a number of important safety remedies that have been undertaken. I recall back then that there was an independent rail advisory panel that was struck to look and make recommendations to the minister and the government at the time. A number of those recommendations, in fact almost all of them, have been fully implemented, Mr. Speaker. The Standing Committee on Transport did an important review as well, and many of its recommendations put into place. S4, which was a bill that came forward as well, Speaker, with a number of important amendments, among them everything from designating that or mandating that a company executive be appointed specifically for safety at the company, the requirement for environmental management plans, whistleblower protection, a number of important measures that came out of that as well, Speaker, and a number of important steps that have been taken in light of Lac Mégantic as well. Speaker, as you will know, important new directives from the minister regarding the testing, proper testing and classification of dangerous goods. An important consultation amongst the Canadian Association of Fire Chiefs, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, that resulted in important information sharing protocol, a Speaker, that effectively establishes a registry of first responders or designated first responders in communities who will be contacted with respect to important information, historic information about the types of shipments that will be passing through communities, and the additional requirement that if there's any market change in that regard, that there would be a more immediate notification to the people on that registry of what is passing through their community. That was important, obviously, Speaker, for the ability of first responders in communities across the country to begin planning. What resources do they need for what typically would come through their communities? What types of exercises do they need to do in terms of modeling response? A number of additional consultations that have resulted in directions as well, Speaker. The requirement now for environmental response action plans for very flammable dangerous goods, things like aviation fuel, ethanol, crude, Speaker, things that weren't there before, and a task force that will come, again, bringing together first responders and municipal officials together to talk about that response and how we do that. And of course, as the member alluded to, the important steps taken on DOT 111s, the immediate banning of the worst offenders, if you will, and the phase-out or retrofit over 3 years for the remaining ones. Speaker, I should also note that the Standing Committee on Transport has been also asked by the Minister to look into a number of additional measures in all modes. The rail aspect of that will be wrapping up in about another 2 weeks, and interim findings will be coming in a report on that particular segment. We are looking, or there has been testimony regarding positive train control, which is a broad term for a number of different possible automatic braking features that could be done. I know that the question of advance notification has been raised in the questioning in that. The committee has not come to a decision on that or a recommendation to the minister, but I invite the member opposite to stay tuned to what the committee is doing in terms of its important work.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his response. I'm encouraged to know that positive train control is being examined and could be brought in. We have a lot of hazardous goods moving on rails, and I think over the years we've seen through cutbacks in terms of the number of crew. I remember that in a number of significant derailments that have happened in Canada, when they were analyzed forensically afterwards, had there not been such cutbacks on, for instance, having rail crew traveling in a caboose to know what's going on, there would not have been and I see my honourable colleague from Edmonton Strathcona in the room, and if I missay the name of the lake near where her cottage was, Lake Wabamun, there was a significant derailment where it appeared that the lack of train crew on board, and I appreciate the help from the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona in the name of the lake. But it was clear that we have seen real problems in rail safety before Lac Mégantic, although nothing has ever been as devastating. I encourage the current Minister of Transportation and congratulate her. I don't think we say often enough in this place when something good has been done. Thank you and congratulations. I look forward to working with you for greater rail safety.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Chair, and I know that the Minister will be pleased to hear the commendation. Of course, we know in light of the announcements last week as well, there have been positive things that have been said from important stakeholder groups in this regard. I know that the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, its President Claude Dauphin, has spoken very highly. His quote, "The new safety measures announced today respond directly to our call for concrete action and are another major step forward in improving the safety of Canada's railway and the communities around them." End of the quote. I know that the NDP's transport critic has, on the issue of the 3-year phase-out, he said, and I quote, "The 3-year period is the best thing that can be done." End of quote. And of course the Canadian Association of Fire Chiefs as well, saying very commendable things about this. It's been a consultative approach that has resulted in very concrete steps to improve this, public safety, Mr. Speaker. And again, the Standing Committee on Transport is very involved in this. There will be interim findings in June with a final report and recommendations by the end of the year. And I encourage members to see what's going on in that particular committee. If they have suggestions, of course, let us know. There's more that we can, if there's more that's reasonable we can do, believe me, we'll be making those recommendations. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish, Mr. Speaker, that I could commend the Minister of Employment and Social Development for the same level of broad consultation and action on the issue of temporary foreign workers. But of course, we will have a fulsome debate tomorrow on this topic and the call for independent audit by the Auditor General. And I look forward to the support by the Government of Canada in the same way that they are starting to reach out on the issue of rail safety. Mr. Speaker, on April 1st, I put a question to the Minister of Employment and Social Development about a concern brought to my attention by iron workers working in the oil sands in northern Alberta. And their concern was that 65 Canadian iron workers were laid off and replaced by temporary foreign workers. Their concern is the dearth of oversight and enforcement in the delivery of this program, temporary foreign workers. Initially, it was called an accelerated program in Alberta. There was a call by the industry that there's such a shortage of skilled workers that they shouldn't even have to do labour market analysis, and so that was removed. That program has ended, and now there is a pilot project which has been extended. And, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to a response about, given the concerns and the government's, some would think, heavy-handed response on the service sector, we would hope that they're willing to look more widely and to actually do an in-depth review in consultation, in particular, with the workers who are being impacted by this program. Now, Mr. Speaker, on that day on April 1st, the Minister responded by alleging that all the Canadian workers were immediately rehired. He also undertook that his government was going to throw the book at non-compliant employers who violated the temporary foreign worker rules. Well, this was in fact not what happened. And I today delivered a letter to the Minister from the iron workers with a very clear outline of the facts of what actually occurred on the site over the year. The facts are that these layoffs were not identified by his department, but were in fact identified by the iron workers themselves. And that is their deepest concern, that there simply is no oversight. It was only brought to light when the Canadian workers approached me and I raised the matter with the Minister. As I've mentioned, the ironworkers have informed the minister. That was almost a month ago, and the minister has undertaken that he is doing an investigation. A month later, my understanding is there still has been no specific action against Imperial Oil, who had employed these Canadian ironworkers, 65 of them, and were laid off. Included, Mr. Speaker, among those Canadian workers was an Aboriginal apprentice. And there's been a lot of talk in this House about how the government is supporting getting Canadian companies to make available apprenticeships, and in particular for Aboriginal Canadians. And this young man was in the middle of his apprenticeship and has a young child, and he was dismissed outright and had to find other work, which eventually he did. So many months went by, and a month after that, in fact, if I backtrack, Mr. Speaker, it was the fall of 2013 when the iron workers were first approached. In the oil sands, apparently there are these brokers who bring in both Canadian and temporary foreign workers. And the broker had tried to get the iron workers to certify, to approve these workers. And they said simply they weren't appropriately skilled. And secondly, that there were a lot of Canadian workers that were ready, willing, and able to work on the site. Regardless, Canadians were employed and they were removed from the site and replaced with temporary foreign workers. So we have a clear example of a breach of the rules. Sadly, prior to that, there were up to 300 Canadian workers who were replaced by temporary foreign workers at another oil sands site. So I would like to hear from the government, what have they been doing over the last month, who's been sent to the site, who is exactly investigating, and when can we expect a response?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at a time when there are so many unemployed Canadians seeking to fill available jobs, we think it's unconscionable for employers to try to circumvent the system by hiring foreign workers to do those jobs instead. Let's be clear about the purpose of the temporary foreign worker program, Mr. Speaker. Canadians must always come first for available jobs, no exceptions. Temporary foreign workers can only be hired as a last resort when all other efforts to hire Canadian workers have failed. Employers have to demonstrate this when they apply. In 2013, Mr. Speaker, over 14,000 negative labour market opinion, or LMOs as we call them, were issued. Not only that, but after an LMO is issued, if employers don't follow the rules, we will suspend or revoke their LMO and place their name on a blacklist, named and shamed for all to see. Our government will not tolerate any abuse of the temporary foreign worker program. Every allegation of misuse will be vigorously investigated, Mr. Speaker. These are serious criminal sanctions, and there are serious criminal sanctions, including fines and jail time if employers lie about their efforts to hire Canadians. We made a series of reforms to the program last year, and the program remains under ongoing review. Amendments were introduced to give the government the authority to conduct on-site inspections to make sure employers are meeting the conditions of the program, bar non-compliant employers from applying for labour market opinion for 2 years, immediately add the names of these non-compliant employers to a public list, and introduce application fees and fees for work permits so that hard-working taxpayers no longer subsidize these costs. The temporary foreign worker program is employer demand-driven, and they're primarily to fill temporary labour shortages where Canadians are not available. This government, Mr. Speaker, our government, will not tolerate any abuse of the temporary foreign worker program, and we have even more improvements coming to the program soon. There are no two ways about it, Mr. Speaker. We will throw the book at any employer who does not respect the rules of the temporary foreign worker program. We will investigate allegations of serious abuse. Those found guilty will face the due consequences. There are no two ways about this. On March 28th, my colleague, the Honourable Minister of Employment and Social Development, announced the introduction of legislative amendments that will give the government authority to impose serious financial penalties on employers who break the rules of the temporary foreign worker program. These are tough penalties, Mr. Speaker. We are sending a clear message to employers who abuse the temporary foreign worker program. You will be publicly named and barred from the program. We have no tolerance for employers who displace Canadians. We have no tolerance for employers who abuse the program and temporary foreign workers. We have no tolerance for employers who break the rules. This is also a clear message to Canadians, Mr. Speaker. In all circumstances, you will be first in line to fill available jobs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, it's strong language, but we have yet, Mr. Speaker, to see what action is going to be taken against these major fossil fuel companies and the oil sands. Strong action across the board, some say overly heavy-handed against the restaurant industry. In this case, this is not the first incident. There was another even more egregious incident with HoC Energy where they replaced 300 Canadian workers with temporary foreign workers. And what do we see in response? So it's one thing, Mr. Speaker, for this government to continually talk about these strict, serious penalties they're imposing. But who is out there identifying the problems? Mr. Speaker, we also heard about, the strict requirements for LMOs. Well, there is no LMO for the oil sands. It's like open season. So these brokers for workers can just continuously bring in this stream. And the question that the iron workers are asking, and includes now welders and other skilled tradespeople that are approaching me over the last month, is who is providing the oversight as well of these brokers? Are these brokers able to bring temporary foreign workers into the country with no need for any kind of skilled labour shortage study? Where is the action? Who's on the ground actually identifying these violations is the question.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we totally reject the notion that regulations governing the temporary foreign worker program have no teeth. On April the 7th, the member will know, the Minister of Employment and Social Development made public a list of employers who broke the rules, Mr. Speaker. This shows our determination to protect the rights of Canadians who are qualified for jobs that have been offered to temporary foreign workers. We will take no lessons from the NDP, who decry the program publicly, but privately ask for more foreign workers for their ridings, often on behalf of employers who have seen their LMO applications rejected, as they did not meet the criteria about putting Canadians first. Employers who plan to hire temporary foreign workers must first demonstrate that they have made every effort to hire qualified Canadian workers first. This is a rigorous process. In 2013, we issued 14,000 negative labour market opinions. Our government will not tolerate any abuse of the temporary foreign worker program, Mr. Speaker. Every allegation of misuse will be vigorously investigated. There are serious criminal sanctions, including fines and jail time, if employers lie about their efforts to hire Canadians. All allegations made to Service Canada about misuse of the program will be vigorously investigated, Mr. Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.